back. It's nice out. Fresh. 2 showers a day. I can't stress that enough. Wait, Richie, you're doing a review and to the nub? No. I just finished doing a real review of the Cohiba Purple Riviera. I'm just going to call it the Cohiba Purple. That's what I want to call it. But we're going to just hang out and smoke the Toro version, which is a long Toro, both for the same gauge. I like that concept. So you get the same exact tobacco in the whole ratio. This is just longer, so we're going to get more time, but I wanted to review it on the lounge and just hang out. So I reviewed it. I'll be posting the video tonight. of the review. But I can't. I'm just gonna tell. I'm finishing the cigar. I just reviewed the purple Robusto, but we're gonna hang out with the Toro. I'm telling you right now, just go buy a box. Buy the box of the Robusto. I can't stress enough. Anthony P, buy a box of the Robusto right now. If you believe anything in Richie, I'm telling you the truth. This cigar is a 4.9 in Robusto. We're gonna get to the purple. Let me tell you what happened with this Robusto. From the first puff, right off the bat, it was a 4.9. 4.9. Off the first puff, 4.9. Dream Life, buy a box of the Robusto. I can't stress it enough. This is the best regular production Cohiba ever. It's better than the red, and the red's great. Better than the black, and the black is great. Better than the white, better than the Nicaragua, better than the blue. The Cohiba purple is game-changing. It's better than the Padrón 26 Maduro. It's better than the Cohiba Series M. It's better than the Fuente Anejo. I can't stress it enough. It is so easy to love, but it's a heavy 3/4 strength, and the mouth holding the smoke is full strength. Cohiba Purple Riviera. It's the first box press Cohiba. It's the first Mexican San Andreas Cohiba. It's the first Cohiba with Nicaraguan Condega tobacco in the filler. It's using a Honduran binder. It's using 2 Nicaraguan fillers and 2 Honduran fillers. It is such a unique profile. Let me tell you what the profile was. Literally one of the best charred wood smoky barbecue feel, when you like a smoky barbecue pit, is such a great smoky wood feel. Not just on the flavor, even on the finish. On the finish, it's just such charred wood, beautiful charred wood. But here's the kicker. Pungent, sweet fruit, dark fruit note. And what fruit note? Being dead serious, grape. It's literally like fermented grape. It's like you're having like a great dark wine. I can't stress it enough. Like a dark red wine. The charred wood combining with that beautiful pungent grape note, I can't stress it enough. I've never had a profile like that. And this is not a limited release. This is regular production. I talked to Ed Lamont. I called him on the phone, the guy that runs General Cigars. I just talked to him on the phone for 20 minutes. So impressed with this cigar. We talked about it. We talked about the blend and everything. And he's going to be calling me back with more information about the fermentation and everything else, and how they aged it and what they did. If he can release that information, because he didn't design this particular blend. What an amazing blend! Look at Rich, and I can't even wait. I'm finishing this, but I'm not going to put it out yet. I can't even wait to get to this tonight. I am so happy with this. And these were not cheap. $25 for Robusto, $27 for Toro. But online, you could get them for about $18 a piece in the box if you buy a whole box. I paid lounge price because nobody had this shit. I wanted to try it once, before you buy a box. I can't stress it enough. World class. World class. This is going to the top of my list. This is a fantastic cigar. I mean, if you love cigars for what they offer, beautiful flavor, and you're not a cigar snob, you're going to love this cigar. What a great cigar. I can't stress it enough. You know how much I love Padrón 26 Maduro. And this is even better than that. Holy shit. Wow. Wow. I'm smoking this thing to the nub. And then I'll light up this other one. I'm on cloud 9 right now. I'm glad I just did a regular review. I didn't do the Toro yet. I'm going to smoke the Toro right now. What's nice, the Robusto and Toro are in the same gauge, which was smart, which was very smart. Hey, what's up, brother?
Hey, enjoying it, huh?
How's your boy? Dude, General's been on fire, man. You know what I'm saying? The new releases they've been coming out, this is even better than El Mundo. And you know how much I love El Mundo? This cigar is the best thing Cohiba ever made, minus the Spectre. It's even better than the M. And the M I love so much. The M was on Opus level. This cigar, I'd rather have the cigar than an Anejo. That's how good this cigar is.
Yeah, I just place the Neptune has them on the back order, so I told them to notify me as soon as they get them in.
How much were they selling for a box?
Well, the Robusto box is $25, so it's like $400.
25. Oh, that's 25.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're talking about like $15 a stick.
But the other box was like the other sizes was like I think they came in a box of 10.
Only one does that. Only one does that, and that's the Gordo. But here's the catch: it's a Perfecto Gordo on the bottom. It looks like a Hemingway on the bottom, but it's box pressed, and then it's torpedo. It looks like a shark. You know,
those were 22 a piece. So the box was like $218, I think it is, for 10.
I'm gonna try the Gordo as well because you know me, I'm not a 6x60 fan. But you make it a box pressed, and then you put a torpedo tip, so that way it compresses the smoke. You know what I'm saying, though?
Yeah.
Dude,
it won't be like a wind tunnel. Yeah.
It's gonna be phenomenal, man. It's gonna be fun, dude. I paid obviously lounge price. I paid $25 for Robusto, which I was just happy to get it because lounge is you got to pay more at a lounge because the lounge was really nice. I mean, it's a great place to hang out. But I wasn't hanging out. I wanted to go home, and I called 10 places yesterday and today to find out who had it. And the one guy, he goes, what he said, he goes, I don't think I got it. He goes, let me check. And he was opening boxes. He goes, oh, I got it today. They shipped it to me today. He goes, yeah, call me back in a day or two. I said, no, I want to smoke it tonight. He goes, all right. He goes, give me a half hour. I didn't even know what the price is, you know?
Yeah.
But he was cool. When I got there, he opened the box for me.
Oh, nice.
You know? And, bro, you know what the foot smelled like? You know when you have remember as a kid, Bubblicious bubblegum?
Oh, yeah.
It tasted, the foot smell was like Bubblicious grape bubblegum. I couldn't believe the foot smell. Dude, and I'm not joking, not like a fake artificial grape. I mean, like pungent grape, like bubblegum on the foot. I was like, this, you know, when you get like that pungent syrup smell on the Fuente on the foot. I can't stress it enough how good this cigar is. You know me, I don't bullshit. If something sucks, I'll tell you. You know, or if something. When I was talking to the guy from General, he goes, "No, I know you're truthful." He goes, "Some of our cigars you loved, but he goes, some of the blends I even made. Remember the one with Hoyo, the AJ Hoyo? I didn't love that cigar." And he goes, "I designed that one, but he goes, you didn't even like that one." But he goes, "I appreciate your honesty." And he's like, you know, it is what it is. But you know, I said, I'm so proud that your newest one is your best cigar because as a company. Generally speaking, how do you top yourself and make something better than like the M or the Royale? And they did. Like they topped it. You know what I'm saying though? Did you try the new Partagas? Okay, so what was your initial impression?
It's a beautiful cigar. But actually, I think my palate's a little shit tonight, to be honest.
That's like appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, there's something, but I think it's a really nice cigar. Beautiful wrapper, dark cigar, A lot of flavor, beautiful construction.
Was it strong?
Yeah, it's a strong cigar. Yeah,
Because it has the immediate tempo.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty strong cigar. Yeah, especially at first, I was like, "Whoa, what the fuck?"
Now, why do you think your palate's off tonight? You feeling sick, or did you have too many cigars?
I feel like some congestion. Like it's just a little bit off. I could still smell it and everything, but it's not 100%. You know.
Right.
So.
No, and see that's part of that cigar smokers. You always got to be honest. We have to factor ourselves. Even like if you feel dehydrated, sometimes I know I'm dehydrated. I'll drink 3 or 4 glasses of water first because if here in Colorado is so dry. If your palate's dry, the cigar, you need to be hydrated when you're smoking cigars. You know.
Yeah, like I feel like my retrohale is a little fucked up tonight. It's like burning a little more than usual. It's kind of strange, but I really enjoyed it. Still enjoying it. You can see the beautiful wrapper on it.
Dude, I'm gonna try that Pairings next, man.
They have them by you? They're in the store?
No, but I'm gonna be. I was gonna wait to say something, but we'll see what happens. But I'll just tell you now. When I was talking to the guy from General Ed, I've known for years, and we talked about cigars, several times, and we talked a lot through texting and comments, and we talked on the phone a few times. He literally said, he said, you know what? He's like, you know, how would you feel about us sponsoring you and sending you stuff to review in the future? And like right now, I was like, well, listen, I didn't, call you to try to beg for a free cigar. That wasn't my intent. And he goes, no, I'm not saying that at all. He goes, you really enjoy our shit. And, he goes, would you want that? I said, yeah. So he said, send me your information and I'll put you on our reviewer list and we're going to mail you a bunch of stuff. So
very nice.
That just happened a half hour ago. Now I didn't expect that. You know what I'm saying? I just called him. I literally called him to thank him how great this fucking cigar was. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he was hanging out with one of the guys that helps design the cigars too. So yeah, this was even better than the El Rey del Mundo is amazing. You know how much I love that cigar. This was even better because
I'm looking forward to it.
Dude, that's how good this cigar is. That's how good. This was a 4.9 from the first puff. From the first puff. Like it didn't stop. Like it didn't really transition. But I didn't want it to transition from the first puff. Picture like even on the finish, I was getting so much charred wood on the fin. I felt like I was just surrounded by like a great a cookout, like a great barbecue, smoked wood and charred wood. But literally the most pungent, dark fruit note. It was dark like grapes. Like it felt like you were grilling grapes on a barbecue. I mean, I have never had a profile like that, and it was beautiful amount of black pepper spice, but the charred wood and the grape note, like, and I asked him, I was like, well, did they call it the purple because all the grape note? And he's like, well, I can't say because I didn't design this particular cigar. But I said, no joke, bro. Like from the foot, it smells like grapes, and then you're smoking it like. It outdid themselves. I have never had a profile like this because most of the time a dark fruit you get like fig or something like that, To get this level of like fermented grapes with the charred wood, so it's not even like just pungently sweet but not strong. It's still a ballsy strong cigar. Like puffing's medium full, but holding the smoke was full strength. But I mean, like God, like it's a cigar that you could die with. You know what I'm saying? No, like if it was like the end of your life, like last cigar, I would be really happy with this. Like,
which one is that? What size is that? Looks like a nice size.
This is the Toro, but they come in Robusto and Toro, and the Toro is a long Toro. It's almost a Churchill. It's like 6.5 by 52 and box press.
Yeah, beautiful.
So it's a bunch of firsts. It's the first box press, first Mexican San Andreas, first Condita, Nicaraguan tobacco. But all that doesn't mean nothing if the cigar sucks. You know what I'm saying though? And he knows how critical I am when I'm reviewing, and this wasn't cheap. This one cost me $27, and it was well worth the money. I'd rather smoke this than Padrón 26. I can't stress it enough.
Wow.
I don't put out information like that lightly. You know what I'm saying though? I'm still gonna smoke Padrón 26, but if this was next to it for the same price, I'm taking this. I'm taking this. All day. I'm excited to see when you try this cigar how you feel about it, man.
Yeah, I'll look around and see if I can get some quicker.
And know what was nice about this? The shop just got it in, so they weren't moist. You know what I'm saying? No, like it literally
Yeah,
slid right out the cellophane. You know what I'm saying? No, I still took it out of the cellophane for about 5 hours to let it breathe. You know. Let's see off the initial impression off the Toro. Great draw. Right up. Oh my God. Well, wait till you see the review. Like from the first puff, I was just like, "Are you shitting me?" Like it was like it was like in its last third. Like, but you know, Padrón is right off the bat in its last third. Like you're getting full power right off the bat. Yeah, shit. The Toro is just as good as the Robusto right off the first bat. I mean, yeah. Buy a box of the Robusto or Toro. I mean, do what you want. Do what you want. It just puts you in such a great fucking mood. Shit. Like, and I'm a fan of, let's say, General, as far as some of the stuff they make, and sometimes not so much, but I like how they're making their best stuff now. Like, and
it's exciting.
He said they've been getting great yields of tobacco, really great stuff. And he says the guys they have working right now really give a shit. Like they really care. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're just putting together phenomenal stuff. I think they've taken Cohiba to the next level. Where like, where let's say I was always a fan of Cohiba, but a lot of people well, Cohiba's not going to be a Fuente or David off or Padrón. And if you're going to be a little cigar snobbish, in some ways maybe I can understand. Their new stuff, like the Royale and the M, were amazing. This is even better. Like, that's all I got to say about it. You got to buy a box. That's it. Is there any stores that will have it, you think?
I'm gonna ask Monday. I'll go to the Davidoff shop, see if they're gonna. I'll ask them. You think they think they're getting them? I have another store close to me, but
what's up, Curtis?
I don't recall them really selling anything like that because it's any Cohibas at all because it's a small shop. Right. I could always check.
Hey, shop around. You ever go to Long Island? Okay, because I know the shop Matadors would carry it, but that's in Nassau County, and like I can't remember the town, but you'd have to look it up.
Well, the shop in Brooklyn is actually owned by Matador also.
Yeah, the David. I don't see what, but he has a less limited selection compared to like the regular Matador shops. They have more selection.
Yeah.
But I would say this: so the Davidoff shop has like extreme high end stuff. You know what I'm saying? Though.
Yeah, they do.
Like you could walk there on a Tuesday and they're gonna have Royal Release. Like, you want a box? Like you'll have everything.
Yeah, they had I was looking at the Royal Release today. That the big size, gorgeous cigar, man. But
bro,
wow.
Got the Oro. Did you ever smoke the Oro?
No. That's like the $1,000. Was it $2,000 for the box or something crazy like that?
It's $600 a cigar.
That's the most expensive cigar, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I have never been so happy with Cohiba in my life. And it's actually really nice, the box pressing. The box pressing feels exactly like a Padrón. I'm impressed. I mean, I'm really fucking impressed.
Yeah, it looks like a sharp cigar for sure. Right.
Well, in a way, it's almost like there's nothing left to talk about because, like, I just finished reviewing the Robusto, and you know what I told you? If you're going to smoke two cigars, you know what's the best second cigar? The same cigar, because nothing pairs better with a cigar than the same one. It's just it keeps you in the same spirit. What kind of profile were you getting on that cigar in the parties?
It's like a dark, nutty flavor. Pretty rich cigar, I have to say. Slow burning, really nice. Pretty heavy. Pretty dark cigar.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying that. I mean,
I'm curious to see your opinion.
Yeah, the box looked really nice, man. Overall, it was just it was a great day. I mean, I had something happen today, like at work, that wasn't so great, but I handled it very well, and I'm kind of proud of myself, because my old self would have handled it differently. Um, but I just can't stress enough. There's no cigars in prison. You know what I'm saying, though?
That bad, huh?
Well, no, this guy just got stupid. I don't want to talk about too much, but he literally just pretty much stepped to me. He's like, "Oh, you want to tussle?" And I'm like, "Are you out of your fucking mind? I'm at work. You're at work. Like, there's no place for that. Like, and it's not that I'm some weak bitch, but I'm not stupid. Like, you know what I'm saying? No, like,
Yeah, fuck that.
yeah, you don't turn a poker game into a boxing match. Like, it's not the right time. Like, and I'm here just to make money and go home. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not here to figure out maybe he's got some problems. But you know what? That's not my fucking problem. I don't care about his problems. His problems don't pay my bills. But I'm not, you know what I'm
Fuck
saying?
him.
So, you could be anywhere. You could be at a store. You could be whatever. You're going to deal with someone, and it doesn't make you a weak person. It makes you a stronger person, because in the past, I've been down that road. I'll be honest. I'm not going to talk about it, but you don't want to get jammed up. It's not worth it. It's, and I'm not talking about if somebody's breaking in your house and they're going to get, then you defend yourself. That's different. But something's so stupid. You know what I'm saying? No, I literally said in my mind, I said, I'm going to go home tonight. And at that point, I didn't know they had the Cohiba. But I said, I'm going to go out tonight and I'm going to buy expensive, and I'm going to enjoy myself. I'm just going to, you know what I'm saying, though? And I can't stress it enough. What's up, Louis? Yep. It's the Cohiba Purple. This is the Riviera. This is the best production Cohiba, regular production. It is superb. It's better than Padrón 26 Maduro. It's Mexican Honduran binder, Nicaraguan, two different Nicaraguans and two different Honduran fillers, rolled in Nicaragua, first Cohiba box press. It's a world-class cigar. I already reviewed the Robusto. It's a 4.9. You're going to get pungent charred notes of wood, pungent fermented grapes, and black pepper. It's such a beautiful dark cigar, but with pungent dark fruit notes. I can't think of a better blend to have. And really, um, I don't think, minus like the El Rey del Mundo, like as far as, I don't think I fell in love with the cigar that fast. Like from the first puff, I was like, you gotta be shit. Like because because the cigar foot smelled like pungent grapes, and for it to taste like that, I mean, have you ever got dark notes like that before, like dark fig, or dark cigar?
Like cherries and figs, yeah. Definitely not grapes.
I'm gonna tell you right now, grape is the best one. It's blowing my mind, and I wonder if maybe they age it in maybe something like a sherry cask or something where you can get those dark fruit notes. You
They
know,
probably would have. They probably would have talked about it if they did that. Something special like that.
well, they didn't say anything because it's just new release. But he told me he's going to call me back and get me as much information that he could if he's like allowed to release it. If they're going to keep it proprietary, then that's it.
Yeah.
How was your week? All right? Did you kick your ass?
Yeah. Usual week. No big deal.
Yeah.
Easy week at work. I got another easy week coming up. No complaints.
And you work from home?
No. I work all over Brooklyn.
All over Brooklyn. And see, people don't realize, like, you work in New York City, if you go to Brooklyn, even going from Brooklyn to Brooklyn is not generally a fast commute, right? It can take time.
Well, my commute is easy actually. My commute is like 15 minutes in the morning,
That's not
20
bad.
minutes. But then I get in the company vehicle and I drive wherever I'm going.
Bus, are you driving or the train in the morning?
No, I have my own work van.
Oh, but even to get to work, you have a work van?
No. I take my car, I park it, take the truck, and go.
You actually have parking in Brooklyn?
I have the company I work. We have a huge garage. Yeah.
That's impressive. You know what I'm saying? Because parking in Brooklyn could be a bitch. You know.
No, they got a huge facility, and actually building a new one for us too. It's just going to be like 6 stories, all indoor parking. It's going to be real nice. Probably next year.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Hey, you know what? When stupid things happen like that, man, I'll tell you what, man. Like, you just gotta appreciate what you got, and if anything, you want to go forward in life, or at least stay the same. You never want to go backwards. And in my past, backwards a few times. You know, like less than zero. And you know what? I'm not playing stupid games like that.
Like you've always said, people want to suck you into their shitty shit life. You know, I'm going home. You go live your shit life and leave me out of it.
Yeah, you know what
Fuck
I did?
you.
I went out. I dropped $60 on some nice cigars. I bought 3 nice cigars. I smoked 2 of them tonight. I came home. My missus made me dinner, and she went out for a little early dinner herself because I said no, I got to go to the cigar shop. It's out of the way, and so I got home a little late. She wasn't even mad. She went out to the bar next door. She had a few drinks. But when I came home, she cooked dinner for me. I had dinner. I went and took a hot shower. I used high quality soaps, and then you know what I did after that? I clapped cheeks, and that's that. And here I am, having a good life. I'm having a good middle class. You know, I'm not ruining life for nobody. You know, I'm not ruining my life for. And what just happened there? Taco just dropped $10. It adds up. Do the math. Hey, appreciate it. And we got PG in the house. We haven't seen PG forever. We're gonna get PG on the show tonight. I haven't seen PG's face in a long time. And you see PG on the show, right?
I'm not sure which one. I have trouble remembering the guys I've only seen like once. Yeah, I can't remember.
The guy he was cooking rice. He was cooking eggs in the pan. He was
No,
he has the cigars under the couch.
I didn't. I missed that guy. I didn't see that. No.
Oh, okay, well you'll see him tonight, man. PG's a great guy. We got a lot of great guys on the show. So I appreciate everyone here, and you know it's a stupid place, but it's
Very stupid.
It's very stupid. You know,
I bought the Hemingway also today, but this is the sun grown that you said you like the least. But I haven't smoked a Hemingway in a while, so
no,
I'd like to go back.
It's still a great cigar, but let me explain what I meant by that. I've only smoked it one time in signature or work of art, and here was the problem. I was with my missus, and we were at a concert, and we got there earlier. We're tailgating, you know, just chilling out, having a few beers. But like smoking a cigar next to your girlfriend or your wife, not you know what I'm saying? Smoke is getting in my face, or oh, is it done yet? I want to go in, and so it's just, you know. And honestly, I think it ruined the experience. So I want to try it again because it was my least favorite. It was still good, but I liked the Maduro version best, then the Cameroon and the Sun Grown. But I think I need to give the Cameroon a real review. I'm sorry, the Sun Grown Hemingway review because I just can't stress it enough. Like last month, I went to a casino, and after the casino, I said, "I'll smoke my dog. It's a little Corona." And like 10 minutes into it, she's like, "Are you done yet?" It ruined the cigar. It ruined the cigar. It literally, the cigar tasted like shit because of her. You know what I'm saying? No, like, you don't want to hear, "Are you done yet?" when you're smoking a cigar, right? Am I right or wrong?
Oh, fuck that. Yeah. You need just to be left alone, you know.
And so, what
You
I've
can't rush.
really learned in life, I'm not going to smoke cigars around my girlfriend. Like, if we're doing something, that's fine. We'll do something, and I'll smoke a cigar later. You know, or I won't smoke it at all. Like if you don't have the good time to smoke a cigar, don't rush it. You know, and that was my fault because you know, see, men are different. They'd be like, "Oh, you smoking Don Carlos? Cool. You know, enjoy that shit." You know, where she didn't respect Don Carlos. She didn't care. you know. Well, but she's pretty. It is what it is. I always tell her that. I say, "You're lucky you're pretty." That's what I say.
Still good down to the little bit here left. Still tasty.
I'm telling you, man. General's been on fire. I'm looking forward to that new Partagas. And actually, I just got cigars today from Joshua. Joshua sent me. What's up, big firm? Joshua sent me the Partagas Black Robusto, and he sent me 2 Hemingway short stories. That was really generous of him. He just ordered them on Fox Cigars and had them shipped to me, and that guy's been on fire, man. I don't ask for nothing, but he's just really just been dumping cigars like every week on me, and I really appreciate it. I mean,
Yeah.
the lounge has been really great. I mean, I put a lot of work into this and I try to make it an open cigar lounge. That's what it is, and the guy that I bought the cigar from today, he's gonna watch the video, and he's like, "Well, how am I gonna find it?" I go, "Well, there's no review of the Cohiba Purple. I'm gonna be the first one, so
Yeah.
you're gonna find it." And that was Edward's cigar. If you're in the southern Denver area, what a great line! It was so cool because there was guys hanging out inside and outside. They set up like a tent, and guys were just smoking outside in the tent. Like outside the picture, it's like a little city street, and just hanging out. That's all men want to do is just relax. Some guys, they sell scratch offs. It's a crazy story. He told me this guy came in and he told him he wanted $15,000 in scratch offs of $50 tickets. The $50 tickets come in books of 1,500. So it's like, there's 50, 30, $50 tickets, right? Per book, right? So $1,500 a book. He bought 10 fucking books.
The fuck, man.
Well, what I think it is you get some older guys. Let's say they pull their money together and they play all at once. That's smart. If you have 15 guys and you play $1,000 each, you're gonna make more than $1,000 because those $50 tickets out here, 1 in 20 is guaranteed of a $500 winner. In a $1,500 book, losing book, you're gonna get $800 in the book, right? That's if it's you. So worst case, you're losing a couple hundred per book if they're all losing books. But if you winning books and you get a 10,000 or 5,000 easy, those $50 tickets, there's big winners out here, and so better odds than New York. And so when the guy came back in, he goes, "Did you hit big?" And he said, "I can't talk about it because it was with the group." And he's like, "Whatever it is, they're keeping that shit private." So they must have hit something, man.
That's a fucking interesting strategy, huh? Wow.
Guys in New York do it. They buy they only in New York they had like $20 tickets, right? So they buy the book was like I think $600 because I think it was how many 50 or 60 in a book of 20. Oh, so what would that be? 5 would be 100 and 60. I don't know, whatever it is. Maybe it's $1,000 for a book. Guys would buy a whole book and they would scratch all together, and they split the winnings. It's pretty smart. You're guaranteed not to lose all your money. You're gonna get at least 60% back. Because I talked to people from a lot,
right.
and they said if it's a losing book, it's 60% payout of the whole book, and they spread out the winners. But at least you bought the whole book. But if it's a break-even book or a winning book, there's a very good chance of that. And then whatever, it's better than buying one at a time and you lost.
That's a lot of scratching.
Well, somebody's got to win, and dude, that's massive. So that's what 150. Yeah, they bought. There's 30. That's 300 tickets at 50. Fuck. Those guys were going hard. Josh here. Josh says he'd rather tip on the Fox than YouTube. Joshua, you outdid yourself, bro. I got the Partagas in today, and I'm going to review that on a separate review. And the Hemingway, he sent me the short stories. I'm going tomorrow. My cousin's in town, in a nice town called Colorado Springs. I'm going to smoke the short story. So I'm excited about it. Yeah. Bro, this cigar is so pungent, man. So here's the question: if the El Rey del Mundo was the Christmas cigar, what is this cigar? Because if so sweet, if it's charred wood and fermented grapes, what would you call this cigar?
That's a tough one.
I wouldn't. Maybe I don't know. What holiday would you compare this to? I don't know. Well, here's the crazy thing too. I was talking to Gio about this. Oh, no, PG. What is today? Happy Cinco de Mayo, right? And this is Cohiba's.
And it's a Mexican cigar, yeah.
This is the Cohiba's first Mexican San Andreas cigar. So the timing of that is, yeah, yeah, dude, it's phenomenal. It, and
Soft, gentle flame.
what are you smoking now?
This is a little Cuban Romeo.
Oh, you sent me that one. That was fantastic. Richie,
Yeah,
is
you
that
know,
the box?
I only like Cuban cigars, you know.
Did you see what he said? He got a coupon code for $80. So he says the box is only $3.29. He's got a coupon code for $80, $2.40 for a box of 20. What are you getting that cigar for? You
It's
get
a
that
lot of money off.
$12 a stick, dude. Buy that. Buy that. Buy it. My opinion, go for Robusto, but the Toro's just as good. And, if you want, I think I would go for it. That's my opinion. Yeah. How do you get an $80 coupon?
That's a ton of money off.
Yeah, but is that a coupon code? Or is that for everyone, like a generic code, or is that like do you have to earn points? Curtis says he prefers the Hemingway all Fuentes. Well, pound for pound, the Hemingways are great. You know what I'm saying though? Like I'll put it this way: like if you're getting Hemingways for 10, $13, and you love it, and you might love the Opus too, but the Opus is $30. Well, then you could say I'll buy the Hemingway and save my money. I do that too. You're not gonna have a bad time with Hemingway. I mean, dude, you love cigars, and I'm sure you smoked a lot of Hemingway. Hemingways are great, man. I love
Yeah.
Hemingway. You know?
When I first started smoking, I smoked a shitload of short stories, you know, when I first started smoking, because it was small cigars, not too crazy, you know. I worked my way up when I first
Right.
started, so
And that's for strength. You worked your way up. But now you're an expert. You've been an expert for a long time. When you go back to the Hemingway, though, it's still a beautiful cigar, though.
you can't miss with it. You can't miss with it. Yeah.
It,
I think I like the Don Carlos better, though. To be honest,
yeah. What's that?
I think I like Don Carlos better.
Interesting. I love them both. It depends on my mood, I guess. It depends on my mood. I love Don Carlos too. I'll say this though. I'm not crazy about the bigger Don Carlos. I like small Don. How about you? Like I don't like. Did you try like the bigger, fatter Don Carlos? In my opinion, they get a little too weak.
I forgot which one I just recently had. I think it was like Toro size.
I can't remember the big O sizes. I mean, did you still like it in the Toro?
Yeah, I loved it.
Okay.
I like bigger. I usually smoke bigger cigars because I like to try to get 2 hours out of it because that's usually how much time I'm out smoking for. I don't really like to light. Usually, I don't like to light up multiple cigars. I'd rather just smoke one longer lasting cigar.
Okay, I just screenshotted it. He said the code right now is for $80 off. Is DIGDIP 253. Dig Dip 253. Bro, that is an insane $80 off. You can go buy a $150 box and get it for $80. That's cheap.
Yeah, that's it.
Bro, at that price, man, you don't have to wait for the company talking about. What company was that again? He said? JR Cigar. Dude, that's a better price, man. 240. Oh, yeah, correction. Yeah. It's 320 and he's getting $80 off for 240. Because what was your price? What, do you remember?
On what?
What was the price for the box of the Cohiba on your website?
The 10 count was like 220.
Well,
For
that's
the six,
20 count.
there was a 25 count box that I saw. I don't. It was like I think it was close to $400.
Yeah, dude.
The 25 Robustos.
Yeah, he had the same box for $240 with the discount. $80 off.
Maybe it was $350 then.
I don't know what I've been seeing those boxes for like $350 to $360.
Yeah.
You know, it depends on the place. You know, that's a good price, man. Shit, $80 off. Here's what it is. Yeah, man. Yeah, I can tell you right now, I love this in Toro, but I think I would go for a Robusto for buying a box because you know with Toros, I think you have a little more of a buildup. You know, because this is a very long. Right now, this is still bigger than the Robusto as far as length. You know what I'm saying though? So Robusto, you know, you get right into it. That's my opinion. You know, the shorter size. But if you want more time to hang out with it to feel it build up, because the Robusto I think felt stronger off the bat, um, even though this was still pretty strong. But also I think my palate, when you smoke two cigars back to back, it's hard to judge. Do you agree on that? Like even with the same cigar, like you can't. Once you smoke a cigar and you go to a second one, your palate's not clean. You know, even with the same cigar, it's almost like one cigar overlaps the other.
Yeah, that's a big reason why I don't like. I'd rather smoke just one longer cigar than smoke two, because it's just not. It's never going to be. It's just the experience isn't as good as on the second back-to-back cigars. I don't think,
Yeah.
for the most part.
Yeah, but when I reviewed the cigar though, I wanted to review the smaller one, the Robusto. That's just for me. If I can review the same cigar, I always want to go the smaller one first for the initial review, because generally the smaller one's going to be more intense, and I want to feel it at its higher, I guess, strength. You know what I'm saying though? And then from there, go from there. You know.
Yeah.
But that's just my preference. He ordered a box. I can't stress enough. You're not going to be sad. Hopefully, you get it by Monday. How fast do you get your cigars?
From Neptune, they ship real fast. It's just like 3 or 4 days. They're really good, I have to say.
Well, most of the cigars get shipped from Pennsylvania, right?
They're in Little Havana in Florida.
Oh,
That
okay.
shop. Yeah.
All right. And they still have fast shipping.
But they're really on top of it. They're really good. I haven't always used them, but I don't know how I came across it. But yeah, I really like using them. And all the cigars they're beautiful.
Yeah.
You know.
That's not bad at all, man. 268 with shipping. So let's just say 270. So what do you get? If there was 10 cigars, he paid 27. If there's, I know you were 25, but I'm pretty sure it was 20 count boxes, brother. I could be wrong on that.
The Robusto, I think, is the one that's the 25 count.
I just can't confirm that. You know, I'm not sure. I'm just trying to gauge the price. Then you know, maybe you're right. I could be wrong on that. You know,
I'm like 99%.
Yeah, he paid 13.
Sure.
Oh, you stole it. You stole it at that price.
Oh, it's 20, huh?
Dude, he stole it. Dude, you talking about 13? Holy shit, that was a great price. Fuck, that was a great price. I'm happy for you. You're gonna like it even better at that price. Shit. Well, get ready for hardwood and fermented grapes. Honestly, this probably be a good cigar to pair with wine. Did you ever drink wine with a cigar?
I've drank everything with a cigar, yeah.
But I think this one will be good with the. What would be a good dark, sweet wine? What's a good one?
I like Nebbiolo. Have you ever heard of that? It's Italian wine. Really nice. But maybe like a Cabernet or a Pinot.
Yeah, I can't wait for him to try that, man. No, dude, I want to drink wine with this cigar. We're gonna call this the wine cigar. He said Duckhorn. I never tried
Yeah,
that.
Duckhorn. That's a very nice, bottle of wine.
Yeah, I never tried that.
Yeah, it's a little pricey, but not too bad.
Yeah, yeah, man. You got plans for the weekend? Just chilling out?
Yeah, we're gonna take the kids somewhere. My wife always has something cooked up, so we'll see. We got stuck in the house last weekend. It was freaking rain like crazy, so
Yeah.
we'll be out all weekend.
How's the weather?
It was nice today. It's like almost 60 degrees in the day. Probably like 50 something right now. Not too bad.
That's warm over here. Um, it's probably like high 60s right now, but we had almost 80 today. It was nice. Nice. But here it's drier. So when it's like even 60 here, it's dry. It would feel like 70 in New York or more. You know what I'm saying? Because, the dampness in New York, when it gets to 50, it starts feeling a little cool. It's so dry here, man. Like you could be outside in the wintertime. If it's sunny out, you could be in a t-shirt. It's such a weird experience, Colorado. You could be 25 degrees, but if it's sunny outside, you could be in a t-shirt. I've never felt anything like such a weird place. You know, it's a weird place. Wow, phenomenal, phenomenal. And how's that Romeo doing?
Really nice. Really typical little Romeo Cuban. Burning nice.
Yeah, those were great. Yeah,
Price went up on these too, man. It's fucking. This used to be a cigar you can get for under $10, and they were always on sale. Always on sale. Now I checked. It's up to $15, $16 a cigar. I mean, get the fuck out of here. It's ridiculous.
yeah, you could buy El Rodomundo for two of
Yeah.
them, and that's a big cigar. What's up, Verdi? I haven't seen Senor Verdi in a long time. How you doing, sir? I met Senor Verdi here in Colorado at a gun store, and his family was actually from Long Island, and well, his family,
That's funny.
he married someone from Long Island, but he was a cool guy. We just met at the gun store, and then we talked about cigars and just a cool guy, cool guy. Yeah, man. But I'll tell you what, I'm gonna try to get PG on next. I want to try to get on three guys tonight, and that sounds a little 451. I want to get three guys, but
It is what it is.
it is what. Hey, it's a stupid place. You know what I'm saying? Though.
It's stupid.
It was what it was. Listen, don't get your hopes up. I already clapped cheeks. All right, and all I can say is what I learned today. I literally use what I applied. Um, Smoke your best shit. There's no cigars in prison. When anything stupid happens, just go. I'm gonna go buy a nice cigar. I don't care about this. Like you got to zoom out. You know what I'm saying? No, and it has to be instantaneous. If you're dealing with someone who's acting like an asshole, you don't have to. You don't have to deal with it. You don't have to. It's picture someone covered in shit. Don't give him a hug. Don't shake his hand. Okay, okay, whatever. Like, and that doesn't make you a weak person. You know what I'm saying? If it's something,
Especially,
what's that?
something happens and you put the guy through the fucking wall. Now you're the bad guy. Oh, what did you do? Oh, and then he's the victim. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, no, I'm not getting involved. Yeah, no, and it's not like Richie's a
Okay.
small guy. You know, I'm a large stature guy. I mean, but guess what? It doesn't matter when it comes to the law, big or small. You get jammed up, you go to the same place. So dude. I'm not getting involved. Anything stupid? No. I want to go home. I want to smoke cigars. I want cheeks. Whatever. That's it. I'm not getting involved. You know, and you got to remember how valuable you are. You know what I'm saying? Though we all and to your family, right? Like if you got jammed up, what good are you going to be to your kids? If you're
Not happening. Not happening.
nothing.
Not happening.
You don't want the stinky clinky in Rikers Island. You don't want nothing.
Fucking walk around with soap on a rope. Nope.
Rikers Island's no joke. People, I met guys that went to Rikers. They're like, you don't want to go there. It's bad. It's
Nope.
a bad. That's a stupid place. Imagine you get in there, you go to the commissary, you're like, okay, so where's the Cohibas in Monte Cristo? What? If you don't got cigars? I thought
I'm
we
gonna
had.
fall right. I'm gonna fall right in with the skinheads.
What? You shave your head every week or every month?
Pretty much like every week or so. Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't shaved my head in probably 10 years. Long time. Long time.
I've been shaving my head since high school. Actually, I wasn't lucky enough to have a flowing mane like you. So.
It's a gift. I'm not trying to rub it into anyone. I'm 40 years old. I just got lucky. That's it. And my family, my father, he started losing his hair, I think, in his late 40s. My brother, his hair's been receding. But my brother, see, I got the hair, beautiful hair, and I got that strong stature. But my brother, God bless him, you know what he got as a gift? My brother has an eternal six pack. He's 38 years old. My brother still has a six pack. He can eat cheeseburgers. He can eat McDonald's. And if he took his shirt off, it would look like he didn't eat carbs in 30 years. I think that's serious. And he's like more like, I say like a medium to almost large frame guy. He's still a pretty big guy. He's taller than me, but he's not like a bull like me. He's never want to fight against me. I'm stronger. And he always tries to test me. But every time I see him, he's like, "Oh, I hate your hair. I'm so jealous." And I said, "Come on." I said, "You got how many guys in the late 30s that have a six pack still?" I said, "You should be happy." He's like, "No, I wish I had your hair." I'm like, "Let's be happy with what you got." You know what I'm saying? No, like, I mean, a lot of guys at 38 would still love to have a six pack.
Yeah. Well, I've had a lot of girls over the years, and a lot of them love to rub the shaved head. Believe it or not.
No, I agree with you on that. I told him just accept it and shave it off. Like if you're starting to go bald, just accept it. Just go. They call it go Bruce Willis. Because the Bruce Willis look. Like it's just confidence. Whatever you have, you know what I'm saying though. Just whatever it is, be a confident version of yourself. If you're like, oh, I don't like this about, like, look at me, white guy with the red face. It's not normal. Like my face is very red, that's why I just confront. Yeah, I'm a white guy with a red face. What do you want to do about it? That's what I am. My brother, he has the classic Italian dark skin, dark hair. Me, I didn't get that. You know, I got this, but I got what I got.
It works for you, right?
Yeah. He's talking
I always
about
tell people,
what's that?
oh, the new Partagas.
He smoked a new Partagas. What would you give that 0 to 5?
I'd give it a 4.
So is 4 good for you or no?
Yeah,
Oh,
I would definitely smoke it again. I'm actually interested to smoke it again. I'll probably wait like a week or so, smoke another one. And I'm a Cuban Partagas snob, by the way, so
that's high praise.
that says a lot. Yeah.
That's interesting. Wow. Bro, I want to thank you so much for coming on, man. And I hope you still hang out in the chat and smoke your best shit. God bless your family, man. I hope you have a good time with your family tomorrow. And enjoy your weekend. And hope you're going to have some good Italian food. You make Italian food?
Oh man, you got to look at my Instagram. Holy shit, you got to see what that looks like.
You make a
You
good
should check it out. I make pizzas from scratch, gnocchi, all kinds of. I went to restaurant school. I was a cook, a chef for a while, so I make a ton of crazy shit. Really, really good.
That sounds.
Last week I made my wife. We were stuck in the house. It rained. I made a chicken soup she wanted. I made lentils and spinach, and I made a crazy beef stew. So yeah. But actually, I've been. What's
He
that?
wants to be the band of the Partagas.
Oh. So this is actually the top part of the band. It's here. It's a brown gold. And then there's another little right under that band.
And what
a little band right under it.
I can't see it. What is it? The bronze?
Yeah, de bronze, like
Bronze.
Bronce. Titan de bronze.
Titan. Cause it's rolled. It's rolled in Miami at the Titan factory, right?
Yeah. That's the first party gets rolled in the U.S.
I tell you, man. I tell you, General's on fire right now. And you know what the guy told me? The guy that the guy that runs General. So I told you. He said he made me an official General cigar. He put me on the list to be official General cigar reviewers and mail, all their stuff when it comes out. They're gonna mail it to me. But he said, if you're excited now, he says this year, like the next year, what's coming out, he goes, it's gonna be fucking crazy. He said in the next year, 12 months, he goes, the cigar's coming out. He goes, you're not. So I'm really excited for him to say. I think this year, because you think about you have the summertime and then release the new stuff, generally like the late summer, early fall, and then Christmas. Like so, if for him to say that, he's like, wait till you see the new stuff we got coming out. I'm really excited, bro. I'm really excited to see, what new shit they're making, man. I think General's
nice.
New leaf.
Yeah, as they're bumping up to a lot more premium cigars, it's nice that they live up to the price tag,
Yeah, no, dude, it's. Well, I can't wait for you to try this purple. That dude, so far the JR price, that's the best price. You're talking about a box of Robustos for with the discount code. Go back and look at the comment section. The discount code for JR, $80 off. So that is an insane deal. $80 off. Who does that? Who gives you $80 off?
That's a shitload of money. Usually you get that if you're like a member or some shit like that,
Dude, use it. Use that shit, man. Because at that point, you're getting the Cohiba purple for $13.
I'll go back and screenshot it when I get off and check it out for sure.
I got it. I'll text it to you later, brother.
Cool. Thank you.
Text. All right, bro. I'm gonna get on. Try to get PG on if PG's still here, and mix it up, or if not, Firm and everyone else. And
I'll keep an eye out for Gail.
You want to say any last things to the lounge?
Just have a great night, guys. Have a great weekend. Thanks for having me on. It's always a pleasure.
And then on a scale of 0 to 5, how stupid is this place?
6.
All right, man. God bless you, bro.
Bye, guys.
All right, peace out, bro. All right, let's see. We're gonna get PG on. We haven't seen PG in a while. I hope PG's still here. What's up, Uncle Anthony? We're smoking the all-new, brand friggin' new Cohiba Purple. It's called Cohiba Riviera, but it's a regular release. It's the purple, and the purple is their best regular release to date. I can't stress it enough. Bro, this cigar is so. Bro, this cigar is so good. So good, bro. Bro, I can't stress it enough. Like the first puff, get Robusto. This is great for Toro too. But I'm saying, but the Robusto, I think, gets to it right away. You know what I'm saying? Though, if you want the more time and the slower buildup, then do what you want to do. But that's my opinion. But literally one of the best charred notes. I mean, and not just charred like on the like when you puff, but even when you let go of the smoke, the charred wood notes stayed on the tongue and the lips, and that was fantastic. But then it had so much sweet fermented grape notes, like sweet dark grape notes. Bro, I've never got that like that, like almost like charred grapes on a great barbecue. Like that's insane. That blend
sounds amazing.
And then with tons of black pepper. So like the footnote, when you smell a Fuente, you get that syrupy smell on the higher end Fuentes on the foot, like Don Carlos or the Hemingways. The foot smelled like like a bubblicious grape chewing gum. It smelled like that. And so when I smelled it, I was like, no way it's gonna taste like grape. I just thought it was just smelled like that. And then I lit it up, and I was like, you gotta be shitting me. Like,
dude,
literally, when
you called me like you couldn't believe it. You called me like PG. It smells like.
Bro, dude, from the first puff, I get you'll see in the review. I gave it 4.9 from the first puff. I was just like, there you go. It's just like that's it. That's it. It's just
smokiness with the deep berry note and obviously the grape. Phenomenal.
yeah.
So that might be one to pair or not. I don't know.
With a nice Chianti or something like that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude.
Give me 1 second. Oh, good.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I'm on the right Wi-Fi.
Okay, you got it.
10 seconds.
First, cigar's fantastic. Robusto guys first, and then go you. But here's the thing too, though. Oh, we lose a connection. What's going on there?
I can't get to the.
But when I talked to the guy Ed from General, I was telling him I really wanted to review in the Gordo because the Gordo is not only box press. The bottom of it, the bottom is a perfecto like a Hemingway, and then the top of it is a torpedo. So it's kind of like the mixture of a Hemingway and then a Don Carlos, like a shark cigar. And I said, bro, I said nobody had that cigar, and he said, no, I'll make sure we'll get some to you. So I mean, I'm gonna review that in that size. Like that's gonna be.
Right.
I'm really excited about the torpedo shape, how that's gonna affect the cigar. You know.
I called it out in the dome. I think this 6x60 Perfecto is an underrated size. I think it's actually a really good size. I haven't smoked any Gordos that I thought. I mean, every Gordo I've smoked is just, and I'm sure there's some good ones, but for me, everything's watered down. It's almost like a hint of the cigar that you're trying to smoke, you know. And I really like a Petite Corona or a Corona.
Yeah.
Shout out to Firm, the god of the small cigar. I mean, you also like small cigars, but that dude will smoke a real small cigar. But yeah, no, I think specifically if you have a double perfecto or perfecto, I don't know what it's called, but in the 6x60 and with the box press, I'm really excited for that stick. And it might be good with one.
In the hand, is going to feel smaller. A 6x60 box press will feel like a 54, and then when you have a torpedo in the mouth, it's going to feel like maybe a 48. You know what I'm saying? No, so that's like maybe the best of both worlds. So you're going to get tons of capacity with the Gordo, but in the hand I don't like the way Gordo feels in the hand. So the box pressing will make it feel shorter, and then when you go to torpedo, like all across the board, like that's going to be. It's like, I know what I told them. I said it's like you guys are finally making cigars like what the people want. Like you're really, and he's like he agrees. He said the people they have right now with General are really guys really trying to make really high craftsmanship cigars, and they're blowing my mind. The Series M blew my mind. The Royale blew my mind. The new stuff coming out is there's no fluff. You know, there's no fluff. You know, and it's just exciting. I said it's really hard to make your best cigar if you already have great cigars. Like the Red Dot's great, the Black is great, and the M was their best cigar. Minus the Spectre was their best cigar, but you're talking about $100+ cigars, so it's like you can't really compare it to the regular releases.
Right.
That was just like, hey, no holds bars. Make your most expensive thing possible, and those cigars are amazing, but most people are not going to be able to afford that, you know, or find it. You're not even going to be able to find a Spectre, you know. But that being said, to continually make better cigars is impressive because the Series M, I just reviewed that last week. I love that cigar. That's Opus level. And then for this to be better than the M, it's like, bro, you guys are on fire. Like it's, you know, I mean, look at that new Caldwell. Caldwell's a serious brand. And I tried the new Queen. I didn't like it at all. It was a piece of shit.
There's an interview with Caldwell where he says he doesn't know how to blend cigars, and he just does it iteratively. I mean, like, it's weird because I don't mean to talk shit on the guy, and he says it himself, but and he even says they're like incredible master blenders. I just feel like even looking at it from like a business perspective, like why wouldn't you want to have the person who's the absolute best blender, you know, absolute best grower, etc. So I just feel like I always have felt
like a team, like over at General, they have a team of guys,
right,
like, tons of experience. So it's like, you know, when you're a corporation, unfortunately, let's say in the past, sometimes you just try to make profit, and I get that. So you throw something together, these idiots will buy. It's almost like Budweiser. Like, yeah, whatever we make, you'll buy it. But I think I'm glad, like companies like Altatus, we've seen even Monte Cristo make better stuff. Like the 1935 is a serious cigar. Have you had the 1935 Monte
I
Cristo?
haven't I haven't had that yet. No.
That's a serious dark strong cigar. You need to try that and the Royale, and tell me which one you like better. Those are both. Those are the strongest, darkest cigars they ever made. Um, but
I
this,
haven't. The darkest cigar I've ever liked was the Cofradia and the Casa Cuba, which are about the same level of darkness. I say the Cofradia is maybe like 70. Casa
oh,
Cuba is like 65
it,
for me.
darker than that. So I mean, yeah, I'm not sure.
Any darker than that, yeah, it's not for. Maybe the 601 Maduro. I wouldn't even consider that dark though. You know what I mean?
Oh, to
Like
me,
it's
dark cigar, but it's not like blackout darkness. It's not.
yeah, yeah. It's still beautiful.
Yeah.
Any
Well,
any darker than that, yeah. Go ahead.
has plenty of sweet chocolate notes, so it doesn't feel so. Most people, when they say dark cigar, it's like scary. Just pitch black dirt and pitch black like black pepper spice and pitch black like the darkest espresso note and almost like unsweetened chocolate. Where it's just like too much.
Hmm. Hmm.
What they call that cacao. What I'm saying like
Yeah,
so.
it's like 99% cacao.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This. So it's yeah. He said, Richie, how does it feel in the hand? Heavy, light? I'd say it feels average as far as in the hand. Like it doesn't feel light for its size, but it doesn't feel heavy for its size. Some cigars you don't feel heavy for its size. Where you're like, holy shit, that's really heavy cigar. Like as far as the weight. But I mean, dude, look at the construction on that, and that's of course.
Gorgeous. And the before you lit it too, they looked really fantastic. Like really, really nice.
Well,
It's a beautiful stick.
I'm telling you right now, I like this better than the 26 Maduro. And you know how much I love that cigar. I love that cigar. And that's what I told him. I said, honestly, bro, this is a Padrón killer. I was like, you literally made a great box press, a Mexican San Andreas wrapper um, that's more pungent, more sweet, more unique. And
Hmm.
it's like they took this kind of category to the next level. And I'm just so impressed with it. There's nothing bad I could say about it, even at the full lounge price. It is what it is. But that was the price I had to pay to find out. But now, I might, I
Yeah,
might,
shop around.
I might try that box code. For $80 off on JR. That's insane.
Yeah,
You know.
I'm really stoked because I've said before, like I don't really like broadleaf, right? For instance, but I think Sumatra and broadleaf, which is something that Vilzon was using and Cifuentes was using, and they use for the Cofradia. I think that's a genius blend, and because you're pairing them next to each other, something special happens. Now, I don't know what they did with this cigar, but for me, Mexican San Andreas most of the time is. I think the Sin Compromiso is really good because I had that one good one. You said there's consistency issues, but other than that, I haven't had a lot of San Andreas that's really impressed me.
A lot of men
Yeah.
said they're hit or miss. Sometimes they're really great, and here's the thing too. Sometimes they're really strong, and sometimes they're not strong at all. It's weird about that. And
Yeah.
obviously, priming issue. Like for example, what's one of the darkest Mexican San Andreas you could get? This is gonna blow your mind. I think it's a Placencia. It's the Romeo. It's called Romeo San Andreas. Have you ever had that?
I never even heard of that. I don't think, and
It
I
was,
know
and I'll tell you why it wasn't that popular. It's still available. It wasn't that popular because I remember lighting it. I'm like, yo, this is the darkest, strongest Romeo I ever had. What the fuck were they thinking? I mean, it was impressively strong and not just dark. I was like, this shit is too strong. Like, I couldn't believe it. I was like, and sure enough, it didn't sell because people try one. They're like, what the fuck? Because most guys smoke a Romeo like medium strength cigars.
right.
So this was out of their cat. So these companies have tried stuff, but just because it doesn't always mean their regular guys are gonna. And then the guys that don't smoke Romeo because it's not strong enough are never normally gonna go to them and go, "Well, make
Right,
us."
right,
So they've already made up their mind. You know what I'm saying? Though. So,
right.
um, but yeah, if you
They're
ever
gonna
see it sale, I would say check it out and
it's
do
worth
that.
a shot. I wanna smoke the LFD Cabinet Maduro first. I feel like that's a really dark,
That's a great.
heavy. I remember smoking that one. Yeah.
And then that one doesn't have a band. I don't think.
Hmm. Hmm. Anyway, what I was saying was I don't know what they did with this blend, but often with the San Andreas, I feel like it's just too barbecue pit for me. It's a little one-dimensional campfire, and I feel like with the Rocky 60, he pushed it toward like chocolate ice cream and like caramel and stuff and Middle Eastern spice that didn't work for me. But I think actually pulling it together with the grape, I didn't know you could do that. But that's brilliant because it's just like a smoky wine. It's fantastic.
Yeah,
Very
I don't.
smart.
And he couldn't give me an answer because he didn't design the cigar as
Yeah.
far as what they fermented it in. It was it aged in cask of sherry or wine? I don't know. But all I can tell you is it's the whole blend though, because I don't think if they just aged it in like let's say a sherry cask or something like that, it would still be that pungent. Whenever you barrel age a cigar, it adds something to it, but it's
Hmm.
just that pungent, because like this, the tobacco is still going to be more pungent than an infusion of a barrel. Um,
Right.
um,
It's
but
sort of an extra note, I feel like, when that
yeah,
happens. Do you know what I mean? It's
yeah,
not a core.
it's on the ice cream, but it's the ice cream still the same. Um, uh, Whatever they did with this, and because here's the thing, this is the first, because there's regular release and there's limited edition. This is the first regular release in 3 years for Cohiba. So it's not like Rocky every day. We got a new blend. We got a new blend. Let's see if it
Right.
sticks. Like they really thought about shit for 3 years to get a new regular release. And he says this is full production. He goes, you're gonna be able to get this whenever you want, and until basically until they go out of business, they're gonna be making this cigar, you know. And
I'm stoked. I'm really curious about between the Robusto and the Gordo. You know what I mean? The 52 gauges versus the Perfecto Gordo. In my experience with the Perfecto Gordo, sometimes you get this big sweet complexity to it because it's like opening up and then closing down and all that stuff. At least that's what I attribute it to.
charred wood might go down, and the sweetness
Mm,
might go up with the Gordo
mm,
with the torpedo. So I'll be excited to try that. I really will. And know what I brought up to him? I was like, know what you don't have that other people have? I was like, how come you don't do 5 packs of Cohiba? And he's like, well, we have some 5 packs, but they're all the same. I said, stop that. I said, put them all together. I was like, that way you get new people to try. Put the
right,
white, black, the red, the Nicaragua, the blue, and now the purple. Put them all together in a 5 pack. I said, because in the summertime, guys like 5 packs. They're going on camping or they're going
right,
hunting, whatever. They're going, whatever. They're going to the beach. They want, and because 5 packs also is generally a better value. And because remember, it's not you don't have to buy a box. It's not, you don't have to worry
right,
about. You don't have to factor in the price of the container, which is the boxes on the Cohibas are nice. So obviously, even if it costs $10 or $20 a box, and then it adds shipping because it adds more weight. So when you ship, when you to a store, which is a bunch of 5 packs and cardboard, all it is plastic. It's much lighter. So it's lower pricing.
yeah.
Um,
I think doing it also. I've seen those humidified bags. I think that could go. You know what I mean? We'll do a 5 pack with a humidified bag. That could be a good product.
yeah, well, dude, the guy at the store said he goes, we sell more 5 packs than anything because most guys are not seasoned smokers, so they just come in and go, "Oh, give me a 5 pack or whatever," because at least they get variety and they get 5 different sticks. It says JR Series M 299 25 military. Dude, he said he got how much off? 25 military, 74. Holy shit! I gotta screen that shit too. Holy shit! He got $100 off a box. Yo, that is nuts. $100 off a box. Holy shit! I'm taking my glasses off for that. $100 off a box. Yo, Dream Life is just drop. Is this guy for real? He's just drop. Dude, look at the ash on that, man. I want to drop the ash. If it falls on me, I'm taking the risk. I'm pulling the Jimmy off. Oh my god. You're not
That
smoking?
fucking thing looks good.
What's that?
I said that fucking thing looks good, man.
Dude, I can't stress it enough how good the quality on this thing, the aromatics. I know it's probably boring for people to watch this right now because I'm just saying, most of the time when I'm angry, like I have more funny things to say. But like I have nothing bad to say about it. Like if I was a judge, I would be like, this guy's not guilty. Next case. I don't even want to hear. Why is this man here? Free this man, bailiff. Take off his cuffs.
I love it, dude. Cigars of the mood. I love it. I used to love the videos. I would get so excited. It was like playing the lotto or something, and occasionally you'd be like, "Whoa," You know what I mean? Right off the, you know what I mean? And it's godlike, and then you just flip it out. And those were the most fun videos to me. Those were like the prizes that were interspersed in all the regular cigars. So
Most
I'm
of
stoked.
the tough stuff is like in the middle, like, okay, if you like this, you like that, or
Yeah.
I get this kind of feel out of it. It's good for the price. Or once in a while you get the bad ones, but it's very rare to get cigars at that level. I paid $27 for the Toro, so I paid full price, and that was at a lounge. So my regular guy says he's getting them in. He said he ordered them. The guy from the regular shop, and so when those get in, I'll get them at a lower price. So I'm guessing probably he's normally a lot cheaper, so maybe $20, 21. So that would be even better.
I wonder. I'm also curious with the Gordo if it'll like open up like a wine opens up if you leave it out for a little bit. Sometimes it can be kind of intense right off the bat, right?
Yeah. Well,
You
remember,
might get that extra complexity.
it's not a true Gordo. Besides box pressing, if you look at the
Mhm.
foot, it's a perfecto, so it's smaller in
Right,
the.
right.
Did I get that picture right? Did it look like that?
Oh
Like,
no, absolutely, it's a perfecto. No,
yeah.
listen, D, we wouldn't be talking about the Gordo if it was just a regular Gordo, right? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think anybody on the channel likes Gordos. I mean,
No,
I don't want to
well,
speak for everybody.
but in this case, all right, I'm going to do an ash test. How do you feel? I think it's just going to drop.
It's gonna drop. It's gonna drop for sure.
Well, I'm going to drop it eventually, but let's see.
Okay, see how it does. If this doesn't drop, I'm gonna be amazed.
It didn't
Wow,
drop. That is,
wow.
that is, hey, Cohiba, you're on your game, man. That's Fuente level ash. Dude, that's fucking Fuente level ash right there, man.
Color me impressed.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It has a little wave in it too, but it's going just fine. You see
I'm
what I
gonna.
mean? It's a little like that, but that's great.
I can't believe they made. In a way, think about the red dot though. Like cinnamon, you think of red, right? Right, because like
Mhm.
even
Mhm.
big red bubble gum, right? Cinnamon red.
Right.
Um, in this case, the purple literally tastes like grape. I wonder. I think the next color they should do is orange, the Cohiba orange. I think that would be really cool to have like what's next. You know what I'm saying? Though, but I told the guy about doing the 5 packs for this, and nobody said. He goes, no, that might be a really good idea. So we'll see. If they make Cohiba 5 packs with all 5 colors, that was Richie's idea. I mean,
Yeah.
he's like, that is a good idea.
We need a little Richie stamp of approval that
Dude,
people can put on their cigars.
I quit my job and go work for General Cigars. I mean,
They should have. You should have a little Richie stamp of approval with the thumbs up or something, or you know what I mean, like this. No, I'm just
yeah,
kidding.
instead of by AJ Fernandez, recommended by Richie. Richie
Oh
recommended.
yeah, with the yeah.
So you'll see a cigar, and then it'll say by AJ and recommended by Richie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know how they put the sticker? They put the sticker 95 rated.
Yeah,
Number one cigar of the year
yeah,
by Cigar Aficionado, recommended by Richie.
yeah. And then even the other cigars, not recommended. Just and then you got this way, maybe.
It's gonna. Yeah, this is like, what is this? This is 5-0. It's a 3.5.
Yeah, it's this strong. You know, so it's
Yeah,
almost
all that.
like
Huh.
the nutritional facts. This strong, this dark, this good. You know, and then
Yeah.
once you see like in my hand, I'm crushing the cigar. This,
Yeah. 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 That's the Richie not approved. Or like this, tossing the cigar, just going flying.
almost like I think forget about the top 25. They should have the Oscars for cigars and the most dramatic release. The biggest, obviously, the El Rey del Mundo was the biggest surprise of the year. And
Sure.
I do. I said, don't make that one-time release. I said, make that El Rey del Mundo a regular release. I said, come on, it's that good. I didn't get an answer, but like, we'll see.
Yeah. Best newcomer, or best returning. You know what I mean, when it comes out. I think they could have. I think I wouldn't want to do that if one was to do that. I wouldn't do it by rapper. You know what I mean? I wouldn't do like best San Andreas. I would do more like best, like strong, dark, spicy cigar. You know what I mean?
It's tough.
Best.
Then you factor in money though? Because if you don't factor in money, how do you compare a good $10 cigar to a $40 cigar? You know what I'm saying? No, like it's tough because that's like comparing cars. Like, how do you compare a $20,000 car to a Ferrari?
Right.
It's not, you know.
I mean, you could have a high end, mid range, and a budget categories for each.
I guess I would also have a category of cigars that outperform their competitors. Like, you know what I'm saying though? I would call it a better than the money category. You know what I'm saying though?
Right.
I think I want to drop the ash only because I want to feel it without, because the ash actually cools down the cherry. But I kind of want to drop it now. So we're gonna do a second ash test, but I'm gonna drop by the way. First off, beautiful construction. I think the ash. Oh, what do you think?
I think you're gonna have to really struggle to get it off. The thing looked on there. No, I'm just playing. Well, you're gonna have to shake it, yeah.
Bro, come on, bro. Bro, at this point, bro, they're making Fuente level construction. Oh, and that's out of Nicaragua.
You gotta just smoke it like this. You know what I mean? Just smoke it regular until it falls off. I'm kidding.
Okay, all right. There you
go. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, because when you're smoking vertical, it's the most dangerous. Dude, that was an amazing ash.
That was a 6.5. How long was that ash? Like 5 inches? That's like 4 inches, 4.5.
They put the ash back? Hey, you're at the Richie show. This is the Cohiba Purple Riviera. Dude, come on, guys. Come on, take a screenshot of that. Come on. What should I do with this thing?
It's solid. I don't know. Break a car window.
That's solid fucking ash, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, throw it through a window.
I don't know. Do you
don't do that.
Does Vixen do this for you?
I think Vixen does exactly that for a lot of guys. You know what I mean? 4 inches of solid ash. Yeah.
Should I put it in my pocket?
I don't know. I mean, it looks solid though. That's crazy.
Yeah, bro. I mean, dude, I just picked up the ash. Fucking ridiculous. Dude, I smoked 2 of these tonight.
Yeah.
And I feel like I didn't even smoke it. I'm so happy. I feel like I just like. What's the next one? I could have smoked 4 of these tonight.
That's great. I really want to. I really want to try it. I really want to try it with wine. Have you the two cigars that were memorable for me with wine was the Ashton VSG, which I don't love, but I love with wine.
Interesting.
Because it's so strong, especially when you get one of those smaller sizes. Once you get above, like, I don't know if it's the 50, I don't know what the actual demarcation is.
Once you Robusto, it opens it up. If you go to 50,
exactly.
It starts. It's not built. That cigar is built for 50 gauge, you know.
Right, but what I'm saying is when you get to those smaller sizes, they have the Illusion, which is Lonsdale. They have the Corona, or not the Corona, the Corona Gorda. You know what I'm saying. When you get all those smaller sizes, Tres Petit and stuff like that, those are all strong. Like they're just like straight like black cherry charcoal to me, like really serious. But you pair that with wine, I think it really works. So that's my experience. But the other, go ahead.
No, great. I think this cigar will go great with wine. I really think so. And actually, it makes me want to have like a Chianti or a Sangria or something like that. And
that's nice, yeah.
Bro, I mean, what a great release. Today's Cinco de Mayo, and this is the first Cohiba Mexican San Andres. They couldn't have timed that shit more perfect. And you know what I brought up to him? I said, not for nothing. I said, how'd you come up with this name? The purple. Well, it's called Riviera, but forget about that. I said, but the purple. And he's like, well, the purple's, royal color and wanted it. I said, yeah, but did you realize the last release you had, the Royale? He's like, oh, I didn't realize that. So you had the Royale, and the Royals were purple, and the next one's purple. I was like, so is the next one going to be an offshoot of purple? Like, kind of like, maybe you have call it the Prince, because Purple Rain, Prince.
Wait, what?
Prince, the singer, he sang the song Purple. Sure. So what if the next cigar?
Yeah.
It's almost like each one plays off the last name. So this was the purple, and then you the next one you call the Prince because, right? The Cohiba. I think Cohiba Prince would be pretty cool.
I gotta say, I like the name Riviera. I think they nailed it on the. I think it's nice, and people will call it the purple.
I'm calling it the purple, bro. I don't give a shit about the Riviera. I'm calling this purple because that's what you see on the band. I already put the band away. That's what you, I mean.
Well, what color would be Prince, Richie? It's his skin tone. Then they call it the Prince.
No, I don't know what color the Prince would be. They already have red. They already have black. They already have white. They already have blue, and now they have purple. Oh, I'll take it back. The Series M is green, so they do have a green. Because I forgot about that.
Well, they got to do the orange.
Orange. I think you got to do orange, and then maybe yellow.
You know, yeah.
A yellow.
I'd be interested if they could do something with like an orange note, plus like a Connecticut. I guess it's like a creamsicle, but that could be a good cigar.
Like almost like a light Honduran cigar or something like that.
Interesting. I've actually been. Go ahead.
Honduran. I like because this is I think one of the first Cohibas with no Dominican. They use a lot of Nicaraguan, Mexican San Andreas, and they used a lot of Honduran. They used 3 Hondurans. They use one. There's 6. Okay, let me rephrase this. This is 6 different tobaccos. Even though it's 3 countries: Mexican, Honduran, and Nicaraguan. It's each one's different. So Mexican San Andreas, 1 type of Honduran for the binder, 2 different types of Honduran for the filler, and 2 different types of Nicaraguan for the filler. So it's literally a 6-region blend. You know what I'm saying, though? That's a pretty difficult cigar to make.
There's no Dominican in it for sure. Because doesn't every other Cohiba that was released have the Piloto Cubano, right?
I could almost swear the black, the red, even the Miami. I think. How about this? I don't think the Royale though. I don't think maybe the Royale.
Okay, I don't know.
Could be wrong on that. So
because I thought that was their thing. Yeah,
but that's still good. I think for them to change it up. You know what I'm saying though?
Sure.
Because they've already. Sure. If you want some of the best Dominican Piloto Cubano, try the Cohiba Black. And I have tomorrow. I have 10 Cohiba Blacks coming in from Seabid, so I'm excited for that. I paid only $4 for that. I mean, that was that Seabid shit, but I'll be excited for that. I'm gonna let those dry out for a day. I'm gonna take them all out, let them dry. Yeah.
I've been smoking. Well, I haven't been smoking much because I was trying to test my storage so much that I lost my palate. So that's no fun. But the little bit that I've been smoking, something I've been finding I really like is a Connecticut with just straight Nicaraguan underneath, like Nicaraguan all the way except Connecticut at the end. And I think if they could,
or shade.
Oh, sorry, shade, Connecticut shade.
What cigars are doing that?
CAO Gold does that, and I actually like it. There's a cigar from Southern Draw called the Quick Draw Connecticut, which is AJ made, obviously, but it's doing that similar blend. And it has there's a little bit of a funkiness to it, I'm finding in general, but it kind of has that regular cigar flavor. You know what I mean? Almost like not the spicy part of Habano, but the undertone of Habano that's kind of just quintessential cigar. But then on top, it's a little bit more not gentle per se, but it's a little more bright, friendly. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and I think it works. It doesn't go straight to that because sometimes when you get the Dominican with the Connecticut, it can get so cream forward, and it's exhausting. But with the Nicaraguan, it just feels like a nice light cigar. I actually quite enjoy it. Anyway, I think they could make a good blend with that plus orange.
First lighter cigars with Nicaraguans I ever had that I saw was the Romeo Reserve Real Nicaragua. That was actually, and that's actually Plasencia. Try that. That's actually a Nicaraguan Connecticut shade. That was, I think, one of the first Nicaraguan Connecticut shade wrappers ever made. It was the first one for Romeo and Altatus. So I think that was some great shit. You know what I'm saying, though? But is what it is. Did you ever try that one? It's a yellow band. It looks like banana.
I haven't tried that one. I have one of the orange ones.
Well, that was the first. That was the first That was the first Romeo made by Plasencia. That was the orange one. Not the first, maybe per se. That was the 1875.
Mm-hmm.
The first 1875. I think the first one by Plasencia was the Romeo. Remember Romeo? And then, which was a good
Mm-hmm.
blend. And then they had the classic 1875, like the regular cheap Romeos. And then they upgraded it with Plasencia, and they had an 1875, but the orange one. And that was enjoyable.
Right.
You didn't try it? You should. That was an enjoyable cigar.
I want to smoke it, but like I said, I lost my palate. It's gotten to the point where, you know what I mean? I'm like Gio, like, yeah, it's pretty good. It's a cigar. You know what
How
I mean?
many cigars are you doing to lose your palate? Or is it just in your mind, like you need a reset for a couple of days, or what do you need to do?
The problem is, right out, they were getting harsh really fast. So it was like they were getting overheated and it was burning out my palate. And I would be smoking like the first half of 2 of them or 3, or you know what I mean? I'd keep smoking through them. And they would get bad and then I'd just keep going. So it just wasn't working. And I was doing that like every.
I'm sorry to hear that. We all got problems. What happened? Did we lose you? Well, I can't stress it enough. I just smoked 2 same cigars back to back in different sizes, and I'm not even bored.
Okay.
I'm not even bored of this cigar. I'm not even like, oh, is it done yet? No, I swear to God, I wish I bought a third one. That's how fucking good this cigar. Dude, if you could smoke 3 cigars of the same back to back, and not only get through it, but not even be bored, like I'm actually kind of sad it's over. Like, you know what I'm saying? I might just smoke another cigar tonight. I might have a 3 cigar tonight. I think I'm just gonna break out my anejo and just to hang out because I feel like I didn't even smoke a cigar. I had such a great time with both those cigars that I'm like, the time just flew by. The time just fucking flew by. Like the past 3 hours with those 2 cigars, I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, it's almost like a really good day at work. You're like, oh no, maybe I want to stay for overtime. Like I'm not even joking, bro. Like those cigars put me in even the box, the way it looks, the color purple on it, like it put me in a really good fucking mood, man. Like I'm so glad Gio let us know. What was it, a couple days ago? Um, and
Yeah.
when he said, "Wait till you see the shit we have coming out," I am psyched. They, like Sacco said, they must have had some fantastic yields, like in 2020. So it's
Mm.
the cigars we're getting now, 3.5 years later, maybe we just have some phenomenal shit.
I'm curious.
I had it in Robusto and Toro. Um, get the Robusto. That's my opinion. The Toro is fantastic too, but I didn't review the Toro only because I smoked the Robusto first and the Toro. I I could say I love this the same as Robusto, but I might just be um, coming off the love of the Robusto. I need to smoke the Toro now on a clean palate. You know what I'm saying though? Anytime you smoke a cigar, your second one, even though the same cigar paired very well together, I can't say the true intent because you get what I'm trying to say. It's like if you drank a certain scotch and you had a couple of glasses and now you're buzzed, and then you have something else. You have to smoke it or drink it on a clean palate to see how it hits you. And I'm telling you,
I
you change the size. It does, even though it's the same diameter, it does change it up enough to when you go from 5 inch to 6.5 inch. That's a big difference. But the quality construction was there. I mean, you saw the ash on that. That was ridiculous.
think that the beauty for me of larger cigars like a Churchill or even a Toro at 6.5 is there's sort of a gentle sweetness. It's easy to, I don't know how to put it. It's almost like drinking like lemon and water. It's just kind of like piques your interest. Um, what I'm trying to say.
Slower build up. It's a it's almost like a movie. Like in reality, 6.5 by 52 is a Churchill, in my opinion. Like if you go to
Mhm.
F, it's pretty much what's the difference between that and a 7 inch cigar. So I got a lot of time out of this. You know what I'm saying? No, I kind of smoked it fast too, though, because you figure I've been here an hour and a half, and I was smoking the other cigar for probably the first 10, 15 minutes. So I smoked this too fast. I should have slowed down, but I enjoyed it immensely. Like it's been a while since I enjoyed a cigar this much, like in back to back. Like it wasn't even a thought in my mind. I was like, yeah, I got to smoke 2 of these tonight because 3 years
Because
is
you want
3 years is a long time to add something to a certain collection, and the fact that they took that so seriously, I really respect that. It's almost like a movie. Like you're like, oh, you have to wait 3 years for the next one. You're like, okay, well that's a good thing though because they're not rushing production. You know, if you had like a movie and the next year they come out with another one, you're like, they rushed it. You know,
Board Dog asked how much they are. They're like $20, right?
the real price should be around $20. I paid 25 and 27. It was a lounge pricing, and it is what it is. And it was in a nicer area, like in south of the Denver city. So you're gonna pay, you're gonna pay full price. I wouldn't say it was gouging pricing, but it was, a couple of dollars more than I wanted to pay. But I didn't give a shit because I wanted to try it. My guy will have the real price, probably around 20, $21. Which, when you look at what you're getting, when I tell you it's better than the Padrón 26, and the Padrón 26 is the same price. Um, I love Padrón 26, but when you think about it, in that Padrón category, let's not talk about the high end stuff like with the Family Reserves. Let's talk about then you have the bottom end stuff with the 1,000. In the middle, which is still high end cigar, the 64 and 26. They haven't given us a new one. You know what I'm saying? No, and I don't mean like another 26, but they haven't put anything in that.
Right.
Almost like Padrón is. We're done with the bottom end. No more 1,000s. Whatever's there is there. And then in their luxury category, 64, 26, that's it. And then on the higher end, they're only adding in higher end Padrón. They're only doing 80, 90, 95, 96. Next year will be 97. And that's great. But those are all $35, $40 cigars. Like, why can't Padrón make a new great $20 cigar? And they have. You know what I'm saying? And I think they're missing out on that. And because when it comes to the higher end Padrones, it's not like guys dropping $40 for a high end Padrón. They'll do it, but that's steep though. You know what I'm saying? For anyone, And even if you got the money like that, when you're smoking a $40 cigar, it very rarely does a $40 cigar feel like a $40 cigar. You know what I'm saying? You're like, I could like if I think of the Padrón 90th, which is better than the 26, but it's not twice as better. You get what I'm saying? So I'd rather smoke a Padrón 26 for $20 and keep my $20 than smoke a Padrón 90. The 90s is better, but maybe it's a little better. You know what I'm saying though? So
You know what I'd like to see is this will never happen. This is crazy. But I'd like to smoke like a Corona or like a Lonsdale, like you know what I mean, maybe 6x44. Half Padrón tobacco, half Aladino tobacco in the filler. That would be
yeah. I think Honduran is the most underrated. Nobody talks about Honduran, and that's why I'm so happy this had 3 different Honduran, and Honduran tobacco is fantastic. I think Honduran and Nicaraguan pair insane because this was mostly minus the wrapper. Okay, but this obviously pushed the wrapper into a great spot. But I think Honduran and Nicaragua, which are very close to each other, I think they balance each other out.
I think
it's pretty hard to put tons of Nicaragua. If you put tons of Nicaraguan and Dominican, that's kind of hard to. I mean, it can be done, but it's 2 different it's like different.
mm-hmm.
I
think the Timeless was a Honduran Nicaraguan. I don't know how common that was back in the day, but I think that was an early Honduran Nicaraguan.
He was saying the Timeless was great. He was saying the Corona is selling the single Toros for 22. We'll have to see if they have it. They're gonna have them at the brick and mortar. This is a regular release. Every cigar shop that carries Cohiba is gonna carry this. So there's no doubt about it. In the next month, every shop should have this. It's a regular release. I can't see why they wouldn't carry it. That's what's exciting because you're like, oh, it's gonna be around. Because think about it. As soon as I had a quick red dot, I was like, wow, that's a great cigar. And it's still around. And it's still the same cigar. So let's just lowball it 10, 15 years. They're still making the same stick. So when Cohiba makes something in its general release,
right.
I
think, for me personally, sometimes if I see a stick is limited release, I won't even go for it. Like it's like
a one night stand, even if it's a beautiful girl, you're like, I'm just going to make,
You're just gonna what?
You're just gonna miss her too much. They might be
Yeah.
the life, you know.
Yeah.
I had that happen when I was in Italy. Um, I was 20. I sent you the pictures. I was 22 years old, and I was up there because my uncle died, and we had the funeral. But then there's a lot of assets and money my family had to get before the socialist country of Italy. Luckily, because my father and my aunt who got the money, they were dual citizenship, so they had more rights. So they went there and they had rights because it's very difficult if you're not a citizen of Italy or anywhere in Europe, and somebody dies and leaves you money in that country. It's much harder to pull it out of that country because you're not a citizen. You know,
Hmm.
so in this case, whatever. So while I was there, I met this beautiful half Italian, talk about a hybrid, half Italian, half French girl, and my God, she was so ladylike and so fun and jovial and submissive, but not like whatever you say, but like just you know what I'm saying, ladylike. You know what I'm saying? Though,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
wanted a man's power around her, and she was dainty, and I was gonna marry this girl, but her family didn't want her to move to America, and they talked to her. I mean, dead serious. Like she was literally gonna move to America. Like we fell in love like lightning. Like it just we met, and it was just like I was 22 years old, and that was Richie's European romance. And for 3 weeks, we were just banging in the mountains of Italy. I mean, the first time we were banging was on it was raining out, and they had a park bench, but it was an umbrella, and we were banging on there. And we banged by the river. We banged on a soccer course. We banged everywhere. I literally, before I went to Italy, I was going with my dad. Like, we stopped at a gas station, and like it was like a Dunkin' Donuts. And I was like, "Oh, I'll be right back." And then I went and I bought like a 12 pack of Jimmy's, and I was like, and all the bags were packed. So I go to my dad's car, and I'm like, he's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, I gotta fix something in my bag." He's like, "Well, what are you doing? What are you putting it?" My dad's getting all nosy. I'm like, "No, I'm just," and he's just like, he rips the bag open. He's like, "What the fuck is this?" Whatever. I was like, "You never know." I said, "I might meet somebody." He's like, "What? You think you're gonna get laid at my uncle's funeral? What the fuck is wrong with you?" You know. And I'm like, "No, no, no, no. I'm not gonna have sex with a priest. I'm just saying you don't know." And he's like, "What do you mean you don't know?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "What are you, Don Juan? You gonna go over there and get some ass?" I'm like, "Dad, come on. I'm hoping. We'll see what happens." And sure enough, the first day, and technically she was like my fifth cousin. That doesn't count. She was like, so her father was my dad's second cousin, and then he moved to France and married a French woman. So that would make her like a fifth cousin, right? Right?
Yeah, we better figure this out, Rich. No,
Right.
wait, hold on. It was your dad's second cousin,
And then he got married to a French woman.
but his second cousin is what? Same great grandpa?
So that's my father's second cousin. It's not even my second cousin. Her father. My father's second cousin. So my father's second cousin to me is what? Like third cousin? And then his kid was from a woman from a different country. What would she be?
I don't. I think it's like your argument. If you take a Nicaraguan tobacco into Honduras, it doesn't make it a Honduran cigar.
I'm sticking with fifth cousin. If you saw the picture, man, she was nice, right?
She was beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was what it was. It was what it was. And
Yeah.
the French are different. One of the times it was just me and her and her sister. Her sister was, but whatever. So it was me and her, and we're in like the house, and we're on the floor and whatever under a blanket. And then the sister came out, and she's like, I have to whatever, like in like the English accent, trying but like a French Italian accent, but she's speaking English. She's like, I have to take shower, and she walked out naked. But she's like, I have to take shower, and like she walked in there, and her sister got all mad. She's like, what the, it was like, I can't even do the accent. It was like a English accent if you're French. She's like, oh, why don't you put clothes on? I'm with my man, just and I think the sister was just jealous because the sister was getting the all rich. But and I was just sitting there like, I was like, just don't say nothing, just shut your mouth, whatever you know what I'm saying though, like I have to take shower. Thank God she didn't have a brother. Imagine the brother walked out. I have to take shower. Also,
Yeah. I feel like that's the one thing. As a man, you just have to always be able to lie in those situations. You know what I mean?
yeah, no.
Just like shut up, didn't see nothing,
If
like
things
don't care about
things
it.
Good, shut your fucking mouth. If you're eating, don't bite someone else's plate. Just shut your mouth. Just But it was great. That trip. Here's the crazy thing. Like that was in August. My mother died that year in May 14th. This year will be how many years? 2005. 18 years.
2005. Yeah.
So long story short, my mother's been dead only 3 months. So, but then my uncle died. So I went to trip my father, and I never seen my father drink before. I never seen him smoke. When we got to Italy, though, he was smoking cigarettes. He was drinking wine, drinking scotch, and I was having a great time with my dad. And I was with the girl, and we're at the house, and all of a sudden we hear a knock on the door. And like the picture was like a little town in Italy, like three little 3-story villas, Also, we hear pounding at the door. It was like Saturday night. What the hell is that? And so, like, I opened the door, and like the person didn't wait. I opened the door, and my dad just walks in, and he's got 2 bottles of wine. He's like, "Hey!" And I'm like, "What's up, Dad?" He's like, "Hey!" He's like, "You guys having fun?" I'm like, "Yeah, we were having fun." He's like, "Yeah." And so we're drinking wine together. Oh, and I had the best trip of my life with my dad. I mean, like, me and my dad were having shots and drinking and smoking cigarettes together. Like, I didn't even smoke cigarettes, but it was just, we were
Sure.
in Europe. So it was just, everything was fun, right? And then we get back on the plane together, my dad, and we're sitting next to my dad on the plane.
Yeah.
And my dad reached over, and like we were like landing. They're like, "Welcome to JFK," and like we're landing into JFK. And my dad reached over. He's like, "You had a good time?" I was like, "Oh, it's a great time." He goes, "Good, because now everything goes back to fucking normal." I was like, "What?" He's like, "That was because we were over there." I'm like, "What do you mean? I thought we had a great time." He's like, "That wasn't a great fucking time." He's like, "Now everything goes back to normal." I'm like, "What does that mean?" He's like, "I'm your fucking father. I'm not your friend. You understand?" And I was just like. But for a moment in time, I got to be my dad's friend for 3 weeks, and it was fucking awesome.
That's amazing.
But as soon as we got to JFK, I was like, oh, okay, all right, fuck me,
That's beautiful, man. Hey, but you got to have that experience. It's special.
Dude, I'm smoking this to the fucking nub.
Oh my God. I've never seen you smoke that far. You can get your finger.
I got an idea. Oh, shit.
That's crazy. I've seen when you showed a picture of your father. Okay. That's a first. I've not seen that on the channel. In years of video, I've never seen that.
Dude, that's a phenomenal cigar. I can't even hold it anymore. Dude, this cigar I fucking love, bro. I mean, I'm pushing it.
3.0 at best, man. Jeez. What do you say?
I got plenty of time.
Yeah. Yeah, another 10 minutes out of that thing. Waste not. That's phenomenal. Anyway, so
look at it.
Oh my God. Okay.
It's getting hot.
I think you just spit out an ember.
Yeah, you're right. This is what we live for, man. For these kind of experiences.
Yeah.
Fuck, this was a good cigar.
Are you still getting flavor off it?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
I last third. I think that's it. My tongue is starting to get 3rd-degree burn.
Yeah, fair enough. Hey, the Toro's not bad though, right?
So the Cohiba Purple Riviera. Yeah, 3.0 at best,
Bravo, Richie.
So bring the ash back.
Put it back up, yeah. That's crazy.
Epic level shit, man.
That's phenomenal.
Dude, that is.
I love.
Yeah. All right, so
I love it.
maybe it was my 4th cousin. All right.
I'm gonna look it up, man. Well, you know what? You know what? I'm not gonna look it up. I don't want to know. I don't think anybody. We don't want to know. Let's say it was your sixth cousin. Leave it at that.
And I think it was like that.
Let's say you were loosely related. We'll leave it there.
But I'm gonna say when I was there, I met my second cousin. He was a guy, and he was jealous that I was with her because in that town they don't get any new people. So at the same time, she was there because her father was my father's second cousin. They were there for the funeral too. So my cousin, his name was what was his name? I think his name was Luciano, and he was jealous that I was with her because he liked her too. But like, and he would like say like dirty sexual things because European men are very like piggish, you know. Like she, like remember we first met and we're all there, and it was oh ciao, hello, buongiorno, whatever, and he's just like, oh, you make a nice milk, you know what I'm saying? Like he said it to her, and she's like, oh, thank you, and I was just like, what the fuck is that? And then he kept on going on, and you know, uh, and
I
whatever.
remember in Europe seeing European guys like pleading with girls, like
Yeah.
showering them with these like dirty compliments. A unique experience, but yeah, go ahead.
It was weird because like the older men in the town, it was a weird experience because a lot of the older men in town, they were all in World War II. This was like 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Guys were in their 70s and 80s, but they were talking about World War II and about like you know the Italians obviously they fought for Mussolini, but back then they had no choice. But it was just like we're eating dinner and they're talking like stories in half English, half Italian, and then somebody started talking about Mussolini. And he's like, "Oh, Mussolini, he was a son of a bitch." But whatever. They were just talking about like World War II. Like it was just like it was just. And then, but
Yeah, that,
my great aunt was there. And she cooked this great dinner, and like she brought out all this food. And she was an old Italian lady, but like heavy set, but the apron, best food of your life. And she came out, and he said something like, "Oh, look how fat she is." And I'm like, that's your aunt. How you talk to her like that? Like he had no respect. This guy, like he's just thinking about he didn't pay for the meal. She's cooking everything, and like what? So, anyways, the first, like 3 days into it, me and her finally got it in, and
mhm.
while I was banging her on the park bench, it was pitch black, right? It was raining, but I literally saw because we got away from everyone, and so like, I guess my cousin, the guy Luciano, was looking for us because he was being a hater. Like if he couldn't get it, he didn't want me to get it. So
Unlucky, right?
I saw him and he pulled up in the distance, and I knew it was his car. He had a black Volkswagen Passat, like turbo diesel, and like he was like in the parking lot of the park. We were there, and he pulled up, and I could tell he was just staring. I'm on top of whatever doing that thing, and she had like long hair, and she like looked up and she was like, "Oh, is that Luciano?" I'm like, "No, no, no, it's a different car, totally different car." She's like, "No, I think it's a watch." And I said, "No, no, 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 no." And I'm like, "This son of a bitch! If he's," and luckily he didn't fucking. But then the next day he was so mad. He was just like because that night, like then the rain stopped. We
Mhm.
stayed out to 6. We watched the sunrise, and then when the little stores opened, we got a cappuccino and everything. That first night, when I came home, I must have came home like 8 o'clock in the morning. I came home, and my dad's like, "Did you have a good fucking time?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "The whole fucking town was looking for you." He's like, "They know what you were doing." I'm like, "What do they know? I was going for a walk." He's like, "What fucking walk? It's 9 in the morning." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "We just had cappuccino." He's like, "But where were you at 9 in the morning?" I was like, "I wasn't tired." He's like, "You weren't tired?" I was like, "You were." And then my grandmother came out, my aunt came out. She's like, "What the fuck you doing? You disgracing the family." I'm like, "What did I do?" She's like, "Oh, she's your cousin." I'm like, "No, she's not my cousin. It's a cousin. She's like a fifth cousin, whatever." We would just go for a walk, whatever. And so everyone knew. And then so like the next day we're all like at the family dinner and everyone knew, but then they knew like I really loved I was gonna marry this guy. I fell in love like that. Like we were like, I mean like she's the nicest girl I ever met.
Like you guys were family. Yeah.
Was that?
I said, no, nothing. I was just kidding.
Whatever, you know.
I had to, Richie. I had to. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But I mean, was what it was. Yeah.
It sounds like a beautiful experience. The whole sunrise and cappuccino.
But then when the families both realized like we both actually really loved each other, then it would turn into like, are they gonna get married? What the fuck? Everyone was just like literally people was like, "You're gonna marry this girl? You love her? No, she's your cousin." I'm like, "It's like a fifth cousin." She's not. It was. So, and meanwhile, we're there for like my uncle's like funerals, just like and it was just it was an awkward. I can make that into like a comedy, like a romantic comedy.
Yeah, yeah.
And then, but then on the day of the funeral, like I wore my uniform, and I was walking around the town, And I was at the bar having a drink, and over there the bars are different. People there just hang out. And this old guy, he walked up to me. He's like, "Are you a Celeste?" Now Celeste was my grandfather.
Mm.
I said, "What?" I said, "No, Celeste." I said, "But Celeste is." I said, "Mi padre, Celeste, the filial de Celeste, the son of Celeste is mi padre." You know, he goes, "Oh," and then the guy, the bartender, goes, he's explaining to me, he goes, "No, the last time he saw your grandfather was when he was in the army with him, and he saw you in your uniform. He goes, you look just like your grandfather." You know,
Wow.
it was just kind of interesting because that's the town my grandfather came from. He thought he thought my grandfather came back like a ghost. He couldn't. He thought it was kind of scary, like, you know what I'm saying. That was kind of cool. You know, it was you know.
That's got to be the best flashback Richie episode so far.
It was good all around. You know,
it's amazing.
But then when she left, like, it was to the point like she was crying, she didn't want to leave, and, like, you know, she wanted to be with me. And then literally when she drove off, it was a mountain town. There's one road in from the mountain, you come down, and then because the town was actually between the two mountains. And so when she left, I watched the car, and as the car was driving away, the church bells went off, and it was 12 o'clock, and the bells rang 12 times, like ding, ding, ding. And it's an old school church, like the priest has got to pull the wire, you know what I'm saying? Like, he couldn't make it any more dramatic. Like, the love of my life was driving away, and the priest was like, no more cousin, ding, ding, ding. Yeah, she's a nicer girl, nicer girl, nicer boca, ding, ding. You're gonna be sad now, sad. Don't kill yourself.
I'm seeing the whole thing to the Godfather sequence when Michael's in Italy.
Yeah.
But it's a romantic comedy. Yeah.
With his cousin, but it wasn't like
the cousin.
It wasn't like first off, it was like fifth cousin removed, and then it wasn't like I knew her. It wasn't like, you know, it'd be different. Like if you both lived in New York your whole life, and you're like, it's your cousin. You're like, no, that's not right. You know, but this was.
I think you'd rather not be related by blood but know the person.
It really at that point it's at that point. Think about it. Like if her father was my dad's second cousin, and then he married a girl in France, and that was their child. At that point, maybe it's 5% related. Not really. You know?
If it was the second, so really, it's the son of your dad's second cousin, or the daughter. Sorry, the daughter.
Yeah.
The dad's second. Whoa! Sorry, no. Total, just mistake.
Yeah, but then here's the crazy thing. Like after she left, I still had like 2 days left in Italy, and like she left, I was all sad. I just stayed in the house. And my dad's like, "You're not gonna you just sit around and be sad." He's like, "You could." This was got even weirder at the end. My dad's like, "You're not gonna sit around and be sad." He's like, "You're gonna go down to Piacenza." I'm like, "Let me go to Piacenza." He's like, "Because you have some family there too. I'm gonna put you on the bus. You go to Piacenza." He's like, "You have some family there. Meet your uncle and meet his daughter. It's your cousin, and go have a good time." So I go on the bus. It's like a half-hour ride, and the town that was next in Piacenza, I think it's a county, but there's also a town. I think the town was called Pugilio. But here's the thing. I'm going to fuck this up, but my uncle, his last name was Pugilio. And my dad's like, but don't fuck around when you're there. He's like, let me explain. Your uncle owns this town. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, his father and his father were in the mob, and this town is their town, and the town is named after the family. He's like, so don't fuck around there because, like, in my aunt's like, you don't fuck around. The town, he owns the town. I was just like, he owns the town. So I get there, and they're waiting for me, and they're like, ciao, Damiano, così fai, whatever. And I'm saying hello to my uncle, he's an old guy with the cane. He's just like, oh, yeah, to mangiare, you know, in casa. And then we have some to eat. And then they left. And he's like, oh, and so he's like, okay, you show him around. And it was my cousin, who looked like Swiss Miss with the yellow braids. You know what I'm talking about? Like a beautiful girl from Switzerland. Oh my God. So at that point, I was so heart-stricken that this girl left. And now I'm stuck in this house, this beautiful villa with, like, I don't know at this point if it's fifth, third, fourth, I don't know what it is. But I'm so afraid of her father, you know what I'm saying, who owns the town or whatever. And it's just me and her. And she's like, Damiano, well, what do you want to do? And I was like, she's like, you tired? The piace, you want to sleep or dormir, whatever. I was like, yeah, I can take a nap, sure. She's like, okay, take a nap. And she's like, you sleep on this bed. But the bed was a bed but the back was like a mattress too. It's kind of like a kinky bed, and I was like, okay. And then I go in the bedroom, and she's like, oh, get it comfortable. I'm like, I'm comfortable. She's like, oh, get comfortable. I was like, okay. She's like, I get comfortable too, and she just takes her clothes off. And I'm like, the fuck is this in Europe? So like I lay on the bed and like she lays next to me. She's like, you comfortable? I'm like, yeah, I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable. And I just try to fit, and then she was really coming on to me like hardcore. And I was just, I didn't do anything bad, you know what I'm saying? But it was awkward, you know what I'm saying? Though I mean, she was a smoke show, but like a sporty Swiss girl with like blonde pigtails, you know. And then I came back that night. My dad's like, "How did you like Pujillo? You had a good time?" I don't want to talk about it. I didn't want. I was so fucked up. I was so fucked up because in my mind I was like, "I'm gonna marry this girl from France. I love this girl." And
Dude, your dad plays some shit on you, man.
yeah, my dad. No, my dad's like, "We got to get him over this girl. Get him someone else." You know what I'm saying?
Dude, your dad's something else, man.
Dude, that fucked me up, man. And that fucked me up. That fucked me up. And here's the main thing too, because when I went to that town, I didn't bring any jimmies, so there's no way I was gonna raw dog my whatever. I couldn't do it. I couldn't. That's a good thing, because if I would have had the jimmy on me, you know, it would. Why would they do it to me? Why did they come to town with this beautiful girl, and that she's like, yeah, I'm your cousin, and I'm like, God, it was to take a nap. You gotta be. You get comfortable. You comfortable? I mean, I get comfortable too. See, like the girls there are aggressive. Like, and that was peak Richie. I was 22. I was a young fucking stud. You know what I'm saying? They're like, you saw those pictures. I was still in the Marines. I was fucking like,
Jack.
Just like Jack GI Joe, just like super lean, just like just whatever. And that was a crazy trip, but I was afraid of her father. My dad's like, don't do anything stupid. I was like, why would you send me there?
I wonder if your
I
dad.
I
wonder. Yeah.
Did he send me there? You know.
No, I think he sent you there thinking you would do it anyway. I think he was like, Rich's just gonna do it. I just don't want him to think that I'm in on it.
I don't know.
Dude, I feel like, look.
Hold on, I should grab another cigar.
Okay.
Hey, it's your show.
All right. How you guys doing? What's up? What's news? Those aren't the kind of presents you're supposed to bring to the family from overseas, my guy. Yes, Curtis. Yes, Curtis. That was just about that's the craziest. Richie's told a lot of crazy stories. I think that might be the craziest one. That's insane. It's all about it, I have to say. I don't even know who's here.
Are you comfortable?
Look, Rich, here's what I think, man. No, I don't know. I don't know this. I don't know this at all. But when you showed us a picture of your dad, and you've told us so many stories about how strict he was and that, yeah. I saw him and I was like, that guy's a cool motherfucker. Like, that guy is no shit. Like, he was dressed very smooth. Like, that guy was no bullshit. Very fashionable, very well put together. That was not just some straight, like everyday, like straightforward kind of, you know what I mean? I think he was pretty smooth. So what you're now telling us about how he was in Italy, that makes a lot more sense. You know what I mean? He opened that up to you a little bit more.
Yeah.
Who knows, man? Who knows why he sent you over there? That dude could have been playing you. Like, I don't want to. Obviously, I can't say it all for sure, but all I can say is, who knows? I wouldn't be shocked if he had tricks up his sleeve or whatever, man.
I don't know, dude. That was just a crazy way to end the trip. Like, that really fucked me up. That fucked me up.
That would fuck me up for years. That would be, dude. That whole thing. Oh my god, I'm fucked up just thinking about it.
Yeah,
that's a crazy story. Rich, I think that's the craziest story you told.
Dude, I didn't even want to take a nap. I was just like, yeah, sure, I can take a nap,
Sure. I think your dad was like, "Oh yeah, this guy's got a type. I know what'll cheer him up. He's got a type."
Well, he was trying to hook a brother up.
Cousin up. He was trying to hook a cousin up.
Wow.
You should have, dude. You should have been there with the family tree. You needed a map. You needed to know what you were getting into.
Bro, it was dangerous. It was because when I looked in hindsight at that one, she was just as hot. But it was like a sportier, more petite, like spunky, like a 20-year-old like blonde like Swiss girl with and she had money too. Like her father owned the town, so like.
Maybe your dad thought it'd be a good match. Maybe he's like, get a girl with money.
He said these aren't the kind of presents you're supposed to bring to the family from overseas. he said I'm currently smoking the Regis USA Pat Perfecto Claro. It's a little bit amazing. I tried that one.
What size is that, Curtis? I'm curious if it's a 6x60 Perfecto, because I think those are good sticks.
Yeah, I'm smoking the Anejo 888. Great cigar, but I'm telling you right now, that Cohiba Purple's better. Isn't that crazy? And that's what I love about cigars. Like you could have things set in stone, and then like all of a sudden something comes out, and you're like, that's I wanted to try because it's rarity for something to come out that's better than like the greats you're smoking. Like because think about it, it's been years for me to say something better than like Padrón or VSG or you know what I'm saying though, like
right. Yeah,
like,
some new great.
Even if it's good, you could put it in that category. But for me to just say, yeah, I'd rather have the Cohiba Purple than most of the shit I smoke. That's a ballsy statement, but I mean it. Like those two cigars back to back. Think about it. I had 11 and a half inches of Cohiba Purple today. Like, and I would smoke. If they had made that in like 8x80, I would have smoked that tonight. I was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, it's fucking the blend.
A big cone. It like goes to a torpedo, but it's just a big cone.
Yeah, it's a 12x12. It's yeah. But that was my trip to Italy. It was what's what it was.
That's nuts.
What's that?
It's nuts, dude. That's a I don't know, dude. That's a blinding trip to Italy. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was weird. It was weird.
Yeah.
I got married to my cousin, and then the other one was that was like a what the fuck? Like I came back all messed up. Like I was heartbroken and then also very confused of my life choices at the end. Like it's just like it's like it's. And then I talked to my friends back at home. Like it doesn't count. It's a different country. What's wrong with you? It's like it doesn't even count. Like it's like my one friend's like, why didn't you bang the second one too? Like I was getting all bad advice. I was like, yeah, but the town was named after. He's like, who cares? I would have fucked the whole town. Who cares? I'm like, nah, I don't know, man. I don't know. You get the tough guys back in New York. Like, what do you mean? You didn't bang the second one? I'm like, nah. I was like, I didn't have any Jimmys. Like, who cares? I was like, if she got pregnant, they don't do abortions over there in Europe, in Italy. It's all Catholic. She'd be like, oh, Damiano, it's a son.
I feel like that situation, that second situation, that's the type of shit that the next day you're just like, man, you know what I mean? Like Don Rickles, like, man, what the hell?
Because imagine, like, all of a sudden I get back to New York and I get a phone call. Oh, no, yeah, I'm still in Italy the last day. And she comes back. She's like, oh, I love you so much, Damiano. I'm back. She's like, I moved to New York with you. And I'm like, okay. And then, like, all of a sudden the blonde girl comes out of the bedroom. She's like, what's this? Oh, that's my other cousin. I swear. Like, it's like an episode.
No, she comes out of the room, and of course she knows her because they're related.
No, she didn't know her. No, she didn't know her. No,
but that's the funnier bit. That's the funnier. Go ahead.
It's like she would have been like, I thought you loved me. But yeah, that was yesterday. I thought you left. I thought you left me, bitch. But it's just amazing how fast things can change. Like you're like.
Yeah. One moment you're in a questionable situation, the next moment you find yourself in a more questionable situation.
Yeah, yeah. Because at least the first one, you're like, no, you actually really love this girl. So you're
Right.
like, oh, okay, But the next one was like, I don't love this girl. Like I wasn't even coming on to her, and she forced me to take a nap. Like I knew something was up because when I saw the bedroom, it was like kind of a kinky bed. Because why would you need a mattress as the headboard? Like the headboard was a mattress too. Like it was a bed, and then there was like a bed. Like you could do a lot of crazy shit with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's funny. I think it's funny that there was like a story attached to the first one. And then I guess your dad was just like broke the seal. Like, if you like that, you know what I mean? If you like that, you're gonna love this. You know what I mean?
Like when the manager is like, "Yeah, I checked in the back. We don't have what you're looking for, but we got this other one. It's the store brand. Um,
Right.
you know, it's still
Just
pretty."
as good. Yeah. Yeah, dude, maybe it wasn't even your cousin. Maybe it was just some girl.
But
Maybe
let me
they just
what was it? But let me get deeper though. Like what the whole trip, my cousin Luciano, like his father was like in the I forget what it's called, but he was in the fire department. But over there, the fire department's very serious. Like he's in the mountain fire department. It's almost like the military. So he was very serious. But Luciano, his son, was like a douchebag, and and him and his parents, they made a lot of money, and so when we were up in the mountains, though, he had his grandfather lived there too, and that's what it was. The woman he called grandmother, which I didn't like that, and we were at the grandfather's house because they had a house in the city, but we were in the country, and so like I'm there with her, and he's like, "Ah, Damiano, you're Americano, John Wayne." Like, yeah, he's like, "Oh, you like guns?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I like guns." I'm like, "You can't have guns here, right?" He's a socialist country. He's like, "Oh, yeah, you're not supposed to." And I'm like, "Hey, what do you mean? You got guns?" He's like, "Yeah, we got a lot of guns." And I'm like, I was like, "How do you get a license for that?" He's like, "Hmm." He's he's just like, so we go in the backyard. Well, we go into his room, and he opens up this closet door, and he had a Colt 357 Magnum. He had a Beretta, a 25 Beretta, a 308 rifle, and like a 22. I'm like, wow, you got a lot of shit. And he's like, yeah. So we go in the backyard, and we set up some cans, and we start shooting. And then he's like, let's stop. And then he looks over like down the street. It's like a mountain road. There's a car coming, and then it passes by, and then it leaves. And he's like, "It's okay. It's not the police. We can keep it shooting." And I'm like, "Wait, we're not supposed to be doing this?" He's like, "No, you're not supposed to have it." This. And I'm like, so the whole situation was just like a crazy, like all of a sudden, like Richie's in the Italian mafia, like it's like, it's like,
bro. Dude, I don't know, man. I feel like everybody always has, I mean, like a trip to Italy as a young person, that's like the grail.
yeah.
I don't know, man.
But it wasn't just like a little trip, like, oh, you went on vacation. Like
Sure.
everyone, like in the town, I was related to everyone. They're like, this is your uncle. He owns the two bars. And the other uncle owned their own jewelry store. His wife was related to me. And then, like, they had one garbage man who was my uncle too, who used to be married to my aunt. That was a whole other thing. I'm like, wait. I'm like, because they met each other, because they gave each other a hug, hello, and they were standing next to each other. I went to my aunt. I was like, wait, why do I know that guy? She goes, she was my aunt from New York. She's like, forget about it. I was, no, I know him. What do I know? She's like, he's my first husband. I'm like, wait, you married him? She's like, we fell in love, but it didn't work out. And I'm like, wait, you were married to him? She's like, it was a short marriage. I'm like, you were giving me shit about my cousin. This, what the fuck is this? You were married to the garbage man? It wasn't a garbage man back then. It's like, the fuck is this? You know what I'm saying, though? And then they had the postman who was my cousin, and then there was no police. The police would come by, they drive by one day a week for an hour. They just drive by, and then like the police would meet at the bar for an hour, and they'd hang out, and they'd ask, any problem? No problem. And then the police would leave. That was the police. You got 1 hour a week. They come by.
At least they check in.
That's actually better. Can you imagine he's there for the 1 hour? You're like, actually, you know what? Last Tuesday, that guy robbed me. which the guy? This the guy? This guy? He's like, it was a different. Yeah. And they had the one guy that made the meat, and then the one guy that was the best wine I've ever had in my life. The guy that made the wine, and he had a shotgun above the wine barrels. And I said, "Why do you got the shotgun there?" And he's just like, "In case the people don't pay." I was like, "Oh shit, people are gonna pay." He's like,
Yeah, I guess people drinking wine can get unruly.
yeah, but here's the crazy thing too. Like it was like 2005, and at nighttime, like in the distance, because there was also a lot of tourists, a lot of Russian tourists, because it was like a skiing town. It was not snow in the summertime, but still people came there because it was beautiful. And but for some reason, all the music in the background of the cars driving by, it was 2005. Everyone was playing 50 Cent. It was like that was like 50 Cent was huge in 2005. So all you would hear was just like dun 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 dun. Bottle full of bar, mama feeling love, I ain't the sex, we having a, and so you was just hearing everywhere. Everyone was listening. Every car, every place was listening to 50 Cent, but it was just like Italians and like Russians singing to it, like like oh, I like it. It's a 50 Cent. He's a good.
I remember when 50 Cent was everywhere. You heard it coming out of every spot, but I can't even imagine that in Italy. That's crazy.
Fucking huge in Europe. Every fucking car. 50 Cent, I like 50 Cent's good, yeah. And then I remember I made the mistake at the bar. I was having drinks and they wouldn't let me pay because like, no, your family, And then I tried to give the bartender a tip. I tried to give him like a $10 or $15, euro, whatever, or they were using euro at the time. And like he's like, "What's it is?" And I'm like, "Tip, at the bar." And he took my money and he threw it back at me. He's like, "Oh, you think I'm a poor?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "I don't need your money." And then like they try to explain to him like, "No, he's from New York. Like you tipped the bartender there." He's like, "I make a money." He's like, "I have a good life. I don't need your money." Like he almost like spit on it. Like he was so mad. I was like, "I'm sorry." Like he's like, he's thinking like that's for them. That's like you treat them like a bum because they don't make like salary and hope to get tips. Like when they work at a bar, they get compensated well, and you don't tip them over there. It's different, you know. And he got mad. Like he got fucking mad.
That's amazing.
He literally he's like, "I don't need your fucking money, John Wayne." And he fucking threw he got mad. Like I never forget. I was just like,
That's great.
like I was like, I just was. Am I gonna get whacked over this? You know what I'm saying? Did the doors just get locked? John Wayne, huh? You like to pay me money, huh? You want me to take off my shirt, huh? The money, John Wayne. Like officer, like, no, man. I mean, it's just
Yeah, you're a very rich man, John Wayne. Yeah.
it's a different time, man.
That's amazing.
It all started with my father. If my father didn't stop at Dunkin' Donuts, I wouldn't have went into like the 7-Eleven right there and got Jimmy's,
Yeah. American runs on Dunkin', right?
Exactly. What are you doing with these things? He's like, Dad, well, I mean, you know what they do, Well,
yeah, I'm not making balloon animals, Dad.
my dad wasn't mad that I brought them. He's mad that I actually used them. He's like, what's wrong with you? He's like, just go get it. You know what I'm saying? Well, please. He's like, my kids don't wear Jimmy's. What's wrong with you?
Dude, your dad was something. The pics we saw of him, like he's something else, man. That's a man's man.
I told you, when my father met my mother, he had 5 girlfriends with him. Like my dad went around like a sultan. Like he was a ladies' man. So I guess like when I saw my dad like being single again, because when he was with my mother, I never saw my father look at another woman. And one day my father told me, he said, "Listen, let me tell you something, kid. You're either married or you're not." I was just like, fuck, that was gangster. You know what I'm saying, though? Because when he was married, it was like sacred. But once he was single, he's like, well, now you're not married, are you? Like, so it was just a different. I didn't know my father sides. I didn't, I didn't know.
That's amazing.
And then my mother died. Maybe like 6 months went by, and then a bunch of his old girlfriends from the old neighborhood. They know now he's single, whatever. And he would go on dates here and there. And long story short, this one girl that he was dating, her last name was like she would come to the house, whatever. She was a real prima donna, like Mercedes, fancy clothes, fancy jewelry, and she was like kind of snobbish though. Like I was in my house at the time. It was after my divorce. I was living back with my dad, and I was kind of depressed, whatever. After my divorce, and I came down for dinner, whatever, and she was like, "Oh, nice outfit, huh? Sweatpants." And I was just like, "I'm in my house." Like I don't know, like she was just the way she talked to me. And then afterwards, I talked to my dad. I'm like, "Dad, not for nothing. Like that woman's kind of a bitch." She's like, "You know who that woman is?" I'm like, "No, I don't know. You going on a date with her? What I know?" She's like, "Yeah." But I'm like, "Well, who is she?" She's like, "Oh, she was married to a Gambino, but he got whacked." I'm like, "How did you meet this girl?" He's like, "Ah, she's from the neighborhood." I'm like, so she literally, her husband was one of the Gambino guys, and he got whacked. And my dad was dating her, and then he didn't stay with her though. He dated her for a little bit, and then like he broke up with her, and then he got this nice Jewish lady, and now he lives in Miami with this nice Jewish lady. She's a nice lady. But while she was dating him, she would still come over and leave gifts for my father. She wanted to be with that band. She was like bringing over gifts. And she came over one time. She said, "Your father here?" I'm like, "No, he's not home." I tell him her name was Rose or Rosalie. Tell him Rosalie was here, and this is for him. And I'm like, she's fucking like sending messages. You know what I'm saying? Like, the fuck you over here? I'm still in sweatpants. I'm like, the fuck you?
Wait, she's still with him or no?
No, but even my dad got the Jewish girlfriend in New York, and they were together. This Rosalie woman would still come by and leave presents for my father because she wanted to be with him. What the fuck? Like,
I guess you know where you got it from. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know, dude. But my dad's pretty gangster to date a ex Gambino wife, and then like dump her. He's like, "Man, fuck this bitch." You know what I'm saying? He's fucking gangster, man. Most guys would be pretty afraid, you know what I'm saying? No, like, but she was way too. You could tell the mafia Gambino attitude rubbed off on this woman. It was like being with the made man, but like who had tits. You know what I'm saying? No, which is a whole nother weird thing. But I mean, that's serious. She literally acted like a wise guy, and like I was actually impressed. Like what I'm saying, like she said, "What are this fucking sweatpants?" You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck me. Like, dude, she was brutal, man. A pretty lady too, like whatever. But imagine Richie starts dating her, like.
I love it, man. Richie's a pretty tough dude, and you got these people, you know what I mean, coming on you that hard.
No, yeah. So
that's funny, man.
her last name was Gambino, which was.
That'd be If she didn't even change the last name, you're right. I'd be pretty scared in the situation.
Well, yeah. Imagine you're dating that girl and like whatever. Like, it's just the whole thing with my dad, because he never talks about the mafia. He never talks about that shit. But my dad almost. I know the one story. My dad almost got whacked because when my dad met my mother at the time was actually dating a married mob guy. She was his his girlfriend.
Sure.
Story, and I can't remember the guy's last name. Spillabante. Spillabante. So this guy Spillabante comes to my grandmother's house, and with my aunt used to work with my mother at a nightclub. They were pretty women in the '70s. They were knockout girls, and so my aunt told my dad, "I got this beautiful girl I work with. Why don't you get a nice girl?" My dad's like, "I have 5 girlfriends." She said, "No, why don't you come meet her? You should get married, settle down." So my dad came to the nightclub, met my mother, ditched his 5 girlfriends, and him and my mom started seeing each other. So my obviously then ditched her mob boyfriend who kept saying, "Oh, I'm going to leave my wife for you," but it never happened. You know what I'm saying, though?
Right.
The mob guy's never going to break up with his wife or girlfriend because they can't.
Sure.
So anyways, the maid guy, Spillabante, he came to my grandparents' house, in Long Island, and my aunt lived over there because she worked in Long Island. But lots of times my grandparents would be in Manhattan because they still had the apartment in Manhattan because my grandfather was still in the cement business for the Gambinos. But then he'd spend the weekends on Long Island because they built a house up there, and then eventually he retired and stayed on Long Island. Anyways, the Spillabante guy came there as a sit down. He came down there, knocked on the door. My aunt's telling me the story. She was the one that was there. And she invited him in. They're having coffee. And he said, "Oh, we got to talk. Is your brother here?" No. He's in Manhattan. Oh. well, I got a problem. And my aunt's like, well, sit down. What's the problem? I remember my aunt, they used to date a lot of mob guys. So my aunt, the guy from Donnie Brasco, remember Al Pacino in the movie with Lefty Ruggiero? Lefty Ruggiero's son in the movie, anyways, in real life, Lefty Ruggiero's son, who was a maid guy, wanted to marry my aunt. And so she had a lot of people around her. And so he's like, so she wasn't afraid of this guy. And then my grandfather worked for the Gambinos in the cement business. So it was almost like they're all part of the club, right? And so the guy tells my aunt, your brother, he's dating my girlfriend, and she's with me. And she's like, well, you're married, and my brother likes her, and they're together. She's like, no. The guy's like, no, they're not together no more. Tell him to break up with her. Tell him it didn't work out. He's just got to break up. She's with me. And she's like, I can't do that. And he's like, well, let me tell you something. If he doesn't break up with Phyllis, my mother, it's not my mother yet. He said, if he doesn't break up, something's going to happen to your brother, which obviously you know what that means. They're not playing around.
Sure.
And she's like, what'd you say? He's like, no, I'm serious. If they don't break up, I'm going to do something about your brother. And my aunt, who was connected with all these mob guys, wanted to marry her. And that's true, because this guy I told you I met from the cigar lounge, I used to work for my grandfather's cement business. He wanted to ask my aunt out back in the day, but he was so afraid of my father, who was connected with all the Gambinos, he didn't have the balls to ask her out, because he said he didn't want to end up in the cement. So she's not playing around. So anyways, my aunt said to him, she has a raspy cigarette voice, if one fucking hair on my brother's head gets touched, not you, but your whole fucking family, your wife, your kids, your grandmother, will never be seen again. Is that understood? Like they're sitting there having an espresso. And so he just listened. And that was the end of that. Because she was, he knew, obviously, the fact that he had to sit down, that's respect right there. Because my dad was just a civilian, he just would have, whatever, right? But he knew, because Italians are going to find out who someone is. Who do they know? Because oh, yeah, well, his father worked for the Gambinos. Oh, okay, let's go talk then. You know what I'm saying? If they're talking, there's already a level of trying to handle it diplomatically. If you just walk up to a mob guy and you disrespect him or whatever, it's not going to be diplomatic. But it's like, you know what I'm saying? So that, yeah, and it didn't even phase my dad. Like, so whatever. And then when my dad got into the electrical business with my uncle, they were connected, whatever. And the union was mobbed up, and they made a deal with them. Well, stop doing non-union work. Basically, they were cutting in on the union labor, which the mob gets money off of that. Mm-hmm. They made a deal, and they said, "Look, we'll give you union cards, everyone, and just give us some of the business, and everyone's better." You know what I'm saying? But what happened was, first my uncle said no, mm-hmm. And then my uncle was at a yard, buying material like metal and pipe, for electrical work. And while he was there, mm-hmm. He was drunk. And also he said these two guys, like 300-pound guys, two of them, started chasing him. And he ran away because my uncle was like 160 pounds. So he's running, and these two Italian guys are chasing after him to obviously, because he said no, he wouldn't make a deal to change the company. So anyways, eventually he stopped, turned around. He's like, "What are you gonna do? Fucking kill me?" He's like, "What do you want?" And they're like, "No." I was like, they're like, they made a better deal, and then they took the deal with them for the business and whatever. So anyways, when I hear all these stories, but then like my dad acts like it didn't exist. He's like, "What are you talking? There is no mafia. What are you, stupid? What are you, fucking stupid?" And I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I'm not stupid. But I'm like, and I brought up my dad. Remember that guy that lived in the basement, Galante? He's like, "What about him? He worked for the church. He sold T-shirts." I'm like, "Dad, but his father was a mob boss, and he got whacked with a cigar in his mouth. He got 12 gauge to the face." He's like, "Yeah, he made some bad decisions." I'm like, "No, but how did his son live in our house?" I was like, "Was he hiding? Why was he living in the basement with his whole family?" He's like, "No, he's a nice guy." I'm like, "No, I know." It's just I couldn't get a straight fucking answer.
It's a real gangster.
I'll never know.
I'm not saying he's made, but he's he's straight.
Well, then when my father got married, all the Gambinos were at the wedding. I seen the pictures. I'm like, who are all these people? Like, I mean, ridiculous suits in the '70s. You could tell they were expensive suits, and these guys were serious motherfuckers. Like every guy looked like Joe Pesci, you know. I'm like, who's guy? He's like, well, that was the Gambinos. You know, they came to the wedding too. I'm like, what do you mean they came to the wedding? Like, oh yeah, we're having a and then because I remember hearing stories about my parents' wedding, and they're like, oh, it was such a good wedding. We just kept it going. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, well, you know, they wanted to end their wedding at, 10 o'clock. And so your grandfather just went to them and said, we're not ending this. And they gave everyone more money. Everyone stays. And so the music stayed, the food stayed. Imagine going to a wedding hall and they're like, okay, the wedding's from 5 to 10. And you're like, no, it's not. It was like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what do you mean it's not? No, it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, it's like
we're having such a good time. We think the festivities should continue. And we're willing to make it for a while.
No, I don't even think that to even explain that. Just like, you know what I'm saying? I just picture like one of the Gambinos, like, he's just like snapping his fingers, like, and just giving the guy the money, like, no, it's not, right? He said, yeah, we're open. We're gonna stay open. Like, that's all these stories combined is just like, I don't think I'll ever know. Don't never tell me. He finally told me one story about, I told you how my grandfather was at work one day when the mob was there on the cement business.
Yeah.
Went for a ride to a strip club in a Cadillac, and they were talking business, and I'm like, that's okay. So like, yeah, normally when you're on a construction site, you don't leave with mob guys in a Cadillac and go to a strip club, and you know what I'm saying? Like, does that happen in the construction business? You know what I'm saying? Though, like, like, have you ever been for a ride with like four made guys? And let's go for a ride. Let's go for
Not at least while I was working construction.
Dude, if you went for a ride with like four guys, like I would like you're sitting in the middle, like you're all crunched up, you know. You comfortable? You want to take a nap? You know, so
Yeah. Okay, let me get comfortable. May you guys take it off.
he's in the trunk open. I thought it was like the other stories. No, it's not like that. Yeah, it was what it was. And then even the church I went to, the priest, not the priest, the pastor, because it was like modern Christian. The pastor wasn't always a pastor. Before he was a pastor, he was a union delegate. And then when he became a pastor, he changed his name. And the church we went to used to be a nightclub owned by the mafia. And then somebody got whacked there. So then they got the property at a lower price because they lost their liquor license because somebody got whacked there. And then that was our church. And the pastor would tell a story. Did I ever tell you about the miracle about this place? I'll tell you what, I was a union rep, but I knew God wanted me to preach the people the good word. But we didn't have a church. So this nightclub right here you're sitting, it used to be called Faces. And I went in here and I talked to all the gangsters and said, God told me to make this a church. And they laughed at me. And they said, well, you got, let's just say, you got 200,000. And he was like, well, yeah, we'll see. He's like, then very soon after that, a guy got whacked and somebody got killed. And then they lost their license. So then I got the building for $100,000. And I'm like, that's not how God works. Like, God doesn't commit a homicide to lower property value. Like, like little Richie's like 6 years old. He's like, I've read the Bible. That's not how it works. Like, he's just like I had so many questions.
That's one of the funniest. That's hilarious, man. I can't express how funny that is.
And then to talk about it, you know what I'm saying though? And then to change your name.
Well, I love that you're sitting there like, is that what we believe in? Like, is that guy like?
Because even the way the church ran, I'm not saying it was still a good church, but they taught the kids about morality and everything. But how it started, I was like, the guy that ran the money for the church, his name was Little Frankie. And Little Frankie was a union butcher, and he had a Cadillac, but he'd handle the money. You know what I'm saying, though? And he would come in on Sunday, he'd be like, I'll tell you right now, he would stand up. God just told me, he put it on my heart to give $10,000 right now in cash. And he pulled it out, and he put it in the basket, and everybody be like, oh, my God. They were washing money. You know what I'm saying, though? Because if you put the money in the church and then it's non-taxable, then you could print the check out from the church, and then it's like, oh, it's clean money now. You know what I'm saying, though? And just Frankie the Butcher was running the books at the church. And then eventually, when the church got bigger, Frankie got another guy named Eddie. Eddie was a Puerto Rican guy, but his name was, I'm not going to say his last name, but Eddie was a fucking pro street boxer. His nose was all bashed in, but Eddie was a bad motherfucker. And Eddie would always say, it's the truth. God is the truth. And nothing stops the truth. And the truth set you free. But Eddie was gangster. Like Eddie was like a Puerto Rican muscle for the Italian. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Eddie, he was maybe like 5'6", but this guy had fucking hands. And then you grow up and you hear stories about it. They tell the testimony. I wasn't always saved like this, with God. In my younger days, I've been shot, I've been stabbed. I was on the streets. But now I'm with God. And you're like, I'm sitting there like, and then they used to have a special guest that would come once a year or twice a year. Oh, a special guest preacher. His name was Dennis Tenorino, who actually beat Arnold Schwarzenegger in Mr. Universe. He was a bad man. He was a big guy, and he was a Mr. Olympic. So he won biggest bodybuilder in the world twice. He was a big guy. And now he's dead, but you can look him up. Look up Dennis Tenorino, how big this motherfucker was. But he became a preacher. And he would tell stories like, yeah, I'm a preacher now. I preach for God. But let me tell you about my testimony. I've been shot. I've been stabbed. Every guy was in the mob. And then he talked about his story. And then later on, I Googled his story. It turns out back in the 80s or late 70s, he was running high-class poon out of Los Angeles, like a call girl service, high-end, so basically supermodels, they don't always get paid that much money. So they provide dating services. And he was basically their pimp. And then one of the girls ended up getting murdered, and they arrested him for the murder. And then he says that's where he met God in jail, and he dedicated his life to God, and the charges disappeared, and then now he's a preacher.
So it sounds like God is some guy. They don't mean God. They mean some guy.
I mean, the elements of the Christianity was there, but it was only on the surface. You know what I'm saying, though? Because I'm a Christian, but I understood. I was like, this is really just the mafia. You know what I'm saying, though? And then I was telling my aunt about this guy, and she's like, oh, Dennis Tenorino? Because I was telling her about the old church. She's like, yeah, I knew him. Like, what do you mean you knew him? She's like, yeah, I used to date him. This is the same aunt. I'm like, wait, you used to date Dennis Tenorino? She's like, yeah, I went a couple of dates, but he ate 4 dozen clams and 5 pounds of pot. I couldn't date this guy. He ate too much. I'm like, well, he was a bodybuilder. He's got to eat a lot. She's like, yeah, he was too big. I'm like, yeah, he's like a 400-pound guy. She's like, nah, I couldn't date him. And I'm like, so once again, my aunt who wasn't scared, this mob guy, she's dating gangsters, and this guy was an ex-Olympic bodybuilder who also,
right,
because he talked about it. He goes, yeah, I used to be protection for the mob and this and that. And he's like, I've been shot, I've been stabbed, but now I'm a preacher. Can you imagine an ex-Mr. Olympic being a money collector for the mob? That's the scariest fucking thing. Imagine just a 6 foot, 400-pound guy on steroids. Like, you got my fucking money. I didn't know the Jets were going to lose. They didn't cover the spread.
You see, he's just got the veins in his neck. His fucking eyes
but
bugging
meanwhile,
out.
he used to come to my house when he came to town for dinner. So it's I grew up around all these people. And it was just when I got older, I put all these things together. I'm like, okay, so the church was a nightclub. Somebody got whacked. And even the house I grew up in, the house used to be that pastor. My father bought the house from him. And that's where he started the church in the basement, where that guy used to live with the T-shirts. That's where the church started. And then when the guy got whacked at the nightclub and they got the lower property value, then he made the church over there. And then my dad took his house, and then we moved there, and that's where Richie grew up.
For a guy who comes up with a lot of conspiracy theories, I mean, I think you found a conspiracy, perhaps. I'm just saying, look, Rich, here's the thing. Here's something my buddy told me.
No,
Am I
no,
lagging?
but I mean, when you put the
Oh.
whole thing together, yeah. So then, I grew up in the house that my father bought the house from the pastor who was really, and then the pastor's parents. Like, okay, the pastor's father was just literally like the spitting image of a gangster. And he would always talk about the story about his father. He's like, let me tell you about my father. He came over here from Italy with nothing. And God told him, buy a fruit cart, and I'm going to make you rich. And he would tell a story. He would take this fruit cart from Brooklyn, and he pushed this fruit cart, and he started off selling bananas. And then before you know it, he's selling apples and peaches. And before you know it, every closet in my house was stuffed with bags of money, 50s, 20s, hundreds. It was a miracle. And I'm sitting there like, and literally at a young age, I'm like, I don't think fruit cart people make that much money. Like, like, and, you know what I'm saying though? Like, it just, the whole thing was like, wait, so you're bragging that your father sold fruit in Brooklyn and you had bags of money in the house. Why are you still selling the fucking fruit? Hire somebody for $10 a day. Like the whole thing.
It doesn't add up. So what I was gonna say is, my buddy told me he just got his PhD in some sort of algorithmic stuff that had to do with nodes. So he knows graphs as well as anybody. But he was saying that when you have a conspiracy theory, if you remove a couple of the nodes and the connections, things that are related to it or things that it's contingent on, it'll fall apart if it's just a fake conspiracy theory that someone came up with. But if it's a real conspiracy, you can remove a bunch of parts of it and it still points to the same thing, because it's reinforcing the
Yeah. I did so much research afterwards, putting all the notes together. Down the street, there was an old man from where I lived. Remember, that house used to be owned by that preacher. And I was always friends with this older guy. He was a Vietnam vet. We lose connection. What? Are you there? Are you there? Yeah.
that fix it.
Okay.
Wait, hold on one
So
sec.
the guy down the street was
Yeah.
a guy. He's a what the fuck?
Wait, I can
Okay.
hear you.
So down the street,
I can hear
there
you.
was an older man.
Okay.
And he was like a tough old man. We started talking. I became friends with him over the years. I ride my bicycle around or go for a walk. And then eventually I got older, I have a car, I'm driving down. So I talked to this guy for years. And finally we were talking a lot. And we started talking about, like, the old neighborhood. And I was like, did you know the people like where I used to live? He's like, yeah. He's like, oh, yeah, the preacher? I'm like, yeah. Like, what'd you know about him? Are you still there?
Mm-hmm.
Are you there?
All right.
It's been,
Give me 10
fine.
seconds. Give me 10 seconds. Let me see if I can fix it.
Right.
Okay.
The
Okay.
old,
Okay. Continue.
guy in the
So
block was a
you
Vietnam
inquired
vet,
about.
tough guy. And we would talk a lot. Then we ended up talking about the people, the pastor used to own my father's house. He's like, yeah, I knew that
Yeah.
phony guy. He was a gangster. He's like, he never was a preacher. I'm like, you knew him? He's like, let me tell you about him. He's like, his kids were bad kids, and him and his son and their friend, they came by at nighttime and they shot my window out of my car with BB guns, doing stupid shit. And so I went to their house and chased them down. And then the father came out, who was the preacher, wasn't a preacher yet. And then they got mouthy. And so he said, I punched him in the face and this and that happened, whatever, and whatever. And then whatever. And then, but he's like, I knew about him before that. He's like, he was saying how he didn't want to work no more. And he was just going to become a preacher and get people's money. He would talk about that before he was a preacher. And so, like, the whole story was like, now that makes more sense. You know what I'm saying, though? The whole thing was just a way to, get tax-free money and, now that makes.
I mean, what you've described is not men of God.
No, and once again, I'm not against a church that is literally charitable and for the people. And I'm not saying the church didn't have elements that was there, because there was good people within it. But I'm saying it was the higher ups was the facade. And this is how I know too. My mother was part of the church. My mother was a saint, and it's just like a garden. You have weeds and flowers in the same garden. You have good and bad people everywhere. So my mother ran this youth group at nighttime on the weekend, on Friday nights for the young kids. And it got really big. And sometimes you'd have a couple hundred kids hanging out, and they'd have a little service, but then let the kids hang out and play basketball. And they had like a makeshift Starbucks. They made like a cafe and like snacks for the kids. It was good for like 10 to 15-year-olds hanging out. We had like music. You could jam out their instruments. It was just a cool hangout. Anyways, it got big enough where we started getting donations and like what do you call it? Like offering. People give money. For the program.
Tithing.
Something for the kids. And they take them on trips. So my mother, when it started getting popular, my mother got mad. I remember her telling me about it. And she was really frustrated. My mother never really vented, and she's like, "I can't believe it." I'm like, "What?" She's like, "We're collecting a lot of money for the kids and for the programs, and I want to do stuff and help the unfortunate kids, or buy them new clothes, or do this and that." And she's like, "In the past, they approached her and said, 'Oh, you make a lot of money.' So they said, 'Give us the money and we'll hold it. And when you need it, then you ask us for it.'" And she's like, "That's it just became like." I saw at a younger age, I was just like, because it's a scam. He's stealing your money. She said, "No, he wouldn't do that." I'm like, "Why?" It's basically like he's like a pimp. He's like, "What do you got for me, baby? You got my money?" And that's basically what it was. So it's like they saw money coming in. They're like, "You got to give that to us." That's what it was. The whole thing is kind of crazy when you think about it.
I mean, it stinks. You know what I mean?
Well, it was a house of God built on a disco.
Yeah. What do you expect?
It's like, and it's kind of funny.
That's amazing. It's so interesting, the whole spectrum, because you can have some people who are so devout, and so focused, and then you have people. Oh,
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. I'm telling you right now, man. Anejo is a great cigar. That purple is so much better. Like, I can't stress what a game changer that cigar we smoked tonight. Like, I can't even stress it. Like, you got to be a little open minded, because lots of times when guys love cigars, they get stuck in ways, and even if they have something better,
Right.
they don't want to admit it. They're like, no, but it can't be better than a Fuente. It can't. Wow, can't be. And you're like, that's not how things work. If something's better, it's better. You know.
Somebody would have done that. What?
Oh, he's saying he would have done something about it. Yeah. Well, here's what it is.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Is what it is. Corruption is corrupt. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's government or church.
Those specific guys. You know what I mean?
Well, teenager. What are you gonna do about it? You know what I'm saying? Though.
You're gonna blow them all away. Then they're gonna
No,
come
it's
back.
just because they're not even gonna admit to anything.
Thank
That's
you.
nice. It's nice.
Thank you. Good work. Gio's actually an artist, Richie. I didn't know about that, but
he's the most famous 451 artist in Queens.
He does he puts cigar bands in bottles. That's part of his art. He kind of does like a collection of things. This one he's done a collection of emojis.
Yeah. Now, purple is not a female color. Purple is a royal color. The kings would wear purple. So
What are you saying, Gio? I'm Purple Goat. What are you saying, man?
Well, you had the rare pink, and now we got the rare purple.
What I was thinking earlier when you were saying about how much you like the cigar and how much you like the El Rey del Mundo, you used to always say is a lot of the best cigars already been made. Everybody always looking forward to new cigars, but you have to go back to cigars that are, what I mean, and they're great examples.
Yeah.
But
no, but there's always
cool.
Think about that. Let's just say it was 1995, and then that first day the Opus X came out. You're like, what the hell is this? And you're like, What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Though, like these evolutionary and revolutionary. Evolutionary is things kind of, and all of a sudden a revolution happens. Like that cigar was revolutionary. The purple was
Right.
a game changer. And listen, I don't want to hear if anyone smokes that cigar and they're like, I didn't like it. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with your palate. If you don't like the Cohiba Purple, I don't give a shit. You're not going to change how great it is. I'm going to say right now, I got a better palate than most people here. Okay, so if you disagree with it, I'm going to say it's like you disagree with it because I don't even know what you're thinking. Like you know what I'm saying though, that cigar was fucking phenomenal, and I have a vast experience on comparing cigars to itself, to its sizes, to other companies, to within the companies, to all cigars overall. And I think I'm pretty consistent and I'm very fair. I don't lie. I don't lie. If that cigar sucked, you would have known. I would have been really pissed because I bought two of them. I would have been really pissed. So from the first puff, not even from the first smell of the foot, I'm like, you got to be shitting me. They literally got that would be like Opus X, and they made the foot smell like an X. You're like, how is this? How does this smell like an X? You're like, wow. I don't know. It smells like Opus. Yeah.
Nice, Notorious.
Getting out of work.
Anyway, I was saying it's very cool because it's cool that people are making new best cigars.
And the cool thing is they're not done. This guy wasn't like, well, it was great, but I'm not sure. He was like, if you
Right.
cigar, he's like, literally said, he goes, wait till you see what we have coming out this year. He's like, you're not gonna believe it. Dude, I can't believe that he was so cool. He's like, yeah, I'll tell you what. He's like, Richie, he's like, you want to be a sponsored reviewer? You want us to, mail you stuff? Richie's like, I don't know. Do I want General Cigars to mail me all their cigars? Yeah, sure. Why not? No, but I didn't expect that at all. And I said, listen, not for nothing.
Sure.
I said, I want to go on the record. I said, I don't want you to think I'm trying to beg. I said, because I've talked to you many times. I never asked for free cigars. I didn't. He's like, no, I'm not saying that. He's like, no, but really appreciate your honest shit. And he's like, I know you're honest because he goes, some of the cigars that I designed, you loved, and he goes, some you didn't love. So I know but I think he was kind of a little offended though. He's like, because some of the ones I made, he was like, some of the ones I made you didn't like. That was like talking to AJ, and like AJ's like, so you didn't like the San Lotano, huh? you know, like, like this guy literally said some of the blends I made, you didn't like,
I mean, you called him about the El Rey del Mundo. This cigar's insane. He said, yeah, I didn't work on that one. You called him about the Riviera. Yeah, I didn't work on that one. So,
well, yeah,
so he
but
says he felt like he needed to prove himself, or not. I mean, I don't think
yeah, but
so,
does
but
that
I'm just kidding.
strive you to be worse or better? Better,
Mhm.
like
For sure.
if
But then you're like,
everyone's lying to you and just keeps telling you great, and you're not going to be able to improve because you're
that's
like, oh,
true.
we keep going this direction. You're like, meanwhile they're off course. Like for example, if you have
Absolutely.
a problem, like a real drinking problem, and you were here just drinking bottles of scotch, and I was like, yeah, it's good for you. Like, no, I'd be like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? You got to get your shit together. It's not what you want to
No,
hear, but you know, it's the truth.
having a critic is a very important part of life,
But
and
I
a lot of people.
critic though, because
What you say?
a fair critic, because you got so many
Sure.
critics are bought and paid, and they're not being fair.
No,
They're
but Richie, it's like a priest. How important is that person in your life? It's important, but
yeah,
if it's that bodybuilder guy,
yeah. If for someone to put you on course and to live a more righteous life, they should be living a righteous life too, or a more righteous. You know what I'm saying? No,
so you can't have a critic that's dishonest. You can't have a critic that doesn't have a good sense of the space or.
that happened though. There's a lot of dishonest critics,
But
and and
they're no good.
and whenever they do send me something, if they do, because I don't expect it, but whenever they do, I'm gonna be honest and say, yeah, this was provided to me. I'm not gonna be like,
Sure.
you know what I'm saying though. So I'm not gonna just be like lie about that. Like, oh yeah,
Look, I play basketball, but I told Gio if I'm ever in New York, they can really play basketball over there. I can't play basketball. I'm gonna swear up and down I've never played basketball in my life. So all I'm trying to say is, you got if you have someone who's a great critic, who's a quality critic, it's a very important role. You need that, and you need that in your friends. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
You don't want only yes people.
I look at it more like I'm a truth teller. Like I'm just literally telling the truth about it. You know, and
But
all
it's not.
the structure, the
It's
flavor, the value,
the
the importance.
the
Some
point.
people are more than just value or money. What does it mean? Like the Cohiba lineup means something to me because it's been around so long, and people kind of count on that, and it's something that's part of their life. If you're into cigars, and you're like, oh yeah, it's like, oh, that's still there. Because even myself, like there's times where I didn't smoke Cohiba for a while, and then you come back and you're like, shit, these are good cigars, you know, like. And what is it? Because you go too far off a boutique, or too far off on certain things, and but now this brand is making stuff that's better than boutique or better than these smaller companies that are more intrinsic and you know. For example, for me to say that it's better than the Padrón, I know it's blasphemous, but I love Padrón. But if you think about Padrón, they haven't upped their game in a long time. In my opinion, I love Padrón 26 and 64, but they are getting kind of stale because in that category, it's just Padrón 26, 64, Natural Maduro. It's been the same shit forever, and they're great, but they haven't upped their game. Everything that new that comes out is just, oh, it's a limited release 90th, 95th, 96, 101, 102. It's a little box for, $45 a stick and sometimes $50 a stick. And, and most shops won't even ever carry them. So most places that carry Padrón, they're going to have 1000s, 64 and 26. And that's great. But why can't they add another cigar in that category? They can or they won't. You know what I'm saying, though? Why can't they? You know, like why couldn't you have a Padrón?
Yeah.
I don't know. Put another Padrón 27, Padrón 20, whatever. Like just give us something else. So it's like they just let go of that lineup. You know.
I think you were saying earlier that you're a truth teller, but I think that's the importance of being a critic. And when I say that, I mean in a friendship, in any relationship, in any, let's say you're reviewing something, that's what I mean by being a critic. But what I'm trying to hone in on is being a truth teller is not just about being honest. Being a truth teller is about being um, insightful. You have to know what you're talking about before you tell the truth. Otherwise, you're just saying stuff. It could be true to you, but it doesn't mean it's true.
Well,
You have to be able to see
it's
it
like
well.
court case law. It's true and backed up by evidence.
Mhm.
And I feel like I use a lot of evidence. Even when I tell guys about using soft gentle heat, or how size is the blend, or drying your cigars out so they're not too moist, being aware of it. Like I don't want to hear guys bitching that this cigar didn't work well. Like you say, you go to the store and you're like, oh, I had a bad draw, and because you bought it at the store, I'm like, well, it's probably too moist. No, no, I'm telling you, like, don't you understand? You go to humidors, it's a rainforest, like those cigars are too moist, you know. So ways around
But
besides drying it out is uh, buying only new stock from a shop. Like, what did you just get in this week? You can ask them that. Oh, we got this in this week. We'll try to select from their new stock so it wasn't sitting around too long. Because most stuff sitting around too long at a shop is going to have a damp, wet taste. And that's not the cigar's fault. So I'm all about blaming a cigar if it's bad, if it's a cigar. But
mhm.
your responsibility. What's your responsibility? Observing the cigar. Is it too moist? Did you light it up terribly? Did you torch it with the torch and you burned the cigar and now it's all torched? Did you cut it too much and it's unraveling? These are the things that you have to have some level of responsibility. You're taking part of it. It's like you can have a great food. If you choke on it, maybe you're chewing too fucking fast. Maybe you're taking too big bite. Oh, I don't like that restaurant. I choke every time I go there. Did you eat too fast? You know what I'm saying? No, like I don't know. I don't know. So people are just so quick to blame something or dismiss something, Because I've heard that all the time with Cohibas in the past. People say, "Oh, I got a tight draw." Like, no, did you buy it in a lounge and it was too moist? Because I never had a bad draw in a Cohiba ever. Like, or did you torch it and you fucking overcook that shit or when you smoke it, I never put my cigar down. Guys smoke a cigar, you see them at a lounge, they put it down for 20 minutes and they come back. Oh, I have to keep on relighting it. Maybe you let it go out, and then if you're not taking that responsibility on that, what kind of other things in their real life are they not taking responsible for? You know what I'm saying? They're not self-aware.
No, I totally agree. I'd like to say, Gio, you're being pedantic, and I think Richie, you're making a good point, which is that's one component of being a critic. You have to think through what all the components could be, but it also comes down to taste. It comes, oh, very nice, Joshua. It comes down to insight. It comes down to a lot of things. So it's a discipline in itself to be critical in thinking.
What does he say, Gio? They could become underhumidified in a day. Let me tell you something. No cigar is going to get hurt because you leave it out for a day in your house. If you left it outside in the hot Sahara Desert in the sun, okay, yeah, maybe, sure. But no, no. If you leave a cigar out for a day, it's not going to dry out to where, oh, it's not going to work now and have no flavor. That's a bunch of bullshit. That's a bunch of bullshit.
What's up with Gio that he comes in and starts swinging?
Fuck Gio.
Hey, man. Anyway, I think it's funny. I think it's funny that he said you're leaving it dry. No, whatever. What I'm trying to say is, what I think was interesting is you had the same response.
What is he talking about, Gio? Gio, do
And I think I'm lagging.
you does Gio want pizza?
Dude, my Wi-Fi is fucking up. I think it's funny. You're, oh man, it's funny you had the same response. You know what I mean? Like the guy was like, "Oh, let me send you cigars. Like I want your opinion." You know what I mean? That's valuable. And you said, "Okay, John Wayne." You said, "I'm poor." You said, "I can't buy my own cigars."
I just wanted to be on the same page that, like,
Sure.
I was being truthful to myself. Because if I didn't say it, then I would have not made my peace with that. I was like, okay, well, I hope you don't think I was just calling you to get free cigars because that wasn't.
Sure.
Because what I'm saying is, because then if he thought that, or if I did ask for that, then that's all our relationship would ever be. It's just business, tit for tat. Where I considered him not like a close friend, but something that we could talk and be truthful. Because, like I said, I talked to him on the phone for an hour before, and I find that valuable more than money or something that's free. You know, so like for example, the other day I went to my chiropractor, and the guy that says I have a tremendous fucking skull, and when I got there, before he started, we started bullshit. We talked about this and that, but I brought in one of my nice pocket knives, and it was on my because when you go to the chiropractor, I take my stuff in my pockets. I was like, "Oh, take a look at that pocket knife I go there." And he's like, "Oh, it's a nice one." I said, "You see it?" And he opened it up. He's looking at the blades. Yeah, it's nice. It looks nice. It looks expensive. I said, "It's for you." He said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "No, I wanted to give you a gift. That's like you changed my life. You really helped me out with my pain in my neck and quality of life, and it's for you. I wanted to give you something." And so he's like, "Oh, I really appreciate that." And so he really appreciated it. Afterwards, though, when I was walking out, he came back to the front desk, where I pay, and he came back and he told the secretary, he's like, he's like, just don't take his money, just it's on the house today. And I said no, and he said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "If it's on the house today, then the present I gave you wasn't a gift, then it was a deal." And he's like, "I respect that." I said, "No, that was a gift. I didn't expect nothing." And he's like, "Okay." And then I said, "I'm paying," and I paid. You know what I'm saying, though? And I'm being dead serious. If I give you a gift, I don't expect nothing back because then it's not a gift. You know what I'm saying, though? Like, if you want to give me a gift, that's fine. But you're a chiropractor and you're doing this job so you can feed your kids. I'm not going to give you a gift and expect you, oh, I'm getting free shit now. I'm being dead serious. That just happened 2 days ago. So I knew that took our friendship, made him even to a higher level because he's like, "Oh, I respect that." Like, you know, whatever.
God bless. No, I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think that
I do something
if I'm
angle. I wasn't like I didn't want him to think, "Oh, let me get a free
right.
chiropractor appointment by giving him a pocket knife," which in a way sounds like I'm trying to intimidate him. Like the appointment's free, right? It's well,
I I wanted to say I liked it. I like that story, and I agree with you. It's interesting. If I'm being honest, you always say you're trying to improve everybody. Something I've actually struggled with is gift giving sometimes because I don't want anybody to ever give me something because I don't know, it feels weird, you know. But
If
I'm always happy to give somebody something, but I don't want anything in return.
nothing is the most powerful thing you could do. You need to look at it as you're not giving, you're getting. When you have that ability of well, it's almost like in the service, but the what's the word I'm looking for? The ability of a surprise attack. But instead of, let's say, we're not in a war right now, I can surprise you with a nice gesture and you won't see it coming. And you're like,
Mhm.
wow, I didn't expect that. Yeah, I know, because it's a surprise. And I like that. I like just surprising someone with something, you know what I'm saying, though? And I've done that before in the past with other things. And was what it was, you know? Like, well, there's another story I can tell about a surprise I gave somebody. I don't know if I'll. Yeah, I'll tell you about it privately. We can
Yeah.
true. Um, one time I gave my buddy a gift, and it was for his wedding. He's my best friend, and we were at his house, and then all of a sudden I said, "Hey, what is that?" Said, it's a box of cereal. He's like, "Where'd that come from?" I'm like, "Oh, check to see if there's a prize in it." He's like, "What prize?" He opened up the box of cereal. There was a prize in it. He's like, "The fuck is this? Is this for me?" I said, "Yeah." He's like, "This is the best gift I ever got in my life." He's like, "Can you put in a fucking cereal box?" It's like, "Yeah, man." And I'll tell you about what it was over the phone. But anyway,
Sure, sure.
element of my surprise. Now he never gave me a gift like that in my life, but that's okay. I didn't expect that because that's my power to do that. So look at it that way, and it could be something that doesn't be that valuable or cost a lot, but giving someone for nothing, that's a superpower that you have to tap into, and it's freeing letting something go that you enjoy or you think is valuable. Because let me tell you something. Everything you think is valuable to you, one, you could lose it before you die, or two, I guarantee you're going to lose it after you die. So in the meantime, giving it away, now it's not your fucking problem. And now you don't have to cry when you lose it because you didn't lose it. You gave it to someone else. Hot potato. Tag, you're it. This is your shit now. I mean, that's serious.
I my buddy just turned 30, and I felt like he hadn't gotten enough of a because he had been away when he turned 30.
Yeah.
Sorry, 'cause how the ass tasted.
Wait, was
Yeah, Gio, how did the ass tasted?
Gio was clapping cheeks and he was 4'5'1"? No, actually, he wasn't 4'5'1". He was just 5'1", right? I guess it'd be 5'1", right? He was 5'1". Gio, you were 5'1"?
Dude, dude, I think Gio would like to come on the live and ask you all the questions you already answered tonight.
Fuck Gio.
Anyway, oh, but it's not important. But anyway, I threw a surprise party for my buddy and got some of our mutual friends in on it, and we stayed up all night and we planned the whole thing, and it was amazing. And he was so surprised. And I don't know, there's something being able to give somebody something that they need. I don't, it's not they need, but is right for them. Do you know what I mean? To give them the thing that you see that they should have, and then to give it to them in that moment. It's a beautiful thing. So I don't know.
It's a part of life. You can't, because you can't just take. It's good to give in life. Yeah. What was his question? What did he ask me?
He said if you want to take a nap, and he said that you should get comfortable.
Oh, it's like that. You gonna get comfortable, Gio? Huh? You want the Richie, huh? Huh?
Gio, I can get comfortable, Gio.
Dude, I feel like tonight this was a great live, and like we had so many different stories we covered, like whether from the whole church thing to or the whole Italy trip. I mean, these are massive, long stories, and honestly, like they're quite funny when you think about it. But they were all real, you know. Like,
It's hilarious, and they fit well together.
yeah, I mean,
There's a there's a continuity to it. Yeah, go ahead.
Like, it's just funny with the Italian side, like, because they're all up in your business and everything. Like, with that whole situation in Italy. And then when I came back home, after that, like, the next year, no, actually, no, it was before that, because my mother was alive. The year before that, I told you that story about my grandmother had a tenant, and she was a very sexy 30-year-old single mom, and who worked at a tanning salon, and she had like 2 kids, and she was divorced. And every time I was always over there, I was always playing with the kids in the backyard, and I gave them like a Nintendo 64 I had, didn't use no more, and you know, they appeared not to have much money, and they just seemed. But and the mother was hot too, though, so I was being nice to the kids because the mother was hot, and I was like 19 and she was like 30, but she was like nice. Her name was what was her name? What was her name? I don't remember her name. Anyways, he was second cousin with Rudolph Giuliani, the mayor of New York City. Second cousins, not first. And so she always would complain she didn't get any.
Maybe Rudolph. You never know. Anyway, go ahead.
She didn't get a lot of money. She didn't get any money from the family, and whatever happened happened. So long story short, that was in the summertime. I met her, and I was being nice to them. And then around Christmas came, she asked me because her car wasn't working. She would walk to work down the street, if I would drive her to the mall so that way she can go Christmas shopping for her kids. I said, sure. So it was just me and her. I picked her up. I had a Chevy Blazer 2-door. I take her to the mall. And while she's going Christmas shopping, she bought a bunch of toys. And I said, she went to pay. And I said, hold on. I said, here, let me help out. I gave her $100 on top, to help out cover. She's like, you're not going to do that. I said, no, let me help out. They don't have a father, let me help out for Christmas, And she's like, oh, thank you so much. Well, well, we got back to the car, and she's like, let me get you a present. And I'm like, well, what are you gonna give me? Whatever. I don't want nothing, right? She's like, well, let's go for a ride. So we go for a ride, and we end up at an adult store. And I'm like, what are you gonna get me at the adult store? And she's going around, and she bought a ring that goes around that, and one of those, like, you know, a Johnny Cochran ring.
Sure. Yeah, no.
So, anyways, then we get back to the car, and she's like, Merry Christmas. She gave it to her. I'm like, well, thanks. She's like, well, see if it fits, baby. And I'm like, oh, shit. One thing led to another, and my God, that blazer was a rocking. And wow, that charity, sometimes you got to give to get. And and so, but anyway, that got dangerous. And then she lied and said she was pregnant, and then she stopped paying rent. But she told my grandmother, I don't have the rent, but it's okay. I'm having your grandson. And so when that happened, all the Italians, my aunt, and before that happened, my aunt kind of saw what was happening. I was hanging out with her and around a lot. My aunt was making pasta and beating up the dough and cooking, the serious one. And she's like, Damiano, vieni qua. I was like, well, what's up? And she's smoking a cigarette. She didn't even look at me. She's just beating the dough, and she's just looking. She's like, what's going on? You doing something stupid? I'm like, no, what are you talking about? She's like, she just stopped. She like beat the dough and she stopped. She's like, you fucking this bitch? I'm like, no, I'm not banging her at all. She's like, you're not banging her? I'm like, no. And then, of course, like a month later, she's saying she's pregnant and she's not paying rent. And then my parents had a meeting, and my father's like, my grandmother, his mother, she's like, she's making me pay the rent because you're banging this girl, and she's saying she's not gonna pay. And he's like, I gotta pay the rent now because my grandmother told my father, well, she's not gonna pay the rent because whatever. So my grandmother was taxing my father. The whole thing, it was just like, they had another sit down. You know what I'm saying? No, it's just like, so my father's got to cover the rent because I'm banging the tenant and she stopped paying. So, anyways, So
What
she ended up not being pregnant. It was a bullshit story, and then took about 6 months. And before the sheriff kicked her out, she just moved. And then after that, I got back with my ex-girlfriend, and I was with my ex-girlfriend for a few months. And I thought I saw her car in front of their house. It's like, there's no way it's the same car. And a few months went by, and now the next summer came around, and the kids are playing the back. My girlfriend had a sister that lived there, and she had 2 kids. And we came back with my girlfriend from dinner, and there was 4 kids playing in the backyard. So I'm by the fence, walking my girlfriend, and the kid playing with the ball looks at me and goes, Uncle Damon. I'm like, and my girlfriend's like, you know him? And she's like, yo, Uncle Damon, I know him. He gave me the Nintendo. And I'm like, oh, and she's like, you live here too? I'm like, it turned out that woman, after she left, the chances are impossible. The next apartment she went to, she rented the basement apartment from my ex-girlfriend who I got back with. The chances of that happening, what are the chances out of all the apartments? She went from my grandma's house to my ex-wife's house. And I had to explain to my ex-girlfriend what happened. I was like, well, I wasn't with you, so I didn't cheat on you, but and she's like, you were banging that old lady? I'm like, no, she was 30 years old. She's hot, you know? And it was awkward. And then that woman stopped paying the rent there because she started banging my girlfriend's brother, and said the same thing. And I'm like, trust me, she's not pregnant. I know the drill. She's not pregnant. Just don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, oh, thank God. You know, he was like, he's like, well, how do you know this? I'm like, trust me.
That's crazy.
How crazy is that? How crazy?
That's really crazy.
Dude, on the life of my daughter, the story's true. I can't make this shit up.
You think? No, I don't know. That's crazy. I mean, the chances of that.
In my mind, this is how stupid men are. For a moment, even when all that shit was going on, I was like, wow, my girlfriend's on the first floor. The lady I used to see is in the basement. We're only a floor away from
Mixing it up.
that never happened. But
Yeah, smoking both offices at the same time.
if your man, he's like, yeah, I know this looks bad, but there is an opportunity. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah. Richie, I think I'm lagging too hard to even contribute. I don't even know if you can hear. Oh, you can hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I got another 10 minutes. Yes.
Okay, cool.
So that situation is, if you ever meet Rudy Giuliani's second cousin, don't bang her.
Yeah.
Don't bang her.
Oh, yeah, that was the girl. That's crazy. One sec, I gotta plug this in.
Did I ever tell you the time I went on the blind date with the hair salon lady? Not a blind date, but the hair. So years later, this is after my divorce, and I'm getting a haircut. It's called a Nice Italian Barbershop, and I'm getting a haircut, and the woman there's a nice woman, you know, and she's cutting my hair, and ironically, that woman cut my hair the day before my wedding, years before that. I went back in there, and we're talking. I was like, remember me my hair years ago? Our wedding. She goes, oh, how did it work out? I'm like, no, we're divorced now. You know, saying, she's like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So we start talking this and that. And then I was like, well, here's my number. If you ever want to have dinner, hang out, something like that. And she was a nice, like 35-year-old woman, you know. And she's like, yeah. She gives me a call. We go out for a date, nice restaurant. And we're having a nice dinner in Port Jeff, you know, seafood tower, everything, spending two bills. And while we're having dinner and eating the seafood tower, I'm like, so you're divorced? She's like, well, I mean, technically, I'm separated. I'm like, well, where's your husband? I thought you were divorced. Well, she's like, my husband's away. I'm like, is he in business? She's like, no, he's upstate. I'm like, oh, is this business with Canada? Like, he's upstate New York? She's like, no,
He's in jail.
he's upstate in prison. And I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm like, well, is he coming back soon? Or she's like, no. I'm like, well, how long has he got? She's like, well, he had 20 years for murder. And I'm like, oh. I'm like, so he's going to be gone for another 15 years or something like that? I'm like doing the math, like how much time before the shit hits the fan, you know what I'm saying? Which is so stupid, you know? She's like, well, no. He got another 20 years. I'm like, why? She's like, well, he killed another guy in prison, so now it's... So just picture Rich eating the seafood tower, like, you know what I'm saying?
Adding it up.
Take the check, please. We'll take the check. I never call that bitch again. But this is what she said. She's like, well, I'm still afraid of him because he has a lot of friends and they're all bad. She's like, so I don't think. And I'm like, well, what kind of guy? She's like, oh, he's really jealous. I'm like, dude. Yeah.
It's funny the ones where you go for it and the ones where you say that's enough. You know what I mean? Because half the story is
It's not that
two and two.
I'm afraid, but sometimes the juice ain't worth the squeeze. You know what I'm saying? You're like, you know what? That I don't need to, I mean, but that restaurant, I always would take girls there for the first date. That was it was called Danford's in Port Jeff. Look up Danford's, Danford's. You can spell Danford's. It's a really
Okay.
cool restaurant right in the head of the harbor in Long Island. Really nice restaurant. I took so many girls there for a first date, that other woman that told me she was divorced. There's so many girls that told me they were divorced. I took them. They weren't divorced. I sound like a broken record, but
they're probably always telling guys to get divorced and they get taken to that spot for the seafood tower. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you about another girl there. But there was a guy there too that asked me out. I didn't know he was gay, but it was the night Trump got elected. It was Hillary versus Trump, and they had a Hillary like a Hillary. So whoever you voted for, you could buy the Hillary margarita or the Trump whatever. Let's say it was a old fashioned. So of course I was drinking the Trump drink, and the guy next to me, he was eating wings and drinking a beer. He was in a suit, and we were talking about the elections and about the Giants, whatever, like guy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm just shooting the shit. I'm thinking like we're just two guys, just at the bar. And then he's like, so after I'm getting done to my meal, he's like, I'm like, well, nice day, bro, And he's like, so what are you doing after this? And I'm like, I'm probably gonna go home and hope Trump wins, He's like, you gotta go far? I'm like, huh. And then I realized he's hitting on me. He's like, well, what do you want to do something? And I'm like, no. Like, I voted for Trump. I was like, how do I stress this? You know what I'm saying? No, I'm trying to make America great again. These cheeks are closed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was thinking like this guy's pro Trump and he's I don't know. I mean,
but I had to give it to him. At least he
no,
tried.
you didn't have to give it to him.
No. I had to give him that.
Just,
It must take balls because I didn't tell the guy I was 4'5" at all. So like to ask
sure.
A guy of large stature out because it goes wrong. You're like, what the fuck did you say? I was just like, nah, I appreciate it, but no, that's not for me.
That's true.
That's not for me.
Yeah, you've been talking all night. You're like, yeah, I just voted for Trump. Love Trump. Anyway, I was cleaning my Beretta last night and XYZ happened.
Imagine he's like, yeah, me too. Like we could go to the range together, and you're like, what?
We could shoot off.
Yeah, but then the other girl I took there on a date, blind. She was a girl I knew from the old neighborhood, the old church, and she found out I was single. We started talking on Facebook. Oh, I said, well, I thought you were still married. No, me and my husband got separated. We're getting divorced. So I take her there. We have a good time and maybe fool around a little bit afterwards, but nothing crazy. And I had my Corvette, got the seafood tower. I gave her the whole first date: seafood tower, Corvette. I had the same street I'd pull over, make out. I had the whole routine, it's like a tryouts, And the next day I get a phone call. I'm telling my guys about at the cigar lounge. I'm telling them about the date.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty girl, best of luck. Everyone's like, oh, best of luck, Richie. Whatever. And I get a phone call, and I'm like, yeah, who's this? And he's like, who's this? He's like, it's the girl's husband you're taking out. I said, girl's husband? Who's it? I said, you still married? He's like, still married. He's like, my wife still lives with me, asshole. He's like, you taking my wife out? I'm like, oh, hold on. It's like, your wife told me she was separated, you're getting divorced. He's like, divorced? She's like, she slept in my bed last night. And I was like, wait, I thought you don't live there no more. He's like, I still live here. And in the background, you hear her like, we're not together no more, John. She's like, I want a divorce. And like, she's going on, whatever. Awkward. It was real dramatic. And then he's just going on. He's like, yeah. He's like, well, I hope you had a good time with my wife. And I'm like, well, I mean, I took her out for the seafood tower, He's like, yeah. Well, it's like, I hope you fucked her real good. I'm like, nah, I didn't fuck your wife. He's like, yeah, and I hope you ate her pussy and hope it tasted like me because I was hitting that shit before you got in there. And I'm like, nah, but I was just, and at that point I have it on speakerphone. All my friends like, what the fuck does that mean? Like it was, he was, he's like, what the fuck? All my friends like, what? And I was just telling him about this girl, this nice date, and then it went to like that. He's like, yeah, I hope you were eating that shit and it tasted like me. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like that's a real suspect shit. Like that's I should have told
That's
him.
on the borderline.
I should have told him what the guy at the bar. They could have been.
I don't know, man. I sometimes in a situation like that, I just dip right into the other pool, just be like, yeah, it did. It didn't. I thought that was a nice taste. And anyway, I mean, look, when you're done with her.
So long story short, at the time back in the day, Richie on his Facebook channel, like I wasn't trying to be, but I was also trying to be I was like a hardcore fake rapper. I was making fun of rap, but like Richie would be like a hardcore rap. I got to show you some of the raps. Like Richie was pretty like a hardcore like rapper. I don't sound stupid, but my rap name was Mr. Joke. And anyways, so long story short,
It's a pretty good rap name.
and he's like, yeah, and I saw your rap videos. he's like, you're a real fake ass gangster. I'm not afraid of you. And he's like, I'll have a rap battle with you anytime you want. I'm a rap like, I'll have a rap battle like
Rap battle.
like when Richie has a rap dude, I should have accepted the rap battle. Like, saying no. Like, I'm not looking for a fight or looking for some strife, but I'll tell you right now, I was fucking your wife.
Yeah, dude, you don't even need to come up with punchlines. You just center on that one thing, man.
Yeah.
He's over. What's he gonna do? Conjecture? Like, what's that?
I took your wife out for a couple of hours. I had her on her knees eating seafood towers. Just saying no.
That's good, man.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Yeah. I don't know.
Dude, that's the most unwise decision a person can make is going to a rap battle with a person fucked your wife.
Yes. At that point. No, but that guy was sick because he would just rap about like, I hope you liked it because I was in it last night. You could taste me. Like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? The fact that he's just like, nah, I don't want to. This guy's just he was crazy. So I didn't hang out with her no more. That was a bad situation. I let that go. Yeah. It's not that I'm afraid, but it's not worth it. I can get another one. You know what I'm saying? No. No woman's worth. No woman that you're not
Depends on the
married to is worth dying over. Like if it's your wife, and some guy's like, I want her to be my wife, or and to the death. Like no, if not. But like if some girl you hung out with one time is like, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of danger. You're like, this shit ain't worth it. You don't see the difference. You know what I'm saying though?
Dude, I think Sacco got infected with Gio's mentality. He came in, started talking shit, and then left.
Well,
Same as Gio.
yeah, I don't know. It's what it is. It's a stupid place. You know?
Yeah.
It's a stupid.
No, it's good.
But I have a lot of funny, crazy stories in the past. It was, and they're all true. They're all true. Even when I remember when I picked, because I was like, "Oh, I'll pick you up. What's your address?" She said, "No, I'll just meet." She's like, "I'll meet you at Panera Bread." I'm like, "Panera Bread." I remember just sitting in the park at Panera Bread. I'm like, "Why doesn't she want me to pick up at her house?" Yeah, because she's still married.
That's shiesty.
That's shiesty. Yeah,
That
it's shiesty. It's shiesty. It's And then I had the whole situation with my ex-girlfriend. I told you about that whole situation and that. So, um, the one where her first son is probably my kid. That whole situation. Yeah. So
I missed that.
what year? So I got like a 17-year-old son, but that's a whole nother story. Yeah.
That's crazy.
But that's okay. I'm not gonna say it's not my fault. But what happened was I was in the service, and me and my girlfriend were off and on, and then we broke up, and then she was with some other guy. But she'd call me up and she would complain because he had a little, this. And so she'd call me to come over. And then I'm like, you want to get back together? No, but she just wanted some of the Richie. So she ended up getting pregnant, and then I went to the war. Well, she got pregnant before the war, but I was like, "Is it mine?" She's like, "No, no, no, it's his." Because the timing. But she lied about the timing, and I didn't know that. I just believed her. And then when I was in the war, she had the kid, and then I came home, and then she used to bring the kid over, and she was still with him, but whatever. And I was like, "So you're gonna stay with this guy? Oh, I'm gonna marry him." Okay, she married this guy, and then I met my wife, and we got married. So life went on. Okay, like she told me it was there. After I got divorced, though, she called me, and she was still with him, but she was still not happy, and she said she was going to divorce him, and maybe she wanted to get back together. And I was like, well, I would have. We were together for like 6 years. And she was my first girlfriend, so we had a lot of history. And then I was like, well, is the kid mine? And she's like, well, actually, I think it is. And I'm like, because people on Facebook would see pictures of her kid. It was a small group I hung out with, my old school and church, and they're like, well, her son like you. He had the same like crazy eyes. You know what I'm saying? No. And they're like, everyone's talking about it. And I was like, so I called her out, and she's like, well, maybe it is. I'm like, did you lie? I was like, is it? She's like, well, you were going to the war, and my parents wanted me to get married, so I said it was his. And I'm like, that's not right. But like, I felt bad for him and whatever. So every time she get mad at him, what?
But dude, that's very shisty. And how do you even trust that she's not telling you the truth? Maybe it is his.
Because if you look at the two other kids compared to her oldest son, the two other kids look like the husband, and the son looks like Richie. Like Richie's very distinctive look, And then what happened was she told me she was going to leave him, and then she agreed to take the kid for a DNA test just to find out. I said either way. So if it's not mine or if it is, let's just find out. And we were still hanging out on the side, whatever. And I was single, but then I got a phone call from my husband, and I was so
So then you backed off?
I feel like, well, no, let me explain the phone call. So he called me, and like you hear like the wife, she's in the background, and she's like, obviously it was a dramatic situation. He's all stressed out.
I want a divorce. Yeah.
No, it was kind of awkward because at that point,
Okay.
the last time I talked to her, she said she was leaving him, and she wanted to be with me. She told me she was staying with him just long enough so she could finish decorating the house, and then she's gonna kick him out. And I thought that was wrong, and I felt that was wrong.
It's messed up.
But this is
wrong.
This is women, okay?
I don't know if I'd want to marry a woman who does that.
I think they're all the same. So, thing is, remember, she didn't get with him because she loved him. She always loved me, but then we had our issues, and I was in the whatever. So, anyways, he's like, he literally called me. This was an awkward phone call. He's like, so you think my son is yours? And I was just like, oh, okay. I was just like, and I was like, well, I can't say that for sure. But I was like, I don't know why.
I would have been like, sorry, who is this? This could be any of 5 people.
Exactly. This is the same girlfriend. Remember the woman moved down the basement? That's the same girlfriend.
Richie's professional bull service. How much?
It's not, yeah, I provided. So he's like, I'm not afraid of you, and this and that. And I'm like, well, listen, no. I was like, she's the one that told me that it's probably mine. And he's like, I don't know why she's saying that. He's like, well, the kid's already 7 years old. I was like, well, I was married, and I didn't know it was my kid, and now I'm divorced, and she's telling me it's my kid. So she told me she was going to divorce you, and this and that. And he's like, yeah, well, we have our problems, but that's none of your fucking business. And I'm like, well, and I was trying to be nice. I wasn't trying to blow up her spot. But then he was just like, well, I'm to you. And he started talking about he's got this, and he bought a strap, and he's like, and I'm like, all right. And he's like, oh, I'm calling the police, and because you've been harassing my wife. I'm like, hold on. I said, all right, if it's like this, I said, how can I be harassed? I said, your wife calls me. I said, I'm going to print out I have Verizon. I said, I'm going to print out the phone records. Can you explain to me why your wife calls me at 2, 3 in the morning, and then I call her back from the same cell phone tower because I'm outside your house fucking your wife in my car? You want to explain that? I said, I'm fucking your wife. I said, I'm sorry I have to tell you that. But I said, she's calling me. She's calling me. The phone, I was like, but before I said that, I said, hold on. I said, is your wife there? I said, yeah. I said, bring her to the phone and put it on speaker. And I said, look, I apologize I have to do it, but you said you wanted to leave your husband, and now all of a sudden you told your husband your ex-boyfriend's calling you saying the kid is yours, and like, I said, no, now you want to try and make me the bad guy. I said, I'm not the bad guy. So you put me in a bad spot, but now I got to go full Richie. I said, let me explain something to you. I'm fucking your wife. And I said, I can prove it. She's calling me at 2, 3 in the morning. I said, remember on her birthday, she didn't like your present you gave her and you didn't have sex? He's like, how did you know that? I go, because she called me and I fucked her outside for an hour. I said, I got the phone records. You want to see this shit? And then he just got quiet, like really quiet, for like 5 minutes. And then he just hung up the phone. And then I never heard anything about it ever again. That was that.
Do you know? Do you have any information about those
No.
people?
After that, she deleted everything from social media, everything, and she went ghost. That was it. They're still together. They're still together. Because think about it, at that point,
I mean,
he still has 3 kids with her, and he has 2 kids that are definitely his. So if they got divorced, he's still gonna owe tons of child support. He's fucked. It
yeah, but
just has an unloyal.
did he kill himself and her? Like, do you know they're alive?
No, they're still together. No, I assume they're still together. Oh yeah, I know this because my friend who was at a kids party, he ran into her. He knew her from the old school, and they ran into each other. And my friend called me. He's like, "Oh, I ran into your old girlfriend," and they were talking. And then we talked about you, and she just kind of smiled when I was talking about you. But I said, "What'd she say?" She said, "No, whatever. Her and her husband are still together," and that was that. And that was that. But that's not my problem. Like their marriage was bad. That's not my problem. He wasn't taking care of her, so whatever. And she kind of played both sides. She didn't want to be with her husband, but then she almost left her husband, but then back. Yeah, that was so. Yeah, so I did have 2 different husbands call me up. Like, I was like, hold on, let me explain something. I mean, that was awkward though because I didn't want to have to put that guy on full blast. Like, because Richie, like, I literally was like, I'll give you all the evidence you want. How else do I tell you this? Like, your wife's not faithful. Like, like, you know, you know. He put a what? I don't know. But yeah,
I don't know.
the best shit. I mean, it was what it was with that. You know what I'm saying? No, like that's, you know, I had no ill intentions for her. She told. It's not like I was
Sure.
up and she's a married woman. I'm like, let me ruin your marriage. No, you're calling me up saying you're going to divorce your husband after he finished buying furniture, and, and and whatever. You want the rich? Okay, you know. I was like, I said, I'll print out all the. He said, your wife's calling me. I said, so if your wife's calling me at 2 in the morning, why do you think she's calling me to tell me not to call her? The fuck you talking? Yeah, that was the most awkward silence. Like he was brought to nothing. Like yeah, like just the intro is like, "Hello, darkness, my old friend." Like imagine that night when they. I always want to know that night when they went to sleep. What was that like when they woke up in the morning? Like saying like,
Been able to keep it straight. I'm so bad with that, man. Like I think
yeah, but
I could control.
all the weight you're under, right? Because even if let's just say you told your wife, "I'm out of here," and he was like for 2 kids on his salary, he's going to owe at least $2,000 a month in child support. So now, how is he going to afford an apartment for like 2,000? Have child support for
No,
2,000,
sure.
and then have a car, money? He's going to be broke. You know what I'm saying? Though.
But how did you resist making a joke in the dead silence? Like that's such a great. It's just such a plum spot.
Yeah.
Like I don't even know what you'd say.
Yeah.
I'd just be like, hey, everything okay over there? just checking in.
No, because when I brought up all those facts and about her birthday and all the detail, like that hurt him because like, how would I know they got into an argument on their birthday? And I was like, your wife. I was like, all the times I come over, she was telling you she had to go get something out of the car. I said, who goes to get something out of the car at 2 a.m. for an hour? I said, what the fuck was this bitch getting? You know what she's getting? She's getting my dick. You know what I'm saying? And I did mention, and I'm not even wearing Jimmy's. I told him that too. So that hurt him more. Oh yeah, that hurt him. I'm you know, I was paraphrasing. I went full Richie. You know what I'm saying though? I said, fucking, that had to hurt his soul. That had to hurt. That had to hurt his soul. You know.
Want anything?
It's just that wasn't like that. I was like, she was really getting the rich.
Sure. Jesus Christ.
Victoria said, "You're busted up. You got busted up at work." Yeah, man. I mean, that was, I wasn't proud of that moment because I didn't want it to go that way. I wasn't.
Sure.
She was gonna leave her husband and whatever. But that's not okay. There was another woman, my friend's sister, who had a bad marriage too. And I would always see my friend's sister at my friend's house. And when I was younger, she had her first marriage, and after she broke up with her first husband, uh, she told my friend, your friend Damon, but you think he'll date me but I have a kid, I'm divorced. Would he still date me? And she was a couple years older, but she was beautiful. And I always see her at the house, and I was always polite, And he never told me. Then years later, she got remarried, and she was married for a while. And I knew her husband, and it turns out he was a douchebag. And I was friends with his mother. When his mother's father died, who I was dear friends with, I became like a real friend to the mother. Because after the mother, she became a widow. I would take her out for smoked cigars. She actually got into cigars. She was an artist, and we'd paint together. And she was a worried living home now by herself with no husband. So I helped her get a pistol license, and I taught her how to shoot a gun, and then she could carry a gun legally in New York. And I taught her how to protect herself. So me and her mother became good friends, even though I was best friends with her son. Like I was really good friends with her mother because after the father died, I kind of was like a son to her, And my mother was dead, so she was like a mother to me. So, anyways, her mother though told me, she says, my daughter likes you, and I'm like, well, I didn't know that, and she's like, yeah, well, her and her husband they're not get along well, and he's going out at late at night, and she thinks he's maybe 451. I mean, that's serious, and I'm like, she thinks he's going to like nightclubs, with 451, and they're never doing any of this. I was like, oh, that's terrible, And at the same time, my best friend, her son, was getting married, though. But the guy was in the wedding party, and I was in the wedding party. I'm like, wow, this is all awkward. And then the last time I saw at his wedding party, at the pre-party at the house, like I spilled wine on my shirt by accident. And the wife was like, oh, give me your clothes. And then she took my shirt off my chest, and she ran home. Like she lived across the street, and she washed my clothes. And my friend was like, why is my sister washing your shirt? I'm like, I don't know, man. What the fuck is this? I don't know. And then the mother, this, that. And then the mother was like kind of playing matchmaker. She wanted me to be with her daughter, like planning it. So, taking a divorce, then I'd be in the family. Okay. But then my friend saw what was happening. And also my friend told me, I can't have you in my wedding. I don't want any drama at the wedding. And I'm like, well, I'm not trying to cause drama. Like, I don't know. He's like, whatever. So then my friend didn't talk for a year. And then that happened, and then they got divorced, and then me and his sister talked a little bit, but at that point, then I just moved on with my life. But that was an awkward situation. Um, I understood both sides, though. My friend apologized. He's like, he's like, honestly, his brother-in-law was a douchebag, and he felt bad about him. I said, bro, I guess it wasn't meant to be. You know what I'm saying? Though, but I feel like Richie's always been in like spicy situations, and I didn't even try to make it spicy, um, but
Life of a stud, man. Bro, I'm 30. I've never been in a situation even close to any of these.
you're like, yeah, I understand. Yeah, totally, I understand. Yeah.
I also one time was at a nightclub. This is not an interesting story. I was at a nightclub. I think it was in Ibiza, and a girl came up to me just out of the blue and tried to kiss me, and I dodged her like I was a boxer, like that, like full on.
How'd you do that? You 451?
No, because I don't know. I just don't trust people. So like I don't know. I thought she was gonna like I don't know what the fuck. But I'm just saying, like, look, I didn't know this girl. She just came up to me and I was with my buddy. And then she went and she kissed him and I was like, whatever, what the fuck? Like, why would you kiss that girl? But
Well,
my
this was
point was,
a classy lady. This wasn't a classy.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. All I'm saying is like this any hint of distrust, I'm like, so I don't know if that's why I never found myself in that situation, or because I don't have a 9-inch cock, or because I don't know, maybe just not a stud, don't have the personality, but it's fun to hear about.
I think it's because I have gigantic balls. That's what it is. It's just, yeah, it's what it is. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I mean, I struggle to carry the weight of balls. It's not that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. But like, I don't know. That was that.
I don't, Rich, I don't think we need to know the reason why. All I think we need to know what.
Hmm, yeah.
I think that's funny. You know what I mean? I
I've
don't know.
been in a lot of interest. I've had a full life. You know what I'm saying, though? I've had a full life. It is what it is. You got to smoke your best shit. You got to eat prunes. You got to, stay hydrated. And, you should wear jimmies when you can. You should, you know, especially if it's your ex girlfriend and she's married, So,
That's actually a great tip. I'm gonna keep that one in mind just in case.
I still feel bad for that guy. I feel I feel bad for that guy. That was because he started off so strong. He's like, I'm not afraid of you. Just yeah, yeah, is what it is.
That's crazy. It's so crazy. Like that he was so aggressive. Like, what was he thinking? What was he thinking that he was gonna intimidate you, or you know
No.
what I mean? And you, God damn it.
Yeah, yeah, because yeah, I don't know, like, because he had
Hmm.
no, I'm sure his wife he had no idea what his wife was doing, so he's playing the whole protective knight. You know what I'm saying, though, and then he had no idea that the devil was in his house. You know what I'm saying? He was living with Judas. And it is what it is.
Rich, oh no, dude. That story with the 30-year-old chick, you were like 20, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't tell you a story like that. I was like, maybe I'll get divorced and then I'll do some crazy shit, but I don't think I don't think so.
So would you say you had more like a reserved life?
I guess so. I mean, by the time I was 26, I'd had like a 8-year relationship and a 2-year relationship.
Oh, so you had
So
more.
I spent a lot of time like having like long-term relationships. And
But what happened though? You and the guy broke up.
no, I think Gio and I are still dating. I mean, he's posting all these emojis while I'm on the.
It'd be so funny if you just came out right now like, yeah, and me and John broke up, and I'm like, it's
Gio wants me back. He keeps posting emojis. No, no.
all of a sudden, yeah, I'm like, why don't you ask Gio why he was cleaning the car too? Like, it's, it's,
I
it's,
think I don't know. You know what's funny? I remember when I was in basically in high school,
yeah.
and I was okay. Yeah, he wants me to make the announcement. Gio has pre-approved for me to tell everybody that he's 451, and he wanted me to do it. I don't know why.
Bro, have you ever been with a BW?
I have not been with a BBW.
I've been with a few. It's dangerous, and not just
And
not
you got
just
a stronger build than I do. Yeah, go ahead.
For the chiropractic care, but they eat all your prosciutto. You know, they eat all your food. You know, okay. Let me rephrase that. I never dated a BBW, but I had a few short experiences, and that was that.
I think Gio's often having short experiences with BBWs. You know what I mean?
I did have another short experience with when I was like 30, and she was like I think a 19 or 20-year-old stripper. I met her at the cigar lounge, and her name was Becca, and she was cool, but she was like hot, and she had a cool hairstyle, and we ended up becoming friends. And then through talking, I would give her rides home from the cigar lounge. I didn't hit her or anything, but then we started hanging out. She told me how she used to make side money besides stripping. She said she would clean people's houses with no clothes on, which I always wondered. Like, imagine like if it was like with the wife's there too. Like, oh hey Becca, you comfortable? You want to take a nap? You know? And I just didn't know people provide services like that. But that's a real thing. You know? You know?
I could see that. I think that's a.
Yeah, but would you want someone cleaning your bathroom? That's a lot of bleach. You got to be careful.
That's true. That's true. You'd have to get all like non-abrasive cleaners just for this person.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, I'll do it, but here's my list of. It's like a rock and roll writer. You know what I mean? They have the list of requirements, and they make you buy all these specific tools.
Yeah.
Are they what? Are they allowed to wear gloves?
I don't know. I don't know if that's a really good service. You know what I'm saying though?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a good service.
It sounds like it's good, but like I just picked
She's like squatting down. She's like, oh my god, I got bleach in my pussy.
yes,
Like splashes the bleach. That sounds horrible.
vacuuming and everything else. It sounds like it's cool, but it probably loses its flair. Like, you know what I'm saying though? After a few times, like I don't know. It's like
You're like looking at her butt, and then you realize like she's kind of like doing kind of like diagonals on the. You know what I mean? She's not doing a good job vacuuming, and it's like no,
well,
like
let's just say you hired a girl of age to do that. What do? You follow around? Because if you're just like in the kitchen or in the bedroom and she's cleaning the rest of the house, even if she's naked, you're not going to know. How are you going to see her? You know,
you just have to take her word for it, I guess.
so, like even home or like she just like she's like,
You're paying her. You're giving her the money. Okay, here's okay. It was 2 hours. Okay, and you did it naked, right? And she's like, yeah. And you're like, okay, here's the extra 20.
like it's, no, but like the whole thing, like it's just the whole thing's awkward, man. It's just awkward. But me and her hooked up, and the first time me and her hooked up, there's like a Vietnam memorial in Long Island on top of a hill. It's called Bald Hill, and the memorial is like a big giant point, and they painted like American flag. Look up the Bald Hill Vietnam Memorial, and so it's on the highest point of Long Island, and you can see like Connecticut in the distance. So we were there, and there was like fireworks. There was a fireworks show like around that area. Maybe it was Fourth of July, and we were on top of there, and we're hanging out. And then she gave Richie the old, it felt kind of wrong doing that there. But at the same time, like I figured, like all the Vietnam guys were like, "Yeah, go for it," you know, that's,
That's true.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah,
I feel like yeah, true. At a World War II memorial, I think that wouldn't go, but at a Vietnam memorial,
yeah.
maybe.
Vietnam was more hip. You know what I'm saying? Though,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. World War II was more sad. So Vietnam was just like, "Yeah, go get it." You know what I'm saying? Though? And but yeah, but I remember after that, she wanted to go back to my house and get the Richie for real. But she's like, well, we gotta go get Jimmy's though. I'm like, okay. But I just remember though, but she was so excited about buying Jimmy's. Like she was looking at all the different kinds. She's like, what about this one? What about that? It just felt like she knew too much about them. Like, you know what I'm saying though? She's like, oh no, I don't like those ones and this and that. And she was really particular. I was just like, I was like, I just get the magnums. I need the big ones. And it's like, you know, Geo has that problem too. So-
what that he's what that he's got that he's got the has to only buy magnums.
yeah,
Okay, Why doesn't he act like it then?
No, he has to buy the magnums for his boyfriend. It's
Oh man, he's got to really bite down on that pillow, man.
Yeah. And I remember when she came over, I got pink silk sheets. My uncle Johnny, he pulled me aside. He's like, "Listen, kid," he's like, "I got these awesome sheets. Do you want them?" And I'm like, he's like, "I bought them," but he's like, "Your aunt doesn't like them because she doesn't like silk." He's like, "But I don't want to throw this shit out. It's like it's some nice shit." And so she came over and she's like, "What the hell is this?" I'm like, my uncle Johnny gave me these silk sheets. He didn't want them. They're brand new. She's like, and she really liked it, anyways. So, anyways, but the next day I called my uncle Johnny. I'm like, "Yeah, I broke in those sheets." He was like, high five me. He's like, "Yeah, yeah, you know." He's like, "Did she like them?" I'm like, "Yeah, she loved the sheets. It was nice." It was just,
I'm thinking still about the girl that cleans naked,
yeah,
and I'm wondering,
the same girl. Yeah.
what'd you say?
That's the same girl we're talking about.
No. I mean, sorry. As a service, I'm thinking about the service, and I'm wondering, is she a prostitute as well? Like,
I I can't verify that.
well,
I I would think someone's not have great morality. They would just stop at that point.
that's true. That's true. She's like, oh no touching. I just clean naked.
Gosh, she's like standing there vacuuming or like dusting naked. She's like, "What do you think I am?" It's like, I am not. I am not that kind of girl. It's like,
You're like trying to give her more money. She's like, I don't need your money, John Wayne. Yeah.
I know. The fuck you, this stupid American.
But no, because here's what I think, Rich. I think what the ideal situation is, you clean with her.
Are you wearing
You're
clothes?
also cleaning.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You share the burden of cleaning, but then you're cleaning with a naked woman. So, because if you're just watching her, that's also going to feel weird, right? You're just like watching a person clean.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
I remember it's all these crazy stories, like little Richie stories. It was after my divorce, and I was single, and there was like this Facebook advertisement for like this place, and it was like, "Come check out the all newest private lap dance club." It was like a gentleman's club, but it wasn't a gentleman's club. It just said it was a private lap dance. It didn't say strip club. Or I was like, "What?" And I literally, in my mind, I was like, "What's a private lap dance club?" It was a whole new genre because you didn't need to have a liquor license, and technically, it was just basically. So Richie had to find out. So basically, what it is it's exactly what you think it is. It was, that's what it was. It was.
I don't. I actually have no idea. Is it just a strip club with just straight VIP?
It's kind of awkward. I can't explain it, but it's different. It was. Well, anyways, I
Okay,
checked
fair enough.
one time.
Wait, hold on. Can I ask? Let me ask this question.
Yeah.
You go in.
Yeah.
What's the configuration like when you go in?
It's just a bunch of little rooms. You don't see, and there's just a gigantic Russian guy at the door. So at the back,
Okay. And okay, so one more question: is there music?
only in the rooms. Each room is private.
Interesting. Do you get to pick the music from the room? This is getting into the details, but
No, you just
no.
pick a companion, and that's that. And um,
I feel like if it's a, okay.
about it was like right behind a McDonald's, right behind a bread factory, so it smelled like bread. You know, it was an industrial area, and
Did it smell like yeast, Richie?
no, it smelled like fresh bread.
Okay.
Whatever. But anyways, checked it out, no big deal. And then I think a little while I went back to try to check it out, but there was a big yellow sticker from the sheriff's department because they shut it down. So I guess I was. You walk the door and you're like, "Whoa, this is not the right address." There's the McDonald's. You're like, I'm glad they shut this place down. This is horrendous. Thank goodness. I'm just making sure it's still closed. call them myself.
Yeah, that's a pretty that's sus, man. That's like not it's like you always say, like they slap the massage parlors on the wrist,
Yeah.
you know. But that's way worse. That's like
Well,
really
just when they
really
came,
out there.
you were in there. You're like, I was just getting a dance. I was just like she's doing actual like dancing, like tap dancing or something like that, or like a Broadway show.
I think that's what you got to do. Like you're in that situation, cops bust down the door, get up out of the chair, start dancing with her, do your best.
No, you're like, help me. They
What is this place? Where am I?
exactly. Like, I'm glad you guys are here. I've been doing undercover work forever. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Place is disgusting.
Detective Richie tried to jump.
This is a stupid place. It was just fun.
Man.
And then I read about
What
in the papers like they shut down the private dance club. You know, private dance.
what decade was that in? Was that in like the
Eh,
was that modern?
2013.
Wow, it's pretty recent.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I guess, I guess they didn't want private dancing behind the bread factory. Like, who complained? The bread factory? The Ronald.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the bakers might have to stay out. No, it's a bread factory. It's not a bakery. No, I have no idea. They can't do techno music.
Yes. Here's what it is.
All their woven loaves were coming out erratic because they were. No, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
Wait, wasn't it next to a McDonald's though?
yeah, like behind the McDonald's. After my divorce, we went on like a dark journey. You know what I'm saying though, and not proud of it all, but I remember one time I tried one of those like classical places where like you put the dollar in and the screen opens up. Though, and I did that one time, and I was like, "This is stupid." I just laughed. I was like, "I did $1." I just did like $1, and that was behind a garbage dump. That place.
I thought you said behind a Burger King.
No, that was behind a garbage dump.
No, I'm just kidding.
Like
each one's next to a fast food place.
Each place is just behind it. It's like that's how you know it's a bad place. Like when it's behind a bad place. When it's behind it, it's like if an asshole had an asshole in the center of the asshole. It's a bad place.
They got a private dance club behind a massage parlor.
It's inside of a sewer. What is this place?
Yeah. It's the ultimate fuck this place, yeah.
Yeah. And then you're like, well, I'm trying to hang out with decent ladies. Then you go on dates with a bunch of married women that said they're divorced, and you're like, they're all. At least those people were honest. You know what I'm saying?
You know what's fucked up in a way. The least fucked up story is you trying to marry your cousin.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's kind of the most wholesome story if you think about it.
I loved her. I would love her.
That's what I'm saying.
I did with the other one. I didn't even. I was like, oh.
No, you didn't do it. No, you didn't do it.
She tried.
You said it wasn't that it wasn't about being a cousin. It wasn't that she was my cousin. It was that I loved her.
It wasn't like you think. You're not talking about a first cousin that you grew up with. These are like strange fourth and fifth cousins from exotic lands that you never even met before, and like it's such a bizarre situation. And you're like 20 years old. You're a stud, and you're like, you know what I'm saying though, and it's just bizarre.
I mean, who knows, man? If I was 20 years old and a stud, what could have happened? So I can't blame you.
Yeah, in a foreign land, foreign. I don't know.
I do wonder though, like,
and then
what if
the blind one?
The blind one?
The blind Jewish girl.
No, go ahead.
So, okay. So she worked at a McDonald's. And
You saw her on the way coming back out of the.
No, it wasn't by the bread factory. It was just, it was, and it wasn't the BBW taxi driver. You know, that was so. Anyways, so so the McDonald's girl. This was after I came home from the war, and I was single, and it was like a month before I met my future wife. And I'm at the McDonald's, and the girl in the drive-thru, she sounded really nice, and we're joking over the drive-thru. And then I pulled up, and she was very attractive. And we're talking, so I left, and I came back like 10 minutes later, and I drove back through, and I was like, "Oh, is so and so still there?" And she's like, "They brought her on the radio thing." She's like, "Oh yeah, I'm here." And I pulled up, and I gave a dozen flowers, And she's like, "Oh my God, you're so sweet, whatever." And she was a good looking girl. I was like maybe like 22, and she was like maybe like 20. And
See, I gotta pull one of these moves. I've never given a girl a bouquet of flowers in a McDonald's drive-thru.
you never gave McDonald's girl a dozen roses to the window?
Not once.
All right, shit. Okay. So she gave me a number. I call her up, I go pick her up. I meet her family. They're a very nice old school Jewish family. And, we're talking. I go to the house. I meet, they had a piano. So I play piano and I was very respectful, whatever. And then we hang out.
Jewish people love piano. You're good. I said Jewish people love piano.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he gets a fat bitch every time at the drive-thru. So, long story short, this was 2007. So, long story short, we go on our first date and we start talking. She's like, "Well, did you know that I'm blind?" And I'm like, "No, you could see." She goes, "No, I'm legally blind." I'm like, "Oh." I'm like, "What?" I didn't know the difference. I'm like, "Oh, so what is that?" The whole Italian thing. When you don't know, you're like, this is the item. And he's like, because this is like you're holding a plate of pasta, you're waiting for the pasta. You're like, is the pasta over here? Is the pasta over here? Like, this is the whole. Where's the? And she's like, "One
Wait,
more."
is that what fucking John Travolta's doing?
Yeah,
In Pulp Fiction, he goes.
yeah, exactly. No, that's exactly it. Yeah. So he's Italian, John Travolta. So long story short, she's like, "No, I can't see color, so then legally I can't drive, and this and that." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, all right, no big deal, whatever." So we hang out. We go for the seafood tower. We go for the dinner. The whole thing. The whole thing. And then
Dude, I gotta get on this seafood tower. I gotta get on the roses. Yeah, go
the
ahead.
seafood tower was $75 back then. So we
So what with inflation now? It's like $350.
to buy drones. So long story short, we go back to my place, and I got the little red light on. I got music on, and we're in bed and whatever. And we're just about, just about. And I didn't. I had the Jimmy, but I was hoping like maybe whatever. And then she's like, "Hold on, I gotta tell you something." I'm looking at her like, I know she's not a guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, she said, "Tell me, like, what are you gonna tell me?" She's like, like, and I'm kissing her. She's like, "I gotta tell you something, baby." And I'm like, "Well, what is it?" She's like, "Well, hold." She's like, "Come here." She's like, "It's a little awkward." And I'm like, "Well, what is it, baby? What's wrong?" I was like, "Are you okay?" I said, "Do you want to go home?" I said, "We don't have to do it." At that point, I'm like, "Okay, listen, do you want to just stop?" I'm like, at that point, I'm like, "We could go." I'm not hard. Like, "You could go. Like, what's wrong?" She's like, "No, I like you." I'm like, "Then what's wrong?" She's like, "Oh, this is awkward." She's like, "All right, I'm just gonna say it." She's like, "I have genital warts." And I'm like, "What?" She's like, "I have genital warts." She's like, "I was with the guy and I didn't know he had that." Yeah, she didn't see it. She's blind. You know what I'm saying? No, she didn't see it. You know, and I'm like looking down there, like I didn't see anything, but whatever. And she's like, "Yeah." She's like, "So I don't think it's really contagious, but it's permanent and whatever." And I'm like, "So I just want to let you know and whatever." And so I was like, "So we're gonna wear a Jimmy, right?" But so I didn't call her. I didn't call her back. The whole blind thing was fine. I would have dated a blind girl. She was a nice girl. She was really nice, and I actually thought it was admirable. She still had a job, and she was technically legally blind. Like she came from a nice family that had money. She didn't have to work, but she couldn't do a lot of jobs because legally she's blind. So she could whatever. So anyways, no, that didn't work out. Like, I'm gonna need those flowers back. I'm gonna say, you still got the flowers? Just like I just take them out of the vase, so they're all dripping wet. Just
That's cold. I feel bad for the girl, man.
she was a nice girl. I should have married her as opposed to my ex-wife.
What's fucked up is I feel like all the stories before your ex-wife, there's a different tone to them. They're a little bit
Well,
friendlier. You know what I mean?
yeah, because after I got divorced, it was you're in your 30s and it was a darker time.
Oh, actually, I guess the one where you fucked a 30-year-old woman. No, but that one's not really dark. She just kind of fucked you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Just
yeah,
place
yeah.
of the time. I mean, at the same time, like you were coming on to a 30-year-old woman as a 20-year-old, so that one was pretty ambitious. I won't lie. That's still pretty ambitious.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't think I could have gone for that. Like I could have thought it and then I would have been like, that's crazy.
I
Don't
think
do that.
picky. I think that's is what it is.
How do you how did it come to you? Maybe it's too deep of a question. But how did it come to you that that thought where you were like, "Oh, I should like" I mean, did it ever was there any premeditation where you were like, "Let me get close to this woman. Let me engage"? Because you said you were friends with her kids because,
Why
you wanted
I
to
shouldn't
get
give a shit. I didn't want to. I didn't care about the kids. I wanted
right.
to, have some fun with her.
So so you what was your thought process like moving through that, like, thinking about it and then going, "Yeah, I'm gonna do this." Like,
Well, you just kind of play your cards and see what happens. You know. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Richie, I'm gonna try that now. I'll get back to you, and that may be from prison. That may be
All those same situations. If it was you, it'd be a different story. Like that guy called you up. He's like, you're like, please, no, no, no. You're like, I can't give you a rap battle. You're like, I should have gone to the seafood tower. I didn't even take a bite. I'm sorry. Or the other guy, the guy from prison, you have a collect call from Sing Sing. He's like, are you banging my wife? No, I was at the seafood tower. I mean,
yeah, no. Yeah, you're right. No, you know what? I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna play any cards. I take it back.
dude, I think you should just keep doing what you're doing. Lay low,
Yeah.
hide under the couch.
I think it's worth it well enough. I don't think I need to fuck a woman 20 years or 10 years my senior. Squeeze, you know what I mean? I think there's gonna be more squeeze for me. More squeeze, less juice.
Yeah, dude, I don't think.
I probably would have gotten the genital herpes too. Fuck it with my
He's, he wouldn't have, if Gio wouldn't have worn the gym, he wouldn't have cared. Gio,
he would have gone down on it 100%.
not AIDS, right? No. He's- you can't even see it. You can't even see it.
Gio would just be like, I don't know what that means, and go down on it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Did I ever tell you the time that I went to the wrong house for? Oh, twice this happened. I went to the wrong house for a party. So 2006, seven, and I was going to my friend's girlfriend's house because they were having a party, like a New Year's Eve party.
Mhm.
And I never went to her house before. It was the first time going, and it was dark. was a nice neighborhood. It was a real dark neighborhood. Like, as far as the lighting, I couldn't see the numbers in the house, but I knew I was close. And so let's just say it was 33. I parked my car and I just
You were
because they texted me like, oh yeah, just come on in. You know what I'm saying? Everyone's here, you know? So I just walked right into
wait, sorry. You said the house is 33 or you're 33?
no, the house. No. I was 22 years old or something like that.
Gotcha.
So
Okay, sorry, continue.
let's say the house was number 33. I walked into the house number 31. It was the next door neighbor. I went and all the house anyway. So and they gave me the description of the house, but all the house looked the same. So it was like a cul-de-sac. So anyway, and they said, just come on in. Everyone's here. There's a bunch of cars, whatever. But it's obviously there's a bunch of cars. They're in front of both houses. So I couldn't.
Right.
So and I saw my friend's car. So I was like, oh, this has got to be the house. So I just, it was New Year's Eve. So I just opened the door and I came in with the 12-pack of beer. And I came in and there was like an old lady sitting on the couch, like knitting. And I'm like, hey, how you doing? I thought it was the woman's like mother or grandmother, you know what I'm saying? No. So I walk in and I'm looking around like Travolta. I go in the kitchen. I'm like, well, where do you want to put the beer? In the fridge? And the old lady's like, the fridge is fine. And I'm like, okay. So I put the beer in the fridge, this and that. I crack one open and I walk around I'm like, I thought everyone was here. And she's like, who's everyone? And then she's like, Janice, like she goes up the steps, and like her daughter comes down. It's like she's like 40, and she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm here for the party. Happy New Year," And she's like, "What party?" I'm like, "The party. Your party." It's like, "Where's Steven?" She's like, "Who's Steven?" I'm like, "Sally Boy. Where's Sally Boy?" I said, "What are you in the basement? Is everyone downstairs?" Like, I don't, and because I really didn't know the gig was up because I never met her. Never met my friend's mother. I'm sorry, my friend's girlfriend's mother. I didn't know like what they look like, And so they're trying to figure it out. And I'm drinking the beer, and she's like, "Who are you driving?" And then, long story short, and then we realized it was in the wrong house. And I'm like, "Oh!" And then I said the name, like, "No, that's our neighbors." And I'm like, "Oh shit!" I was like, "All right, let me get my beer." I was like, "I really apologize for this. I was the wrong house." So I grabbed the beer, and they had a piano, and I'm like, "Can I play you a song though?" And they're like, "Okay." So I'm playing a song. And I played for like a half hour. They're like, "Oh my God, you're such a great piano player." And like, "You want something to eat?" Like, so I'm like, and so then I ended up going to the party and I was late. Like, where were you? I'm like, I was next door playing piano at the neighbor's. That happened. And that happened again later on with my daughter. My ex-wife told me, okay, your daughter, I had her for the weekend. Your daughter has a birthday party to go to. So get her a gift and here's the address. So let's say it's 27 Jupiter Court. It turned out the house was on 27 Jupiter Lane, which was like around the block, but it was, for example. And so whatever, the GPS took me to the wrong house, or I read it wrong. You know what I'm saying, though? So, but ironically, at the same house, not court or lane, they were having a party there too. So I pull up, and they had the bouncy house in the back. I got my daughter, get around. I have the gift. And I walk in, and when I walk into the door, there was a guy smoking a cigarette, like outside, looked like a parent. And he looked like he was having a good time. I'm like, okay, it's another parent here. I'm like, yeah, how you doing? All right? He's like, yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm like, everyone's inside. He's like, yeah, everyone's inside. So I just walk in, and there's a bunch of kids there, and there's a bunch of parents there drinking beer. And I'm like, all right, now let's take your shoes off. She's like, okay, Dad, but give me a jacket. And I take the present, and I'm like, where are all the kids? And they're like, oh, they're in the backyard. I'm like, all right, go in the backyard, whatever. And so, and then doing this, and long story short, I'm talking to the people. And I'm like, where do you want the present? And they're like, put it over there. I put the present there, whatever. And I start talking to the people outside, and we're talking. And then somebody came back out to me, and they're like, what's your name? I'm like, Damon. I'm like, I'm here for, let's say, Johnny's party, whatever. And they're like, Johnny, who's Johnny? And then like my daughter came back and she's with the kids and she's like, Dad, these aren't my friends. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Go play with your friends. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't talk about your friends like that. They're not your friend. What do you mean they're not? You know what I'm saying? So anyways, long story short, they're like, yeah, we realize I'm at the wrong house. And I'm like, isn't this such and such address? They're like, no, this is court. You got to go to Lane. And I'm like, well, what are the chances you had a party at both houses? You know. And but they're like, no, you're so polite. They're like, you want to stay for the party? I ended up like, they want me to stay because I just like you came in so natural. We thought you belonged here, you know. Like, so I walked into two different people's houses, but I was polite. And they actually didn't want me to leave. I was like, no, you can stay. Honestly, they're like, and the one guy goes, no, honestly, this is the funniest thing that ever happened. He's like, oh, hang out, man. It's like, you know, like, like
It's the Italian superpower, man.
but let's flip it around. Yeah, but I'm also a big guy, but I'm also being polite. So it's like, that's a big, polite, scary guy. Oh, okay. So now let's flip it around. If that was you, you walk into the wrong house.
Dude, no, dude. Here's my version of that superpower. I probably never get that wrong. And not only, and if I don't get that wrong, I would immediately ask about it. I'd be like, hey, is this so-and-so's birthday party? They say no. I said, oh my God, is this not this in this place? No. So sorry. Go about my way. So
no.
but if I didn't, it would suck. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't mean that as an insult at all, obviously, to how it went for you.
Yeah.
I wish I could just walk into a room. Look, I'll put it like this. Let me put it like this. When I was trying to make my clothing line, and my business partner is Italian, and every time we would go into like a new business, he would just start talking to him.
Yeah.
It was just supernatural, and I would just be in the details, and I'd just be like, I'd try to be polite, and I would just be like, I would try to like move things along and be focused to try to be polite, and it just never quite worked, and it wasn't that I was wrong, you know, factually the information I was saying was correct, but he would just always, you know, within 5 minutes they were buddies, and by
Yeah.
the time we were leaving, like they were just best friends.
Yeah.
And like this is a guy, we started the business, we didn't know each other. We were just business partners, and by the end, like he was like a brother to me, you know. And it wasn't because I made him into a brother. It was just he's just that kind of guy. You just get close to him, and you know, I felt so close to his family. So it's just like I
Italian,
get I,
real Italian people
yeah.
are you know what I'm saying
What'd
though?
you say?
Real Italian people are magnetic. They just,
Yeah.
you know, uh, it's different cultures, different things. I get that. You know what I'm saying though. But
It's not that I'm saying, oh, I'm smart, so I wouldn't get it wrong. It's that I would triple check it because I'd be concerned about it. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the point. Instead of me
instead of
enjoying it,
just rolling with it, and you know, you can iron out the details later. Like, yeah, it's just different. I guess just different ways of looking at it. You know, different people, different cultures. Um,
but that said, I've tried to get a lot better at just hanging out, you know, just because I
so
think
you need to go to McDonald's tomorrow and ask the girl out in the drive-through. But watch you go blindly, and it's just like it's the biggest BBW, and she's like, "Oh my god!"
this is the nicest thing that's ever happened to me while I've been working at McDonald's. I think I mean I can't imagine anybody ever does that.
Well, it's
But
different. Like you know, now at 40 years old, like when you're 20 years old, everything's romantic. You know what I'm saying? Though, like, oh, we met at the drive-through. You know what I'm saying? But like when you're 40, it's like you don't want to meet a girl at McDonald's at 40. Like you'll say that. But like at 20, like everything doesn't matter. It's like you know,
right.
yeah, you're like you know, everything's like young and fresh and interesting and exciting. Now at 40, you're like, she works at McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? Like, you imagine like telling your parents, she works at McDonald's. Well, good for you. Nobody cares. You know, so it's
I feel, Rich. I feel so bad about what I said, and this is exactly my problem. I apologized about it. I'm still trying to apologize about it. I'm like triple checking my apology. This is what I mean.
I think you're too in touch with your emotions sometimes in a bad way. And
Right.
that's found the same thing with women. Like it depends what you want to do in life, but like for me, I was just out there clapping cheeks. Just you just gotta go out. You just got. It's like Nike. You just gotta go do it with consent. But you know, it's just that should be like the new Nike phrase. Just do it with consent.
I like that.
Check your state and local listings for age of consent. You can so just because someone gets like R. Kelly was getting consent, but they weren't of age. R. Kelly's in prison. You know, what I'm saying. You know,
Well, yeah. I I think that would actually be an excellent. You know, the whole thing with the Budweiser, the whatever it was, the Rainbow Budweiser didn't work out at all. I think Nike just do it with consent would actually work really well. I think that's a good marketing.
Yeah, yeah, no. There's a lot of people in prison because they just did it. In fact, prison, I would sue Nike. Be like, listen, they told me just to do it. I had no money. I have to get some money, and so I did it. All right, I just fucking did it. The judge is like, honestly, that's a good point. You know, it's
Yeah. That I mean, on the other hand, like Nike's forced to change their slogan because people make that argument. We'd be pissed off. We'd be like, "You're fucking kidding me!
yeah,
America's going to shit. How could you do this?" So it goes two ways. I want to say, I do think I have tried to just connect to people more and chill out, and I think there's a beauty in that. I guess it's like a oh shoot, night Sacco. Guess it's almost bedtime, but
it is getting late. Shit.
I guess all I mean to say is I think there's a great beauty in it. Um, and it's amazing, and I think it makes me less mechanically detail oriented, if that makes sense.
Well, you know,
Um,
maybe you need a nice Italian girl.
that would be good. Yeah, balance me out.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, whatever. Don't worry about other people balancing out. You just got to be whatever you are. You just got to be content and confident with what you are. As a man, you don't have to try to be another man. Just be the best version of yourself. You can just need to simplify it. You wake up and say, "Hi, my name is PG," and then just be fucking confident with it. Just believe in yourself, but don't believe in yourself more than reality, though. Like you can't be like, "Hi, I'm PG, and I can beat up Mike Tyson." Don't believe that. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? No, like you know,
Hi, I'm PG, and I'm fucking this dude's wife and getting away with it. Yeah, no.
like I'm PG, and I'm gonna walk into a random house. You see the door open up, and you just hear a gunshot. He's like, PG, like, get me to a hospital. He's just like,
I'm PG, and I'm gonna walk into this random house and charm them with my piano playing skills. Like, just,
yeah, yeah. Registered sex. It's like, it's like you like just scare little kids at a party. Like, know what you could always do though if you walk in the wrong house? Just keep a clown nose in your back pocket. If you walk in the wrong place, just put on the nose and be like, you start blowing a balloon. You're like, oh, I'm at the wrong part. Like, does somebody hired a clown? You know, like you
never think of.
pulled over by the cops. Just have a clown nose that's been blowing a balloon. He's like, "What are you doing?" You're like, "Oh, I know what I'm doing. We're having a party." Oh, yeah, little honky thing. He's like, "You're a clown. Oh, you're a good one." Like, I don't know. Yeah, don't pretend to be a clown. Maybe.
No, I know you. You know what I mean. Just the other day, didn't you say if you ever see a clown,
Yeah.
if you ever see a clown waiting for you, run, right?
No, yeah, another clown. But sometimes you have to be the clown. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, but the other people should run at that point.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you see a clown, get out. But if you can't get out, then be a clown. You know what I'm saying? Though.
Dude, my hair's always fucked up. I don't think a clown nose is gonna help me out. I think I'm gonna look insane.
Confident. What is a clown? You could be that version of a clown. Anyone could be a clown. You have to believe in yourself.
It's just like a fucked up schizo clown.
No, no. You see, let them decide what it is. Don't you just? You just. I don't know, man. I think you just got to roll with it, man. Don't question it.
I think you're right. I think you're right. But I'll say one thing, which is not that important, but anyway, I thought it was interesting. I've hung out with some of my friends from childhood recently,
Mhm.
and they're basically all doing data science. But I think they're also all doctors now, except for one of them who will be a doctor in a couple months.
Right.
Um, but what I mean to say is they're very detail oriented people,
Yeah.
and it doesn't mean that they're. I don't know. I don't know if I'm that awkward per se, but it doesn't mean they act exactly like me. But what I'm trying to say is other people like me exist. So, um,
I wouldn't stress out about it, man. You gotta just chill the fuck out.
yeah. No, I'm not. I'm not stressing it. That's actually. stressing out. I guess I'm just saying.
I think you're lost in your head.
Yeah. But what I mean to say is some people, if you're not lost in your head, it's awkward around them. I think everybody's different, and I think
No,
everybody's on a
I'm not saying for you to.
frequency.
What I'm saying is you just got to find a way to harness yourself better. Like, you know what I'm saying? Though, like, there's a time to get lost in your head, and there's a times to be confident. You know what I'm saying? Though, like, yeah, you see Richie here. I'm being very confident. Trust me, I get to very deep thought when I'm by myself. But when I'm around other people, I'm gonna dominate that situation. You know what I'm saying? Though, because this in life, you're either the
Right.
shovel, or the dirt. You know what I'm saying? Though, I just can't stress it enough. So, I mean, there's a time and a place for that kind of behavior, but there's a time to be gentle or time to be, more reflective. But then there's a time to be, like you're dealing with a situation like, are you fucking my wife? And you say, now you're being reflective. You're like, that's a good question. You put on the clown nose. You say, you know,
I feel like in your question there's a certain amount of
yes.
ownership, and I'm not sure if that's
What do you mean
valid.
by your wife? You know what I'm saying?
The thing is, you're saying your wife, and I've been fucking her real deep, coming inside, no condom, no Jimmy.
Yes,
So I'm hung up on this idea of your. Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't.
Yeah.
But on that note, bro, I'm gonna go to bed. This was like the longest live in a long time. Like that's how good that cigar was, man. Like, you know, like
I was gonna say I've got a timer. It says 212 minutes. So that's a good.
oh, that's wrong. It's 271 because you weren't on the whole episode.
No. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying we've just been on for 212 minutes.
Yeah. So 280 minutes, 3 hours is 180.
Mm-hmm.
240 is
So
four,
it's like
four, 4.5 hours.
4. But
How is
then you also made the review before this.
5.5 hours? How is this possible?
Cigars the mood.
So, dude, and honestly, bro, I could keep going right now. I'm not even fucking tired, but I need to go to sleep. That's how good that cigar was. Like, honestly, I feel like I've been here for 2 seconds. I just feel like I got it. I've been here.
You know what? You know what's weird, Rich? I feel the same way. I could go. I mean, my palate's blown out, so I can't smoke. But I go smoke a cigar right now with you. But
No, this, and you see how energy could be contagious. Like, this was a great night with the. Wait till you see the. I'm gonna have to post it tomorrow because I'm tired. I'll post the Riviera.
Yeah.
But you already understand what to expect. The cigar is phenomenal. And it was just such a great, fun cigar. Both El Rey del Mundo and this cigar had such great pungent sweetness, but they're fun, but they're totally different cigars. But they both have their place. Like one's for Christmas, and one is, I guess, a great cigar for with wine. I don't know how to else explain it.
we'll find out. Oh, let me just say, sorry. The Zeno is actually really good with wine because it contrasts it. So you never know what's
It was a great one.
good.
Zeno was a great one, bro. I'm gonna see you around. I'm gonna go to sleep, and I gotta save some energy for tomorrow. I gotta clap cheeks tomorrow too. So this is what it is.
That's one constant for Richie, I guess. I'll tell you one thing I don't have to do, Richie, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Clap cheeks. I don't have to conserve energy for that. I'll be fine.
I'm not gonna lie. Today's clapping cheeks was great. It was a great. It was great. It was great. It was a good time. It was a good.
All right.
It was what it was. It was what it was. I might be 40 years old, but I might be your father too. You know. So, your mom's making breakfast. Like, did you hang out with Richie? Is Richie my dad? Like your dad just gets.
You come out through the back door, or you know what I mean. Put a hand on her shoulder. Door opens again. AJ Fernandez comes out, puts a hand on your shoulder.
We'll see you guys around. Yeah, I know. It's just is Richie your dad? You see, Richie has.
It's either Richie or AJ.
Richie has like 23 kids. It's just like awesome. You know, so.
All right, man.
Bro, everyone's. I think this was the first episode in like what 2 months it wasn't a nobody cares episode. Think about that. I think that cigar might have broke the. I mean, like, I'm not saying take it one time, but I'm saying like normally every episode is 2 hours if nobody cares. You know, that cigar.
This was the happiest episode in a while.
Yeah, and all we did was talk about sad stories of Richie's past. You know, so like, just you know.
My favorite one is still. She's like, "Oh, I'll get comfortable." That's so funny to me. I don't know why that's so funny.
It was such a nice house too. They had everything was marble tile floors, and they had so much money. Like tall doors, like 12-foot doors, like big ceilings.
Amazing.
It was a villa. That was just dangerous. She was just a spoiled little rich kid that she had some fresh meat in town. I had no idea. Like I wasn't ready for that, and I was so sad about the girl. I had some kind of morality back then. I was like, I'm still loyal to the girl that I'm not with anymore. Like, and it was only 24 hours, but that was, yeah,
dude, your dad on the phone the night after.
yeah.
He's like, he what? He didn't. And he still didn't.
Yeah, I know. He's
and the guy on the other end's like, yeah, what the fuck did you tell him? You were too hard on him. You warned him too much.
I used all my jimmies. Yes, I wanted jimmies. Well, I think it was more of too like my dad being like who her father was in the family, and like I was like, I guess in my mind I didn't want to knock up someone who her father was in the mafia, like what I'm saying though, like I just thought that, right, what I'm saying though, is that generally with that level of danger? I was like, this is not good. Like that's
I feel it. It could have been a totally different life though. Richie could have lived in Italy and been part of he could have been a made man wearing suits.
Oh, definitely. I would have stayed. I could have stayed in Italy. Yeah, sure. Become a dual citizenship.
Had a super hot smoking hot wife. Had all the money in the world.
Just picture like the most beautiful like Swiss girl, like blonde hair and like pigtails, and like blue eyes. Like she was like
maybe your dad was trying to induct you into the mob. Maybe it was going to make you a made man. That was it.
Sense though, because why did they send me there for a day? It didn't make any sense.
Maybe it was the final test.
I don't think he was part of it. I think
I'm just teasing. I'm teasing, obviously.
He's like, just get this depressed kid out of the house. Just go see your family on the other in this other town, but the opportunity came there, and if I had a Jimmy, I would have. I mean, that's serious. Yeah.
I guess always keep a Jimmy. That's another rule, I guess. Soft, gentle heat. Always keep a Jimmy.
You just try to use your Gordo cellophane. You're trying to put it over. Yeah, that wouldn't work for me. I would need an asylum cellophane.
That's always so funny to me because people always smoking Gordos and they're like donkey dick, and I'm like, if that's big to you, like what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like a Gordo is still compared to a penis is very small.
Yeah, Gordo. Okay. Yeah, like I get sponsored and I'm wearing like Asylum 13 boxers. Like it's.
Dude, that's good, man. Dude, fucking, you could do it for Asylum 13 because they're always trying to come up with stuff like that, I think, and their marketing doesn't hit, but that's the best marketing I've ever heard for Asylum.
Yes. You just got like a tattoo, like on my hip. It says 8x80. Yes.
You should get the real. No, don't do that.
Take a cigar. It would be 8, but it would be more like I don't know the gauge. I'd have to find out the gauge.
Yeah, 8 by 100, man.
Yeah, but he's 8 by 150.
Be the marketing manager for Asylum. Have him make it for you.
They're like, get your husband that special gift for his birthday, a cigar shaped after his drug. Like Gio's getting like a Corona. He's like, what the fuck is this?
Dude, I bet Gio's got the Rothschild, man.
He's got a Lonsdale. He's like, yeah, he's been whatever.
He's more of a Rothschild guy, I think. 4.5 by 50. Yeah.
It is what it is.
Dude, Lonsdale would be scary, man. That'd be like one of those mushrooms that they have in
I think
Japanese food.
Toro would be really scary.
Lancero, but it's flaccid.
Yeah.
7 by 30 when it's flaccid. Imagine that. You have your full length and it just gets wider.
Yeah, it is what it is.
All right, bro.
Yeah, we'll work on that. You know what I'm saying? Though, well, I think we need to make a cigar after Richie, just called the Richie. Just like this.
I mean, yeah. I've noticed there's a lot of women on social media. There's some weird cigar social media accounts, but there's some women who smoke like Gordos on their social media and they try to do it seductively. It's hilarious, man. It's so wrong. And I think they're trying to
Guys do it.
What do you say?
I've seen pictures of guys and they're like kissing the cigar. We're like, bro, what do you do? They're trying too hard, like with the lips puckered out in the cigar. And you're like, bro, what's going on, man? There's some more questions here. You know what I'm saying, though? You're a little too comfortable.
I hate when I see that and they're always like, I don't even want to do it, but you know what I'm saying? They're like they're kissing.
Oh, how'd that go?
What do you say?
How'd that go? All right, bro, I'll see you around, man.
All right, man. All right, have a good night.
Hey, it was a nice short episode. You know what I'm saying, though?
Yes, quick in and out.
I gotta go have breakfast. I'll see you later. I don't even know. This is a stupid fucking place.